in the pro category. Trying to get around that 67 Chevelle of Sandoval. Sandoval was down 6:03, and the Chevelle is going to get the job done on a double breakout. Sandoval was 14 green. Austin Downing was 48 green. So with a 34th split in reaction time, Sandoval 6:022 to be under by 8 thousandths of a second. Austin Downing goes 6:25 and is under by 13 thousandths of a second. Win light to the Chevelle is Kyle Fritz and Jordan Hart. Bomb pop left side. Jordan Hart, the little red Corvette. Over on the right. 8:15 is the dial for Hart. 6:71 is the dial for the bomb popper. Eat a popper. The popper to popper. And I understand we are now live on Bang Shift. So good morning to everybody out there in the chat bleachers. We're underway with round number 1 of Pro. Jordan Hart and Kyle Fritz on the racetrack right now. Jordan, quick tap of the brakes, ends up with an 8:23 on an 8:15 to give it back. Kyle Fritz was closing in fast and made it work. 33 was the reaction time for Kyle Fritz as he takes 81 thou at the stripe to be 6:79 on a 6:71. To get around Jordan Hart's Corvette. We're going to bring up Mark Johns, last night's 5K winner in the 32-car shootout. What a nice guy. And unfortunately, the nice guy goes red by 14 thousandths of a second. Kayla Menzel, 6:29 was the dial, 6:32 was the run. Was 30 on the tree to get the win light. Mark ends up going 7:91 on a 7:69 after being red by 14 thousandths of a second. And that has got Curtis Insalita and Tony Marconi. What would be a regular matchup down here at Tucson Dragway in their point series races, rolling up here in round number 1. Curtis dialed in at 5:95, Tony dialed in at 6:02, and good morning to the chat bleachers. Again, it is a combined Kid Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering Sunday. We are racing for $10,000 in Pro and $20,000 in Super Pro. Red light start for Marconi by 7 thousandths of a second. Red and dead on. Gotta hate that. Gotta hate that. Gleghorn is still like El Presidente of Camp Commiseration with the red and dead honors. I mean, he's been the only one that's red and dead on 0 so far. But today, Gleggy's already been down the racetrack, for those of you that aren't listening in on the chat bleachers, and picked up the win light. My man was looking really good. Looking really good. I want to say it was like 14 on the tree and knocked it out of the park. Jose Garcia in the Demon Charger giving Dean Cummins all kinds of headaches. And on a double breakout, the family roadster is going through to round number 2. Dean Cummings was 55 on the tree and goes 591 on a 594. Jose Garcia dialed 641 in a family mobile that he bought off the lot at 109 miles an hour and put up a perfect reaction time to boot. Holy. Just because Jose's out of like Mexico, it's like, holy frijoles. Oh my. That was awesome. Perfect, and then 109 miles an hour in a 2015 Demon Charger. Oh my. Luis Ortiz and Tim O'More. Man, I'm telling you what, it's breakfast time. Break out the chorizo, boys. That was a good lap. Luis dialed in at 6:36. Tim O dialed in at 6:10. Good morning, good morning. Luis goes red by 9 thousandths of a second. Tim O, 34 green, and on a 6:10 ends up with a 6:08. Luis 6:34 on a 6:36. Luis 200 under. Tim O'More 200 under. It's been like an Undertaker kind of morning. Double breakouts everywhere. It is cool. It is crisp. And it is faster than people think. We got a little bit of a tailwind here at Tucson Dragway, at least from what I can see of the flag that is flapping along the pole. over to the right side of the tower from where we're sitting. But our next two going to be Henry Roberson and Aaron McMahon. McMahon in the El Camino. Roberson, I love the fact I noticed a license plate in the front window of his car last night says stickers. And since we were doing, country music references yesterday, Quickers get stickers. Quickers get stickers, and Henry's got a lot of stickers. Henry, 740 was the dial, and he went quicker than that by a bunch, 729, after the 028 reaction time, but he was all good because Aaron McMahon was red by 0.02 of a second. McMahon ends up going 639 on a 642. But the Quickers get stickers. Moves into round number 2. Aaron's going to have to make his way through the buyback round if he wants a shot at the $10,000 worth of Kit Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering money. Luis Valenzuela, the Camaro out of Tucson, rolling up right side, dialed 553. Larry Cannon, the Chevelle out of Tucson, rolling up left side, dialed 616, and away we go. Win light's going to belong to Garcia, 14 dead 9. Take 4th thou at the stripe to get the win. Not bad. So Luis gets the win light. Larry was 68 and breaks out as Scott Taylor and Dale Schweitzer. Dale rolling up left side in the Mustang, Scott rolling up right side in the Chevelle, and racers, your attention please. I have to do like that whole mom and dad announcement today. Please, racers, leave your safety equipment on until you are cleared off of the racetrack. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a second. Dale, Scott, advantage, Dale, win light, Dale. Dale Schweitzer, 34 green, and goes 649 on a 648. So 34 and 18 thou above gets him to the stripe first by 34 thousandths of a second. Scott Taylor was 68 green and 18 thou above. So both of them identical as far as how far off the dial they were. But Schweitzer was 34 green. Scott Taylor was 34 thou behind that and ends up 34 thou behind at the finish line. That'll bring up Tim Arnswald and Sean Brewster. So once again, racers. Racers, all racers. If you are getting in a race car today, your attention please. Here at Tucson Dragway, they have worked really, 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 really hard, have put their heart and soul into making sure that you've got a good racetrack, and are asking one favor from you. That one favor from you is, please, 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 keep your safety equipment on. Again, racers, please, 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 keep your safety equipment on. Tim Arnswald gets the win light over Sean Brewster. Brewster, 14 green, 752 on a 747. Wins it by 30 thousandths of a second. Sean Brewster was 38 green and then goes 614 on a 608. So here's kind of how we're going to think about this, right? When you come up to the racetrack, there's two great big long concrete walls. As long as you are in between those two great big long concrete walls, keep your safety equipment on. Once you get outside of those walls, do what you want. But as long as you're in between those two walls, please keep your safety equipment on. That is all. Win light goes to Chris Citro, 33 green and 661 on a 655. Takes the win by 18 thousandths of a second. Denal Rife, 114 on the tree and runs 699 on a 700. Just wasn't going to get there with a 114 reaction time when Citro was 33. Jeff Safranek and Darren Taylor staging up the cars. Hey, listen up in the pits, listen up in the pits. If you are a pro racer and have not yet made your way to the staging lanes, you are late. Like Darren Taylor was late. Like really late. And Darren will pay for it. Safranek 712 on a 709 after the 046 reaction time. Taylor 129. And goes so Darren 555 on a 559 to finish up the run. Hey racers, again, if you are in our pro category and have not yet made your way to the staging lanes, you're late. If you are one of our double-entered pro cars, we need you to make your way back into the staging lanes quickly, please, so that you can finish off round number 1, because we're getting ready to roll into Super Pro at round number 1. So Super Pro door cars, Super Pro door car, we put you on standby a moment ago. Super Pro door car, we put you on standby a moment ago. It's time to start making your way to the staging lanes. We're going to need our double-entered Super Pro door cars to lanes 3 and 4, please. Double-entered Super Pro door cars to lanes 3 and 4. Single-entered Super Pro door cars to 7 and 8, or 5 and 6, excuse me. Super Pro door cars, single-entered 5 and 6. So double-entereds to 3 and 4, door cars. Single-entered to 5 and 6. So single-entered Super Pro door cars 5 and 6. Double-entered Super Pro door cars to 3 and 4, please. Come on down. Super Pro door cars, round number 1. Doubles to 3 and 4, singles to 5 and 6. Tana Taylor goes red by 15 thousandths of a second and hands the win light over to Eric Daniels. Daniels was 56 green, saw that the win light was on, and ends up running 7:12 down the racetrack as Cal Gordon and Denny Valvo. Denny on the right side, Cal on the left side. 0.05 of a second difference in reaction time, and Denny Valvo, let me tell you something, Denny Valvo has had some luck roll in his direction. Cal Gordon was 009 to Denny's 059. Cal gets there first, takes 1/10 of a second plus at the finish line, and goes 6:35 on a 6:40. Denny Valvo was 59 green, and then goes 6:20 on the 6:17, and is rolling in with a win light. As Manny Blea, Daniel Schweitzer. Schweitzer in the F-150, Blea in the 88-bodied Mustang. I'm telling you what, the street cars are tearing it up on the starting line. Manny Blea in the Mustang was 64 on the tree. Schweitzer in the F-150 was just 007. So what we had, Jose in the street Charger was perfect a little bit earlier. Schweitzer's now 007, goes 860 on the 855. And man, oh man, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Sarah Kidd, Chris Fuller. Sarah's not red. Chris is not red. But Chris was way closer to the green. Chris, 28 green and 596 on a 591. Oh. Sarah Kidd, well, she wasn't red. She dialed 666 and runs dead on with a 6664, but comes up 26 thou short. As Chris Fuller was 28 green, 4 above, goes 596 on a 591 to get the win light. Sarah 100 on the tree and goes 6664 to be 26 thou shy as Monty Beagle and James Gonzalez. Gonzalez in the Vega out of Albuquerque dialed 652. Monty in the coupe out of High River, Alberta, looking to lay down a 594 lap. 12 thousandths the difference in reaction time. Win light's going to go to Gonzalez. 006, 13 thou above. Win light for James. Monty Beagle was 18 green and 4 under. Excuse me, 2 under. Taking 21 thou at the stripe. Took 21 thou at the stripe and ends up 20 thou under. Stephanie Paz and the motorcycle of David Herman, a 2005 Suzuki GSXR. Stephanie in the El Camino. Once again, Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door car for round number 1. We'll take our double-entered door cars to 3 and 4, our single-entered door cars to 5 and 6. Come on down, please. Super Pro door car. Double-entered to 3 and 4, single-entered door cars to 5 and 6. We are continuing to roll on through. Again, door cars, remember, if you are double entered, the first time you come up is with your no X number in the double entered lanes. The second time you come up, you put your X on the car and roll up in the regular lanes. Win light's going to be to Stephanie Paz. She's 50 green. David Herman on the bike was 70 thou red. And that is that for David Herman. Stephanie, 693 on a 696, 50 green. Moves it around number 2. David will get the opportunity to race again in the buyback round, should he choose to do so, is Jennifer Kidd and Ryan Gleghorn. And I don't know why he wouldn't choose to do so, because it's, you know, one of those opportunities where there's 10 grand on the line. $10,000. $3. Now, Ryan Gleghorn rolling back in here with an 8 flat dial. Jennifer Kidd rolling in here with a 539. Gleghorn was successful in his first attempt and is looking to be successful in his second attempt. Jennifer gives him the opportunity to do so by being 116 on the tree. Ryan Gleghorn 49 green and 803 on an 800. So Gleghorn picking up the win in both entries here in round number 1. Jennifer 116 and then runs 538 on a 539. Gleggy was 33 thou above after the 049 reaction time. That's going to bring up C.W. Hofer and Chris Vels. Vels in the Camaro, that's 66 or 67 body style. 640 is the dial. C.W. in his Firebird, dialed in at 739. And C.W. is successful in both. C.W., 20 on the tree, take 2 thou at the stripe, goes 742 on a 739. Came down to 22 ten-thousandths of a second. Win light to C.W. Hofer. Chris Vels, 643 on a 640 after the 024 reaction time. So Vels ends up 50. And I told you, Ryan Gleghorn has turned on 2 win lights and will be, like, unbearable. He's calling me now. Rob Strong breaks out at the big end, 685 on a 688. AJ Crater was 002 dead 5 to be 7 total. Last night's pro winner, 7 total in the Parasitic Psycho. It is psychotic. Jeff Ford and John Cazzetti. Cazzetti in the dragster, 570 is the dial. Ford in the Dodge, 780 is the dial. Good morning. How about 55 and dead 9 for Ford? Taking 15 thou at the stripe. Gets the win line. John Cazzetti wins 1, drops 1. He was 62 green and goes 571 on a 570. Sasha Hofer now. And Chuck Hawk Jr. Chuck dialed in at 691. Sasha dialed in at 746. Head start goes to the Firebird out of California over to the right side, and then the Ford will try to track her down. Oh, yeah. And when I say, oh, yeah, that's like a good oh, yeah for Chuck Hawk. It's like a bad oh, yeah for Sasha. Sasha goes red by 54 thousandths of a second. Chuck Hawk puts up the second perfect reaction time of the day. Trip zip, and then goes 685 on a 691 for Chuck. Now, the first perfect reaction time of the day belonged to Jose Luis Garcia in a 2015 Charger with the Demon motor in it that is on the line right now going up against Austin Downing. I mean, this thing right here blows my mind. I think the Jeep Trackhawks are cool, but this thing, holy cow. It's totally street? Like he got it out of the dealership. He gets another win light with a 133 reaction time. Well, okay. He got the win light because Austin Downing went red by 0.06 of a second, but the Demon times 2 is moving into round number 2.
Like, we could ride in the back right now down the track.
Let's go.
I mean, seats, it smell brand new leather inside.
It's still got the new car smell?
New car smell. Still.
New car smell.
Stock dash, like, you didn't change anything.
Nothing. It's just
burn, drive, and go.
it looks like, well, it's got different tires on it, doesn't it? Yeah. Slightly different tires.
Slightly different tires.
And it's still, and he's still got a Mexican license plate.
Yeah, it's
Drive it on the street.
Drive it on the street.
Oh, baby. Let's take it to town. We'll go get like big gulps in it. Slurpees. Oh, win light's gonna go to Russ Hines over Jordan Hart. Jordan, 53 on the tree and breaks out. Takes 45 at the stripe, goes 817 on an 823. Russ Hines, 19 green, and goes 687 on a 685. And we've still got a few pro cars I have not seen our potential buy roll up here yet. Sean Aaron in the chat bleachers. I'm going to ask Chad to ban you simply for that question. It's been like a long, long time since I've seen that question pop up in a chat room. Just saying. Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door car. Double innards to 3 and 4. Single innards to 5 and 6. We've got more pro round number 1. Again, it is a kit performance and dyno Moser Engineering Sunday. And if I sound like I got a little extra pep in my step, it's not because I got great sleep last night. I did not. I got some sleep last night. But we hung out here at the racetrack for a little while, enjoyed a little extra time with racers and a few, just some different fun things. Just some different, it was a good night. It was a good night. Went back to the hotel, got some sleep, popped up in this morning. And as I kind of mentioned before, you know, the kid is down in San Diego playing at a hockey tournament, and I got a video moments ago of him scoring his first goal in a game. Well, really, it's his first goal. So snagged up the first goal this morning, and so I'm proud Papa guy. Proud Papa guy. Darren Taylor and Mark Johns. Johns dialed 775. Won $5,000 last night in the shootout. Goes 767 after an 077 reaction time. Took 93 thou at the stripe and breaks out for the loss. Darren Taylor was 81 green. And then goes 556 on a 555. So I'm totally stoked this morning. Nothing's going to ruin my day. Scott Taylor and Caitlin Tripp. Tripp dialed in at 611 on the right side. Taylor dialed in at 682 on the left side. So Scott, staring at the 682. Caitlin dialed in at the 611. Win light's going to go to Taylor. 64 green to Caitlin's 82. Caitlin goes 612 on the 611. So 82 and 15 thou above. Scott Taylor was 64 and dead on 1 to get the win light. In the Chevelle. So good morning to everybody out here on the track, and good morning to everyone in the chat bleachers. Except Mr. Sean Anon-Menomina. No, I'm kidding, dude. Asking those kind of silly questions. Silly questions. Wow, where'd everybody find the cool little emoji things? Oh, I see them now. Never mind, I found them. I like them. When did YouTube add those things in? That's cool. Look, I can do this one. Colin Poist and Henry Roberson. Poist in the Chevy. Henry in the Ford. And a 742 on a 735. Henry Ford. I'm going to start calling him like Henry's Ford. 32 green and then go 742 on the 735. Colin had a reaction time that started with a 1. Not good. Not good. Wish you were here too, man, funny car. But look, I'm just going to toss that thing in there now. Like I said, I'm happy. The kid scored his first goal ever. I love it. Got it. Apparently Tim has been ejected from Silver Platter. Has had to go start his own team. It's kind of like all that off-season mumbo-jumbo that happens with the pro categories. Tim has split off and has now formed the Blind Squirrel Racing team. And trust me, from the performance yesterday, he's living up to it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Tim Arnswald going up against Jeff Serra. Serra running in the heavy, as he calls it. 6:55 on a 6:50 after a 006 reaction time, taking 9th out at the stripe. And the squirrel will go hunting. Tim Arnswald, 7:52 on a 7:51. 55 green, not a bad lap, but 006 and take 9th out at the stripe on the other side. Not going to be really great. Not going to be really great. So that's fun. Ish. We've got quite a line up here at the tower. Apparently there was a little issue down at the ticket booth that they are getting rectified, and so up here in the tower they're doing a lot of like recopying of tech cards. Garcia going to get the win light. Out of the right lane, 6:33 on a 6:35 and another red and dead on run. Over in the left lane. Red by 13 thou, dead on 3. That's not what we like to see. Not at all.
Advising that I'm stepping out of the tower for a couple minutes. We'll advise when back and back to racing.
So we are getting caught up on handing out some additional time slips that were necessary. Thank you very much, Mr. Cameron. I appreciate that. Funny car, like I said, I wish you were here as well. But, you know, now that you are a legit business owner and have to operate things down there in Gleason, somebody's got to stay home and, like, do the work. And like I mentioned earlier, yesterday, got to hang out with Mr. Jansen Melton for a couple of minutes on the starting line yesterday. So Jansen from your part of the woods, funny car. At least where he was at. It was kind of cool. We are on just a slight, brief, momentary pause. Well, because we are. And we will be back racing as soon as possible. So we should have our Super Pro cars for round number 1. Door cars, Super Pro door cars for round number 1. Lined up back in the staging lanes. Our double entered door cars are in 3 and 4. Our single entered door cars are in 5 and 6. It is a Kid Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering combined Super Sunday. It's Super Sunday. They're racing for $20,000 on the Super Pro side, $10,000 on the Pro side, and as we said earlier, everything is doubled. Round money is doubled. Top prize is doubled. Buyback is not doubled. In Pro, if you would have doubled it, the 80 would have became 160. He said, nope, nope, nope. We're going to discount that. It's only 120 in Pro. In Super Pro, $120 doubled would have been 240 and said, nope, nope, nope. Not going to do that. It's going to be 180 in Super Pro. So the payouts all doubled. What you would have to pay for a buyback is not. Because Chris spent some time thinking about it last night, and he's like, nope. We're going to be good to our racers. We're going to make sure that everything is better for them, and that's what it's going to be. Again, I want to send a very special thanks to the folks at Hughes Performance, yesterday's day sponsor, to help us hand out a nice little $20,000 payday in Super Pro. That went to Chad Axford. A $7,500 payday in Pro went to AJ Crater. And today we're going to be handing out the Kid Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering money. So again, a big, big thanks to them. Also want to send a shout out and a big thanks to Chad at Bank Shift for being up on top of the, I don't know, I mean, we've called it kind of like the loft, the studio apartment. It's a penthouse suite. I mean, he really does have kind of a trick little setup up there. But thanks to Chad for swinging the camera back and forth all weekend long. He survived the weather that's rolled through here, and it is chilly. It's not like freezing, but it's chilly today. The wind is making it a little chillier than it is. Chad's little Tootsie Toes are probably feeling it a little bit with the breeze blowing in the direction that it is. But thanks to Chad, thanks to Optima Batteries, thanks to Holly for sponsoring the live feed, and we are back to racing here in Pro. We got a handful of cars left, like one pair and one single. And then we're going to get started in Super Pro door car round number 1. So again, we'll go ahead and put out a final call, Super Pro door car. Let's get you headed this direction, please, if you haven't yet. Again, double entered door cars to 3 and 4, single entered door cars to 5 and 6. Win light in that pour going to go to Volvo. Volvo, 90 green, had a red light tossed up against him on the other side. 12 red and 554. Tana Taylor, the buy that was drawn out of the tech cards this morning, the provisional buy, we ended up with an odd number. Tana's 14 green and goes 661 on a 664 dial. So Super Pro Door Car, round number 1. Starting it off with Ruben Wilson in the Ford pickup truck, and Gabe Hernandez in the 89-bodied S10, and kind of looking at what's happening in the chat bleachers. Hannah, we're looking forward to seeing you in Vegas, too. Can't wait to see the Vandermeers come rolling in for the fling. That's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to that already. I am. Win light's going to go to Ruben Wilson. 102 on the tree. Gets gifted a win by way of the 2000 red light of Gabriel Hernandez. Hernandez goes 619 on a 622 after being 002 red. And that will bring up Brian Thomas and Faustino Zaragoza. Faustino in the Vega. Thomas in the Roadster. So with Thomas dialed in at 628, Faustino dialed in at 661. Faustino ends up breaking out down at the big end. Couldn't catch him anyway. Brian Thomas, 629 on a 628. Faustino gets there first. Breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. That's going to bring up Rodney Ward and Dave Johnson. Johnson dialed 546 right side. Ward dialed 652 left side. Dave 008 red, 546 on a 546. Red dead on, Dave. Rodney 38 green, he goes 653 on a 652 to get the win. As Joe Cox rolls up, dialed 704 out of the left side, and Nathan Bradford out of the right side, dialed 605. Bradford 001 red, missed it by 1 lousy thousandths of a second, goes 606 on the 605. Joe 708 on a 704 to get the win line as Kaleem Menzel and last night's $20,000 shootout winner Ken Swale. Mr. Ken, who was pretty stoked last night. We rolled down there, said, man, I've won some 5-granders, I've won this, I've won that, but I've never won something this big. And the smile on his face definitely showed that it was a big moment for him. And there was definitely something about a Mercury. Crazy about a Mercury. Win light goes to the Mercury. Ken and Kaleem were at 3 thousandths of a second apart in reaction time. Caleb was 009. Ken was 006. On a double breakout, Sweo is moving into round number 2. He goes 600 on the 602. Caleb was 629 on a 632. To be 300, taking 12 thou at the stripe. Patrick and Tim. Tim Wirtz in what is probably one of, or at least last year for a moment, was the most famous Corvette Roadster on social media, when somebody made a perfect outline, and by somebody I mean like Mother Nature, essentially just put like 6 inches of snow on top of that Corvette. I think it might have been closer to 4 inches, but either way it was like matched perfectly. Double red light. Tim Wirtz was 5th thou early. Patrick was 6th thou early. Not quite a true start affair, but Tim Wirtz is going to get the win light. 521 on a 521. Dead on 8. Patrick is 626 on a 624. After being 006 early and handing the win light over to Wirtz is Gabe Hernandez and Rick Sugahara. Rick in the Camaro, Gabe in the S10. 645 the dial for the cranberry colored S10. And 659 the dial for the white Camaro. Gabe's in trouble. Like a lot of trouble. Oh my. Rick Sugahara did everything he possibly could to give that race back to Gabe Hernandez. Gabe just wasn't willing to take it. Sugahara was 17 on the tree. Gabe was 371. Sugahara got down to the finish line as fast as he possibly could, takes 3.5 tenths of a second, goes under by a thou, and Gabe still wasn't able to take it back. Sugahara gets the win light. Hernandez will go to the buyback window as Phil Garrison and Rodney Snyder going to be up next. Garrison got the car fixed, dialed 555, and gets the win light with a 557 after the 046 reaction time. Snyder was better on the tree. Had the 14th thou light, but is 6 above the dial with a 517 on a 511 is Hector Hernandez and Tom Scola. Scola had a good year with a 642 dial. Hector, out of the Sonora area down in Mexico, one of our international racers, dialed in at 606. In the Battle of the Mustangs, advantage at this end of the racetrack was to Scola with the 015 reaction time. He's 17th thou above and gets the win. So 15 and 17th thou above. To be to the stripe first by 39 thousandths of a second. Hector Hernandez had the 042 reaction time and goes 608 on the 606. Well, we went from the Battle of the Mustangs to the Nove. I know a lot of people would be like Novas, but just because we were bored one day, we actually looked it up, and it's the plural of Nova is Nove. Just like we had to look up the other day, you know, a prize versus a praise versus a prize. 001 red light for Feaster. Looking for 558, goes 556. And missed it at this end by 1 stupid thousandths of a second. 614 on a 617 out of the left lane with a 29 thou light, gets the win light. As these are two of the neatest looking cars on property. I like Kelly Harper's 69 Camaro. It's got the Yenko stickers on it. I don't know that it's actually a Yenko, but it's got the stickers on it. It looks cool. 598 cubic inch big block, and it is a 593 dial. Across the way, Bill Bollock found the blackest paint that he could possibly find. I don't even remember the show I was watching one time, but it was like Mav TV. Then it was one of those like car build shows, and they talked about the paint that's available now that's like super black. It was pretty awesome. Bill Bollock gets the win light, 590 with a 2. After the 044 reaction time, Kelly Harper was 37 green and goes 13th thou above the dial. Comes down to 4.5 thousandths at the stripe. Win light goes to Bollock. As we continue on with Super Pro round number 1 of door car. So we've made our way into Super Pro round number 1 of door cars. Super Pro dragsters, you're on standby. You haven't been called yet, but you are on standby. And hopefully, Chad, did you catch that? I'm answering your text kind of like, what was the old Saturday Night Live skit about subliminal message man or whatever? We like Hank Pravov and Andrew Super Pro Jaramillo. Jaramillo on the left side, Super Pro. Dialed in at 584, Hank Pravov, Super Pro. Dialed in at 577, Super Pro. Win light goes to Pravov, 38 green and 580 on a 577, Super Pro. Jaramillo goes 583 on a 584. Jaramillo gets their first 54th thou, breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second, and hands the win light back over to the Vega of Hank Pravov, Super Pro. I'd kind of actually forgotten about that Saturday Night Live skit with subliminal message, man. It was a good one. I believe that's Mr. Wilson rolling up left side. Robert Hall is going to put up the 3rd perfect reaction time of the day. Robert trip zip 581 on a 579 to get the win light. Wilson was 25 green and on a 544 dial gets their first 12th thou to break out by 9 thousandths of a second. Needed to tighten that stripe up to 3 thou or less. Robert gets the nod as we'll bring out Caesar Bustamante and Chance Parker. Parker in the S10. Bustamante in the Camaro. I mean, it's, you know, copper from the start of the driver door back. It's got just the black front clip on it. But Parker's dialed in with a 624. Caesar is dialed in with a 562. I don't know that I want to do a subliminal message guy the rest of the day, baby ankle. Baby ankles. All right, y'all come up with some very interesting screen names. But baby ankles. That, I don't know that I've ever seen something like that. 15th thou red for Caesar Bustamante. Goes 563 on a 562. Chance Parker. 23 green, 17th thou above. Gets the win light. As John Tripp blue hay ball. That baby ankles gets me thinking of like other Saturday Night skits. What was the one with the like really tiny hands? It was just kind of creepy. Baby. No, I'm just, you know, I'm not saying you're creepy. I'm just thinking about the different skits. Blue 607. John 591. But if we start talking about like any of the recent Saturday Night Live stuff, like since like, I don't know, 2017 on, it got kind of dumb. Blue 008, or Blue was 15 green and runs dead on at 3. John Tripp was 009 and runs dead on 7. John Tripp was 15 total. Blue was 15 on the tree. Blue needed to be dead at 0 and ends up dead 3. It's John Tripp moving on in the quick trip. There's Danny Nolan and Jose Garcia. Nolan in the yellow Mustang going to get the win light as Jose, that 18-bodied Camaro, goes early by 5 thousandths of a second and hands the win light back over to Nolan. Nolan, 46 green, 611 on a 615, gets the win light. Did we just dry hop the Thunderbird? That was fun. Do it again. Do it again. Scott Taylor and Greg Braun. Braun in the throwback 86 Thunderbird. But like, you want to relive the glory days of Pro Stock? And Scott Taylor dialed in at 682. Taylor's off and Scott's not going to let that go. 7020. Scott Taylor gets out of the throttle after the 013 reaction time. Greg Braun had some problems leaving the starting line. First of all, I mean, he dry hopped it going into stage, and it looked cool. And then when he left, it didn't look so cool. It kind of limped its way off the starting line. But every once in a while, yes, we can throw in the subliminal message guy. So Darren Taylor, 11 green, goes 557 on a 556. Len Adams, 28 green, gets there first by 11 thousandths of a second to break out by 11 thousandths of a second. Taylor gets the win light as Karen Snyder and Billy McDaniel. Karen Snyder, 19 green, and 539 on a 538 to get the win light over Billy McDaniel's Nova. The Nova was 27 green and 661 on a 663 buyback. We'll do that, baby ankles. At least through round number one, we can do the subliminal message, man, about the buybacks. Because buybacks will be available today. Again, you are going to buy back in the staging lanes when it is time for the buyback round. And as we had mentioned, everything from the top down is doubled today because it is a combined Kit Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering Super Sunday, except the buyback. Chris didn't want to do that to the racers. Didn't want to say, okay, bro, 80 doubled is 160. Nope. I wish more people were familiar with like the chopper commercials from Vegas. I used to do that whole thing where they'd show you like MSRP and be like, no, chop it. They were just dumb. But they got people's attention. Tony Marconi winner, 22 green and 601 on a 602 after Zinzalita was red by 23 thousandths of a second. That'll bring up Larry Cannon and Brad Pierce. Brad in the Corvette, dialed 648. Cannon in the Chevelle, dialed 613. Cannon's red by 11 thousandths of a second, and Brad Pierce will win it, 647 on a 648. 41 green, 3 thou under. Cannon was 11 red and 1 over. So yeah, it's a doubled up day. Top prizes are doubled, round money is doubled. Buyback, chop it. It'll be like a infomercial. Be like, normally you would pay 2 easy payments of $80 each for $160. No, chop it. It's $120 in Pro. Same thing, Super Pro was going to be $240 if you doubled it. No, chop it. It's only $180. So Sammy Franco, 008 on the tree, 561 on a 562 for Franco. It's funny. Both Gleggy and I heard this little pop. We immediately stop, start looking around like a gazelle when they hear a lion coming. Oh, man. Yeah, we will do these subliminal message guy buyback every once in a while. Arthur Blea and Mark Lalonde. Lalonde in his Camaro. The 88 body style. Dialed in at 549. And Blea in the 67 green El Camino. Ankles, I understand. I used to run around the mountains a lot as a kid. Sprained my ankles I don't know how many times. So I get it. I didn't quite break them, but I did sprain them. So I'm with you. I get it. I get it. Arthur goes red by 82 thousandths of a second. The green car goes red, the red car goes green. 55 on the tree for Lalonde and goes 5500 on the 549 to be one above. That didn't work. I mean, it did something, but it wasn't quite as effective. Yeah, do it again. You're going to want some water down there before you do. Keep going. Yeah, see? That's all right. Skylar Barichko. Yeah, dry hopping. It's better anyway. It's way cooler. Barichko, 658. Jeff Safranek dialed in at 709. But it's like 12:30 on the East Coast, and it's still pretty quiet in the chat bleachers. I can understand why it's quiet out here, but it's still quiet. Skylar and Jeff Safranek. Barichko looking for 658, goes 662 on the 658 to get the win light, was 14 green. Safranek 79 green, which proved to be costly. Very, very costly. So Tony Pesqueria. That one I need to kind of double. I don't know if it's Pesqueria or Pesqueria. Gage, why are you still trying to wake up, man? Isn't there like IFO in Vegas today? I thought it was like IFO day. But that's right, they usually don't start running until like 10 o'clock. 007 red for Tony Pesqueria. 613 on a 615 after the 007 red light. Ron Wenger was 12 green. And 521 on a 519. Leola's making something to eat. I need to go make something to eat. I like that idea. Kyle Fritz, Carlos Lopez. Lopez in the Pinto. 770. Dialed in on the right side. Kyle Fritz dialed in at 671. Advantage at this end of the racetrack belongs to the Pinto. Win light belongs to Kyle Fritz. Fritz was 48 green. Lopez was 26 green. Lopez ends up running 779 on a 770. Kyle goes 675 on a 671. You know what I think would be a fun category to add into a race somewhere? I mean, you guys, obviously there's the 24 hours of Le Mans. Then I'm pretty sure everybody's heard about the 24 hours of Lemons. I don't know if you could find enough cars to really make it worthwhile, but if you had like the lemon category, where in order to do it, you had to have a car that was considered a lemon, like a Pacer or a Gremlin. Was I, huh? Yeah. You had to have a Pacer or something like that. Mike McBrayer, 16 red and goes 670 on a 669. Larry Pittenger survives. He is handed a gift. He was 132 on the tree. Then it goes 628 on a 644. Dennis Paz gets the win light. 32 green and goes 695 on a 691. 32 green and 46 thou above the dial gets him there first by 24 thousandths of a second as Don Toya rolls up against Joe Kidd. Again, continuing our way through. Through, Super Pro. Round number 1 of door cars. Super Pro Dragsters, you're on standby. I think we've made our way through the majority of our doubles and are starting into our single entered door cars, which are still kind of wrapped around back there in the staging lanes. We got a good turnout here this weekend. But yeah, life is good. Don Toya 004 red goes 537 to hand the win light over as Derek Herman and Ariel Zavala. Zavala dialed 636 right side. Herman dialed 689. Herman is in trouble. Zavala's 20 green and goes 650 on the 636. So we got Chuck Hawk Jr. We have got Rob Strong. So with Rob dialed in at 684, Chuck dialed in at 503. Hey, Super Pro Dragster, your attention please. Super Pro Dragster, we are ready for you. We'll take our double entered cars to lanes 3 and 4, single entered cars to lanes 7 and 8. Again, Super Pro double entered, remember you come up the first time with no X. When you come back for your second run is when the X is on the car. Rob trying to hold off Chuck Hawk, will not. Chuck was 11 green and goes 505 on a 503. 11 and 25 thou above the dial. Rob Strong was 26 green, take 21 thou at the stripe to break out by 11 thousandths of a second is Bill Kidd and Justin Beaver. I don't even remember Justin Bieber's songs, man, except for the fact that he was this creepy Canadian kid that took over the world. You know, we banned any references to Taylor Swift in the chat bleachers because NFL's got that covered. I think we should also ban the announcers from mentioning Justin Bieber. What was his fan club even called? I don't even remember. The Bieberettes? Bieber Fever? I don't know. Justin Bieber, 55 green, 681 on a 684. He is the winner. What? Believers? No way. Oh, Bill Kidd was 14 red, goes 663 on a 668. Leghorn breaks out with, he said, I think they were called Believers.
I'm right.
Oh, were you right? Oh my goodness.
I thought I remember that from my childhood.
Were you a believer?
I was not.
Oh, come on.
My wife still is.
You. Fair enough. Fair enough. Wasn't he part? I think he was part of like the NHL All-Star break this time. Like helped design the jerseys or something. I don't know.
Like the celebrity game at the NBA All-Star game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He did that because, you know, he's such a tall and imposing individual that he should totally. He played center at the All-Star game in the NBA. Gabriel Hernandez, 37 green, goes 645 on a 644 to get the win line. Vels was 88 green, couldn't catch him, 640 on a 641. We'll bring up Hector Hernandez and Chris Fuller. Fuller dialed in at 593. Hector dialed in at 606. Oh, goodness. It's going to be that kind of morning. And I'm totally okay with that. So Hector in the fox-bodied ride out of Sonora, Mexico, with a 429 under the hood, and Fuller. Hector goes red by 0.06 of a second. Chris Fuller, the racer out of Green Bay, Wisconsin, gets a win light here in round number 1, 007. Take 41,000. The stripe goes 588 on a 593. Win light's going to go to last night's 20K winner, Ken Swayo. He was dialed 6 flat, 13 green, and goes dead on 9 to get the win light. We're going to bring up Gabriel Hernandez and Faustino Zaragoza. Hey, racers, your attention, please. Your attention, please. Racers, we got a racer in need. We got a parts call. We are looking for an electric water pump for a big block Chevrolet. We need an electric water pump for a big block Chevrolet. Rodney Ward is in need. It is that barn find Ford, that awesome patinaed race car. So Rodney Ward, he's a couple of rows away from the standalone south bathrooms. So if you can help out, if you've got an electric water pump that'll work for the big block Chevrolet, Rodney Ward is in need. Again, he is a couple of rows off of the bathrooms, the standalone bathrooms down here kind of towards the staging lanes. But if you could go help out, go find that. If you've got something that'll help, that would be great. So again, racer in need. Rodney Ward in the truck looking for an electric water pump for a big block Chevrolet. If you've got it and can help, he'd love to meet you. Faustino getting the win light over Gabe Hernandez. Faustino was 003, 12 above. Take 10 thou to get the win. Gabe was 11 green, 14 thou above to be 24 total. We're going to hold up here just for a moment as they had spotted something down there on the racing surface. Again, Super Pro Dragster, Super Pro Dragster. Come on down. Let's get you taken care of. So we figured out what we needed to figure out down there is Mr. Fleener and Mr. Wilson going to go side by side. Fleener in the Nova, dialed in at 556. Wilson dialed 543. Wind light's going to go to Fleener. 12 green and dead on 0. To put up 12 total. Ryan Wilson was 19 green. 29th thou above the dial. And no good. Once again, dragsters. We have called you into the staging lanes. Double enter dragsters to 4. Single enter to dragsters. Let's get you headed into lanes 7 and 8, please. Gets the win in his Camaro, 11 green, and then dead on 9 to be 20 total. Left lane was 24 on the tree. And no good. Beat 592 on a 590. Rodney Ward. Again, the racer in need that we were talking about a minute ago. That is a cool pickup truck. Rodney is needing a water pump. So if you got something that can help out, that'd be great. 653, the dial for Rodney. Caesar Bustamante. Dialed in with a 563 out of the right side. Again, Super Pro Door Car round number 1 is underway. Buybacks are going to be available today. 10 thou separated him in reaction time. Wind light going to go to Bustamante in the Camaro. 564 on a 563. He was 16 green and 17 thou above. Taking a 9 thou stripe for the win. Rodney Ward, 26 green and goes 654. On a 653. There's Hank Pramov now. Rolls up on the left side, taking on Scott Taylor. Out of the right lane.
Okay, guys, just for a note, I've got double-ups that are all the way back into the pit.
So Scott dialed in at 682, Hank dialed in at 580. Hank Pramov's car just kept rolling. Trans brake didn't work, and it just creeped forward. Oh, man. Let me tell you something. Scott Taylor is a brave. Did I say brave man? Hank Pramov was nowhere to be found. He was coasting his way down the finish line, and Scott Taylor came within 7 thousandths of a second of handing that win light back over to Hank Pramov. Scott was 62 green, and under full throttle, crosses the finish line to go 682 on a 682 and be dead on 6. Wasn't there an AC/DC song? Was it AC/DC that had the song about, you know, having big parties? You know the song I'm thinking about, right? Was it them? I gotta look that up. I gotta make sure. Yeah. AC/DC song. About, you know, we've got this great big thing and we have big parties. And we've got the biggest parties of them all. That was pretty, let's just say that was big. Darren Taylor going up against Luis Garcia. The topless one will get the win light. 002 and 29th thou above to be 31 at total. Darren Taylor was 18 green and goes 562 on a 557.
Yeah, Eric Daniels is back here at the back of the dragsters. He was broke, but he's just going to run with the dragsters to stay in the category. He's back. No, he is not. He cannot do that.
All right. Matt Larson and Shane Thompson. Thompson over to right or left side, dialed in at 464. Larson on the right, dialed in at 470, and a win light's going to belong to Larson. Matt is 002 green and goes 469 on the 470. Shane Thompson 007 red and runs 462 on a 464. So Thompson's red by 7 thousandths of a second. Matt Larson is green by 2 thousandths of a second. Larson gets the nod. Shane Thompson will find his way to the buyback window as Lane Ingo and Jansen Melton. Jansen. Coming in out of northwestern Tennessee. Up there by like Tucson Dragway, he told me. Where Funny Car Chris and the crew, the fam, have kind of taken over the ownership and management of the place, and from what I understand, are turning it around nicely. 428 is the dial for Jansen, who is driving Megan Molinari's car. Lane Ingo, 476. The dial over to the right side at a Pueblo, Colorado. So the head start to the right lane. 11 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Melton was whacking the throttle, goes 427 on a 428. Gets their first 15 thousandths of a second to break out by 9 thousandths of a second. Lane was 002 and 17 thou above to be 19 total. Taking home the victory to round number 2 is Dustin Wirtz and Skylar Cerny. Skylar left side. Out of Phoenix, 553 the dial for the car in the left lane. And for Dustin Wirtz, Dustin just wants to have kind of a turnaround kind of day. He's been doing all right, but it hasn't been exactly like Dustin level all right. So as Dustin gets in and set with that 448 dial, Skylar going to be getting the head start with a 553. Dustin's in complete control. Rolling down the racetrack being like, don't worry, I have this handled. 16 green and 460 on a 448 for Dustin Wirtz. Skylar had a reaction time that started with a 2, and that will be costly to the effect of Skylar will need to make a trip through the buyback round in order to continue on in today's competition. So Jerry Hall and Savannah Kidd going to be the next two. Savannah out of the left lane, dialed in at 510. Hall out of the right lane, out of the left lane, dialed in at 526. So Savannah's out of the right, Hall's out of the left. Someday I will learn my left from my right. I'm still working on that. 6th out, the difference in reaction times. Savannah, 20 green and 4 above. To end up 67 total, Jerry Hall was 14 green and 35 thou above. To end up 39 total, getting the win line. As Jerry moves on to round number 2, Savannah will fight her way through the buyback round as Michael Collins and Ryan Stifler. Stifler out of the right lane, 475 the dial for the 582 cubic inch big block Chevrolet, and Michael Collins out of Gilroy. Dialed in at 482, buyback. Trees drop, green lights are on for Michael Collins. The red light is on for Ryan Stifler. Stifler by 9,000ths of a second, missed at this end of the racetrack. Collins goes 16 green and 1 thou under, 481.9 on a 482. There's Travis Keys and Chris Whitfield. Whitfield in the Go Fast car out of Highlands Ranch, Colorado. The undercover chassis with the Oakley power plant, dialed 471. Travis Keys dialed in 0.07 of a second. Slower than that with that 4.78 second predicted elapsed time. I'm with you, Kyle. The stiff. It's the Ryan guy. 478. Gonna leave first. 0.07 of a second, the difference in reaction time. Advantage to Keys, win light on the double breakout to Travis Keys. Again, starting things off in Super Pro Dragster, kind of like we started things off in our Pro category. Lots and lots and lots of double breakouts. Travis was only under 1 thou. Chris was only under 5 thou. So not quite as significant as it was in the Pro category, but Travis 4.779 on the 478. Chris Whitfield goes 470 with a 5 on the 471. Comes down to that 4 thou difference, and the win light will turn on for Travis as Josh Herman and Victor Blea. Blea parked at the El Camino, gotten into the dragster, puts the 537 on the side, and said, yeah, we good. We good. Josh Herman, the Mullis build car over to the right side, he's got a 4.49 second dial. Going to be giving up a significant head start to Victor. Victor gets about 60 feet down the racetrack when Josh Herman turns it loose. Herman is red by 0.10 of a second. Vic is 17 green and 2 above. With that, Mark Barnhart is rolling back from the burnout to take on Sasha Cerny. And my announcing partner, who has had a much better start to his day than he had any other day this week, is back. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Greg Horn for a minute. I'm going to go out and, I don't know if I'll be out too long because the wind's blowing and it doesn't look fun out there. Gleggy's going to take you through a good chunk of the Super Pro Dragster.
Thank you, Nate. Barnhart and Cerny getting staged up here. This is round number 1 on Hughes Performance and Dyno, and Moser Engineering Sunday. Barnhart 26, dead 6, gets there first 2. Hun Cerny 42, 1 above 0. No good. Kurt Reif left side. Out of Tucson, dialed 519. Take on Kevin Johnson. Johnson, Drader, Utah.
Draper.
Is it Draper? Ah, okay. Draper, Utah. Dialed 464. Out near our buddy Mike Eames.
Yes, exactly.
Look at me, figuring out this West Coast geography. This is a good one, 00 a pair, wind light goes to Johnson, 009 and 2 above, turns on the wind light, Rife, 6 gets there first 34 to be 5 thou under. Kevin Johnson will advance. And now Luca Contreras left side, dialed 498. Take on KJ Desa. KJ dialed 491. KJ is going to be sick. He's 3 thou red. Anna is very late. In dead 3. So Contreras will move on. Amber Escobedo, left side. Dial 497, take on Sugar Shane. Shane Carr. Killing Alabama, down to 447. Shane Thompson owned Hot Rod. Big advantage for Sugar. Wind light Sugar. 4 and 1 above gets there first 27 thou. Amber was 40. But a dead 6, no good. Shane Carr will advance. Dustin Hinch's left side. Dial 484. Take on Kyoki Desa. Kyoki dialed 449. Kyoki with the advantage, but will not get the win light. Dustin 34, dead 3, gets there 13 thou. Kyoki 001 bails out to be 4 above, no good. Dustin will advance. Tim O'More left side, dial 5 flat. Take on last night's runner-up, Marco Pervalaris. Marco dialed 463. One light Marco 15 and 2 above gets there 21 thou. Tim was 36. 2 over the dial. No good. Marco will advance. Paul Lorton left side, dialed 482. Take on Mitch Lippin. Lippin dialed 550. Lippin is hitting the bottom. My man. We're dead even up front. Winlight, give it to Lorton, 19. 1 above, gets there 17 thou. Lippin, also 19. 2 above, no good. Paul Lorton moves on. Jim Calloway left side, dialed 509. Take on David Meyer. Meyer dialed 481. Meyer with the advantage. Meyer with the win. 3 take 13 to be 3 above. Callaway 37 and 1 over, no good. Tyler Meyer up left side. Dialed 475. Take on Miss Kendra Larson. Kendra dialed 452. Kendra at the advantage. Win light goes to Kendra. 005 and 1 above. Gets there 5 thou. 5 take 5 for Kendra to get her day started. Tyler missed it 40 and puts it 12 thou under. Tina Wren and Riley Learcamp. Win light Learcamp 21 and 16 thou under. Tina 8 take 29 to be 32 thou under. Jason Pad, dial 463, going to take on Jaden Nava. Nava dial 513. This one's all pad. 40 and over a tenth above as Nava was very late. Sammy Franco the fourth left side down to 569, take on Pat Marback. Reigning track champ here at Tucson, down 515 in the shorty. Separate them. Winlight Marback 14 dead, 8 gets their 8th foul. Franco was 001, puts it 2 above to be 8 foul behind. Pat Marback moves on. Elliot Franco left side out 511. Take on Terry Markley. Markley out 559. Franco is red. Markley late and 1 above. Leroy Duran down 505, take on Alonzo Sanchez down 489. Leroy is red. Alonzo 004. 15 foul under. Dylan Smith left side, down 494. Take Daryl Contreras. Contreras down 490. Contreras 12 dead, 2 lays down 14 total. Smith locked out, 41 up front and 1 above. No good. Jimmy Winger left side, Odessa, Texas, down to 466. Take on Miss Alexis Thompson. Thompson had a good night last night, was our last remaining double entry. Drove her stuff all the way down to 3 cars. She's down 460. Thompson is a thou red, Winger 15. Dead one, 16 total for Jimmy Winger to get his day started. Judge Shoup left side. The shorty down 474. Take on Gabriel Torres down 467. Gabe's in trouble. Here comes the stop and a win line. Gabe Torres missed it. Stop to be one above. Shoup 15 gets fed a bunch to be 18 thou under. Gabe Torres will move on. Mark Lalonde left side, out 501, take on Rick Marcy. Marcy down 4-8. Mark in control. Mark with the win, 9 and 3 above. Gets there first 16 thou. Marcy 48 dead 7. No. Good. Jared Learcamp down 474. Gonna take on Nick Downing. Downing down to 479. Learcamp with the advantage. Learcamp with the win, 13, one above, gets there 5 thou. Downing 31 dead 5, no good. Orlando Galvez, the front engine hot rod, down 567. Take on Mitch Marcy. Marcy's out 483. 13 thou separate them. Wind light, give it to the front engine dragster. 13 dead, 3 lays down 16 total. Marcy 26 and locked out. Orlando Galvez. We moving on to round number 2. Victoria Christensen left side out 467. Right side out 475. I believe that's Brian Stifler. Stifler with the advantage, and the win 6 dead 7. Turns on the win line. Victoria 27 and 3 above, no good. Stifler moves on. Kevin Burnett left side out 433. Take on Andy Morse. Morse out at 471. So Kevin will get the win. Andy has issues with his. He will idle down. Darren O'Connor left side. Down 476. Take on Shane Carr. Sugared out 447. Win light, Shane, 18 dead, 4 gets a win. O'Connor, 3 take 44. To be 25 thou under. Sugar will move on. Don Toya down 481, take on Chad Axford down 453. Win line give to Axford, 17, 1 above, gets there 3 thou. Toya, 32 dead, 1, no good. Axford will move on. Ryan O'Connor down 456, take on Dustin Works down 447. O'Connor 2 thou red works 36 and puts it 22 thou under. Dustin Wirtz moves on. Neil Pressmo left side. Dial 480. Take on Jeff Taylor. Jeff dial 469. So Neil still having issues. Jeff Taylor gets the easy win there. Brad Hawk left side. $4.79 for Brad Hawk. Josh Herman dialed at $4.49. Hawk 16-0 gets the win. Herman 46 and 19 thou under, no good.
Yeah, it was.
Greg Hicks left side dialed. It says 427. I don't think that's right. Okay, 427 to the left, right side out 466. Jerry Hall left side out 527. Can take on Neil Upchurch out 529. Winlight Hall 12 and 1 above gets the win. Upchurch 12 and 7 over, no good. Tristan Craig dial 516. Take on Marco Paravallaris dial 462. Two Blues rematch quarterfinals last night. Marco turned on the win light. Tristan trying to get one back. They're both red, but Marco is 3 red. Tristan is 4 red. And Marco's going to move on. 3 red, 2 thou under. Tristan Craig, 4 thou red, dead 0.
Run this down before I call buyback.
So Nate said I was the president of the club. We have joint leadership now. Mark Barnhart left side, dial 473. Take on Dave Mazier. Mazier, dial 489. Separate on win line. Give it to Mazier. 1 and 1 above 1. He's down 12 total. Barnhart 14 and locked out. Mazier will move on. Chris Whitfield left side, dialed 469, will take on Jose Luis Garcia Cano. Dialed 505. Three thou separate them. Win light goes to Chris, 14, 2 above, gets there a bunch. Jose 17 and 6 over. Jose might have had some issues there. Whitfield will advance. Shane Molinari down 447, take on Greg Christensen. Christensen down 460. They're both red. Greg gets a win and a true start victory. 6 thou red, dead 0 for Greg. Molinari, 18 thou red and 6 thou under. Paul Lorton down 485, take on Jeff Sarah down 469. Jeff is driving Paul's Vega in Pro this weekend. Squaring up here in round 1 of Super Pro. Jeff Sarah, 7th thou red. Lorton is 10 and will advance. James Melton, dial 427, take on Trevor Larson, dial 472. At this time, I will take pro buybacks. Pro buybacks will take you 2 lanes. Pro eliminator buybacks will take you 2 lanes. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 5 and 6. Once again, pro eliminator buybacks. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 5 and 6. Thou separate them when light goes to Larson. 7 dead 8 gets their 10th thou. Melton 18 dead 7 and locked out. Trevor Larson moves on. Also, friendly reminder to all of our racers here this weekend. Speed limit in the pit area is 10 miles per hour. Please, 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 please do not be speeding through the pits. Once again, pit area speed limit is 10 miles per hour. Ana Luca Contreras left side, dial 498. Take on Pat Marbach, dial 513. Dead even up front when light goes to Marbach. 7 and 2 above gets the win. Contreras also 7. Gets their first 30 to be 10 thou under. Pat Marbach will advance. Left side, dial 473. Right side, Dustin Hinches, dialed 484. When I go left side, 1 thou red beats 34 red. Left side will advance. So Jason Padgett get a competition by as his opponent could not make the call. Had 6 and 6 thou under. Jared Learcamp down 475, take on David Meyer down 483. Camp 7 thou red, Meyer 004, 9 thou under. Tyler Meyer up left side, dial 474, take on Alexis Thompson, dialed 460. Alexis gets the win there. 14 and 3 thou under gets the win. Tyler 19 and 6 thou under, no good. Chase Learcamp down at 463. Take on Rick Marcy down 479. Marcy 3 thou red, Learcamp 17 and 21 thou under. Dylan Smith thou 492. Take on Jason Dawson thou 468. Dylan Smith 1 thou red. Dawson is very late.
Yeah.
And dead on. Elliot Franco down 515. We'll take on Neil Upchurch down 533. Upchurch with the advantage, but the win line goes to Franco. 14 dead 3, lays down 17 total. Upchurch 4 take 23. To be a hunt under, had to take 13 or less. Darren O'Connor down 473. Take on Greg Hicks down 487. Win line go to O'Connor, 34 and 2 above. Hicks stopped about 100 foot out for probably the 3rd time this weekend. Look at Jeffrey run. Did he stop? Nope, not worth it. Now we're running the other way. Andy Morris left side. Dial 481. Take on Dave Mazier. Dial 489. One line goes Mazier. 5 and 2 above. Morris. That thing didn't look happy when it left start line. It's up 5 above. Brad Hawk out 479 left side. Mitch Marcy in the right. Down 481. Fourth out, separating wind light goes. Goes to Hawk 19 and 1 above. Gets there 2 thou. Marcy 15 and 1 above. No good. Ryan O'Connor down 456 and Greg Christensen down 460. Christensen perfect and 2 above, gives it back a thou. O'Connor 13 and 1 above will get the win light. Tristan Craig out 515 will take on Jose Luis Garcia Cano out 505. Win light goes to Jose. 000. And 9 thou under gets the win. Craig 50. Follows him through to be 14 thou under. Left side, that's Neil Pressimo. Down 451, can take on Jeff Sarah. Jeffrey down 470. Seventh thou, separate them. Win light Neil. 18, 1 above, gets a win. Sarah 11, take 21 to be a thou under. Neil turns on the win light. And the bye car in round number 1. Christian 13 red, puts it dead on 3, and that wraps up round number 1. Pro buybacks getting ready to roll into the water. Here we go. Pro buybacks. Caitlin Tripp left side, dialed 612, take on Jeffrey Edwards. Edwards dialed 644. Edwards in full control of this one. Winlight Edwards 002, one above 8, lays down 20 total. Trip 056 and one above, no good. Jeffrey Edwards be back in the race. Monty Beagle left side, dialed 592, take on Austin Downing. Downing last night's runner-up, dialed 629. Beagle with the win there, 14 and 6 above, gets there 0008. Downing 066 and 1 above, no good. At this time, I will take Super Pro Door Car Buyback. Super Pro Door Car Buybacks will take you to lanes. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 7 and 8. Super Pro Door Car Buybacks. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 7 and 8. Darren Taylor and Kevin Semina. Darren gets the win. Late and dead on. Kevin, 27, take 53 to be 2 thou under. Last night's winner left side, AJ Crater dialed 847, take on Richard Llewellyn. Llewellyn dialed 671. Win light will go to Crater, late and 4 above. Llewellyn later and 3 over. Chris Vales left side, dialed 642, take on Aaron McMahon. Or McCammond. McCammond, yeah, that. Dialed 639. Win light, give it to Vales, 15 and 8 over. Aaron is late and 5 above. Matt Hawk left side out 740, right side out 821. Win light goes to Hawk, 47 and 23 thou under. Right side 002 takes 69 to be 47 thou under. Carlos Lopez out 772, take on Baron Barlard out 660. Winlight Barler 19 and over a tenth above Lopez, late and 8 over. Deacon Cummins dialed 592, take on Luis Ortiz dialed 634. Cummins is 11th out red, Ortiz 44. 2 above. Paul Coleman left side, dialed 606. Take on Tony Marconi, dialed 602. Winlight Marconi 29. 3 above gets her 8th foul. Coleman missed it. Puts it dead 1, no good. Russ Hines dialed 688. Took on Scott Taylor dialed 682. Taylor 10th foul red, Hines 29 and 13 foul under. We'll move on. John Cassetti left side, dial 571. Take on David Herman. Herman on the motorcycle, dial 641. Winlight, Cassetti 21 and 5 over. Herman 50 and 7 over, no good. Sean Brewster left side, the 37 Fiat, dialed 608. Take on Denal Rife, dialed 702. Rife is 12 foul red, Brewster 57. Dead 3. Jennifer Kidd, dial 537 left side. Take on Miss Sasha Hofer, dialed at 745. Hofer is 1 thou red, Kid 004, and a hunt under. Larry Cannon dialed 615. Take on Luis Valenzuela dialed 554. Larry with the advantage. Win light. Larry 15, 3 above, gets the win. Luis late and 3 thou under. Austin Downing dialed 630. Can take on Nick Engler. Engler dialed 646. Thou separator. Win light, give Downing 20, dead 4, gets there 9 thou. Engler 31, dead 2, could not win. Austin Downing moves on. Caitlin Tripp and Tana Taylor. Tripp dialed 615, Taylor dialed 664 as we're wrapping up our pro buybacks. Tana turns it 2 thou red. Caitlin will move on. 609 off the 615. Mark Johns left side, dialed 769. Take on Rob Strong, dialed 683. Win light strong 11. Take 20 to be 4 above. John's 34 and 4 over, no good. Colin Poist out 674. Take on Sarah Kidd. Sarah out 665. Sarah, we're green. Sarah, that's a win light. 24, take 10 to be 4 above. Poist 51 and 2 above. No good. Sarah Kidd rolling around number 2. Joy Cazzetti on the bye. And now going into Super Pro buybacks. Ryan Wilson left side, down 545. Take on Nathan Bradford. Bradford out 607. Bradford 2th, Red Wilson will move on. 048. 200 under. John McDaniel dial 589, take on Faustino Zaragoza dial 656. Oh, Zaragoza 6 thou red. McDaniel's going to move on with a not great lap. Left side out 621, can take on Caleb Menzel out 630. Menzel 6 thou red. Left side 48, dead 5. Billy McDaniel down 661, can take on Rodney Snyder down 513. One foul separate them. One light Snyder 27, get their 7th foul to be 1 above. McDaniel 26 and 2 above, no good. Hector Hernandez out 606, take on Blue Hayball out 607. At this time, I will take dragster buybacks. Dragster buybacks will take you to lanes. Dragster buybacks will take you to lanes. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 5 and 6. Once again, dragster buybacks will take you to lanes. Dragster buybacks will take you to lanes. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 5 and 6. 21 thou separate them up front. Should be Blue Hayball. It is Blue Hayball. 2 take 9 to be 4 above. Hernandez 23 and 3 above, no good. Eric Daniels left side out 670, right side out 563. Daniels 3 thou red, right side, we'll move on. Late and dead 6. Left side out 627, right side Darren Taylor out 557. Winlight Taylor, 56 and 2 above, gets a win. Rife, 60 and 3 above, no good. Curtis Zinsaletta turns it red. Hank Promoff, 15. 9th thou under, move on. Drake Herman out 699. Jose Luis Garcia out 527. Winlight Herman 43, dead 6. Turns on the Winlight. Jose 23, take 38 to be 12th thou under. Andrew Jaramillo and Don Toya. We have the Winlight too. Toya, 37, take 35 to be 2 above. Andrew, 45 and 5 over. No good. Greg Braun out 550. Take on Tony Pess. Tony Pescaria right side, dialed 615. Tony, 8 and 3 above gets a win. Braun, 51, gets their 3 thou to be 14 thou under. Jeff Safranik left side, out 709. Take on John Tripp, dialed 593. Win light given trip 18, take 20 to be 3 above. Safranic 36 and 3 over, no good. Rodney Ward dialed 654, take on Carlos Lopez dialed 779. Winlight Ward 51 and a lot over as Carlos has problems. Gabriel Hernandez, Bill Kidd. 5 thou separate them up front. Win light. Give it to Hernandez, 25, dead 8, gets there 3 thou. Kidd 20, stops to be 1 above, no good. Hernandez moves on. KJ Desai, I need you back to your car. KJ Desai, I need you back to your car. Lynn Adams, left side, dialed 601. Take on Rob Strong, dialed 682. It's nasty. Double O's a pair. Win light. Give it to Strong. 2, take 2 to be 3 above. Adams 5. And 3 above, no good. Rob Strong moves on. Left side, dialed 676. Rodney Snyder, right side, dialed 513. Double O's a pair again. Win light. Give it to Snyder, 7, dead 5. Lays down 12 total. Left side, 005 and 3 above, no good. Larry Cannon, left side, dialed 615. Ryan Wilson, right side, dialed 543. Wilson in control. 4, take 27 to be 2 above. Cannon missed it and put it dead on. Gabriel Hernandez Jr. dialed 621. Take on Hector Hernandez, dialed 609. Hector's a thou red. Gabriel 004. 13 thou under. Darren O'Connor, dial 473. Take on Greg Hicks, dial 487. $14,000, separate them, win light. Give to O'Connor 18 and 6 above. Hicks still having problems. Now this time, I hand the microphone back over to Nate Hershey, and I'm gonna get ready for round number 2.
The Barnhart left side. 472 dial. Josh Herman on the right side with that 447. Little New Mexico versus Colorado here in our Super Pro buyback round. Again, running on a combined Kid Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering Super Sunday. Trying to race their way back in for 20 grand. Josh Herman was in trouble early as he was 43 thou behind on the starting line. Barnhart going to go 005 dead 3 to be 8 total down that left side of the racetrack. With a 63 thou margin of victory, Josh Herman was 48 on the tree and 2 above. Is no good. Tyler Murrup and KJ Dessa. $13,000 separate him in reaction time. Advantage to Tyler Murrup. Win light goes to KJ. KJ was 20 on the tree and 11 above to be 31 total. Murrup 007 and ends up 3 above to be 11 thou behind at the stripe as Jaden Neva and Tristan Craig going to roll up now. 5:14 is the down for Jaden. 5:17 is the down for Tristan as we are off and away on the green. Tristan gets the advantage on the starting line. 24 green and 2 above to be 44 thou total, taking 16 thou at the stripe. Winning over Jaden, who was 45 green and ends up running 5:15 on a 5:14. But Tristan Craig, 44 total. Jaden was 45 green. Tristan's rolling back in for round number 2 as Anna Contreras and Jeff Serra. Why do I feel like we saw this matchup yesterday? I think we did. But Anna on the left side dialed 497. Jeff Serra on the right side dialed in at 470. Serra, who is also driving Paul Lorton's car this weekend in the pro category. So Jeff Serra getting the advantage on the starting line by 6 thousandths of a second. And it's going to be Anna Contreras taking out Serra here in the first round by 4 thousandths of a second. Anna was 10 on the tree and goes 498 on a 497 to be 19 thou above. Take 4 thou at the stripe to get around Serra here in the buyback round. Serra 29 above after the 004 reaction time. But it's going to be Anna, part of Team Mexico, rolling back in for the $20,000 payout here today. Next pair waiting in the water box, Shane Molinari and Ryan Stifler. Holding up just for a moment as we got a little sweep taking place on the starting line. Just a little bit of a mop job before we get things going again. Have we got the helicopter mic thing going again? Hopefully that fixed it. Hopefully that fixed it. Let's see. So Shane Molinari, coming in out of Battleground, Washington, has got that 447 up on the scoreboard. And I'm just waiting for like a specific little word here, because we got a very special group of folks that are going to be listening in from San Diego in a minute. Ryan Stifler dialed in at 475. So Stifler with that 475 dial. Ryan Stifler going to get the win light. 004 and dead on 9 to take 8 thou at the stripe, getting around Shane Molinari. Molinari was 12 green and dead 9. So that margin of difference in reaction time. Also the margin down at the stripe is coming back from the burnout, Kyoki Desa. Kyoki and KJ both trying to race their way back in for an opportunity at the Kid Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering $20,000 payday. That's going to be going out the door here later tonight. Kyoki's dialed in at 450. Skyler is dialed in at 553 for the racer out of Phoenix, Arizona. So that brand new Miller chassis, Kyoki's got 615 cubic inches. Trying to run his way down to a 450 number. Pre-staged on Kyoki's side of the racetrack. Fully staged for Skyler Cerny. Tree drops and we're away. Greens a pair, 32 thousandths of a second. Separate them in reaction time. Kyoki Desa 005 and 453 on the 450. Kyoki hoping to turn his buyback reinvestment into a short-term gain of $20,000. Skyler was 37 green. Gets their first 11 thousandths of a second and goes 5:52 on the 5:53 is Kurt Riffey. And Victoria Christensen will now be the pair. Riffey with the classic style dragster. The Eddie's built, big block powered. 5:19 up on the scoreboard for the Ricer and a Tucson, and Victoria Christensen rolling all the way in out of Strasburg, Colorado with that 470 dial. Over on the right side, 470. Going to be giving up the head start to Kurt's 5:19. Pre-staged for Kurt. Victoria rolls in, lights up that second set of bulbs, and away we go. 45 thousandths was the difference in reaction time, and Victoria is going to put it dead on 7. 45 green for Victoria. Take 36 thousandths of a second at the stripe to get the win light. Kurt Riffey was double that in reaction time, 90 on the tree, and Victoria going to end up 52 thou total, locking out Kurt with that 090 reaction time. I'll bring up Amber Escobedo and Savannah Kidd. Amber on the left side. Savannah on the right. Savannah in the white dragster will get the head start in this pair with a 5.13 second dial. Once again, we are in Super Pro buybacks. They're trying to earn their way back in on a Kid Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering Super Sunday. It's super. 7 thousandths the difference in reaction time. Savannah trying to hold on at the stripe and cannot. Savannah Kidd was 005 but ends up 600ths of a second above the dial to go 5:19 on a 5:13 and come up 51 thousandths of a second short. Amber Escobedo was 12 green and goes 4:99 down the racetrack to light up that left lane scoreboard as Rick Marcy and J.R. Learcamp are coming up next. J.R. dialed in at 474 out of Olympia, Washington. Rick Marcy. He and Mitch out here racing this weekend. Rick dialed in at 481. So as our next pair pull up to the starting line, JR with that 474, Rick with a 481. JR is in and set. Rick goes into the beams and down they go. Red light start for JR Learcamp. Rick is 008 and will run 480 on a 481. Hey, while we get our next pair backing up, I told you guys earlier that it is like tournament weekend down there in San Diego. The Vegas Golden Chariots have made their way down there to compete in 4 games, and I want to send a very special shout out to that entire team. I wish I could be there with you guys. I wish I could be hanging out with you, but I know you guys are doing great, and I want to wish you the best of luck in your final game of the weekend. So go Chariots, go get them and score some goals, come home with a nice win. Congratulations, kids. I hope you have a great time down there, and I wish I was with you. I really do. So as Shane Thompson and Greg Christensen roll up next. Christensen with a 461 dial. Shane dialed in at 300ths of a second slower than that with a 464. The racer out of Henderson, Nevada. As we've got a couple of green light starts. Shane is 28 on the tree, has the advantage, and goes 2 above the dial. 466 on a 464 at 143 miles an hour. Greg Christensen was 64 green and 1 above, but comes up 29 thousandths of a second short at the finish line. Mitch Lippin now and Tim O'More. Tim O left side dialed 503. Mitch right side dialed 550. Lippin out of Arizona, the winged dragster with that 550 dial. Tim O going to be doing the chasing with 503 and doesn't have to wait long. Mitch Lippin turns it red by 12 thousandths of a second, ends up 3 above the dial. Tim O was 26 green and 5 thou under with that win light illuminated in the left lane already. So Tina Arend and Nick Downing. Nick on the right side, 480 is the dial. Tina Arend is dialed in at 600ths of a second quicker than that with a 474 for the Mullis built car coming in out of Colorado. as very carefully we get them staged up and set. Tina's going to be the first one to find the pre-stage bulbs as Nick Downey begins to roll forward in that Mopar-powered dragster out of the right lane. Again, with us getting closer and closer to wrapping things up in our buyback round. I want to give our pro cars a little heads up. We are going to put you on standby. Don't need you yet, but pro round number 2, we're going to put you on standby. We'll be calling you in here in just a little bit. Win light of that pair is going to belong to Tina Arend. Nick was 006 coming off the line. Tina was 032. So Nick was in control, but ends up running 3 above the dial to fall short to Tina's lap in that go-round as we bring out our next couple of cars, and that is Jim Calloway and Jeremy Soares. Calloway on the left side, 5.10 second dial for the Artesia New Mexico runner, and Jeremy Soares, 584 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. Four thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. And a win light will belong to Calloway. He's 19 thou above the dial after the 0.25 reaction time. Jeremy Soares was 21 green and ends up 65 thou above the dial. To bow out in this matchup is Judd Shoup and Alonso Sanchez. Judd left side, 475. Alonso in the right side, dialed in at 487. And as we are starting to make our way through the day, pushing the noon hour here at Tucson Dragway, I want to remind everybody that's out there that the concession stand is open. Coffee to cones is open. If you need yourself a nice little warm cup of coffee, that breeze still blowing a little bit strong now from what was almost a tailwind. Based on what we are seeing, the flag now blowing directly across the racetrack. 3, 4, 7, 8, please. Pro, second round. Judd Alonso separated by 1,000th of a second. Win light's going to belong to Sanchez by 1,000th of a second. How about Judd Shoup, 24 dead 5, Alonso Sanchez 23 dead 5. 16 10,000ths, the true margin of victory down at the finish line. Alonso Sanchez is going to get the win light, and pro, we put you on standby just a moment ago. It's time. Pro round number 2. Pro round number 2. Come on down. Double entries to lanes 3 and 4. Double entries to lanes 3 and 4. Single entry pro to lanes 7 and 8, please. Single entry pro to lanes 7 and 8, please, for round number 2. Double entries to lanes 3 and 4. So pro bracket, your invitation for round number 2 has been extended. Let's get our double entered cars to 3 and 4, single entered cars to 7 and 8. Come on down. Leroy Duran and Alexis Thompson. Alexis right side, Leroy left side. Alexis, who went down to 3 cars left last night. Will bow out here in this entry by way of the 007 reaction time and then be dead on 7. 007 red, dead 7 for Alexis Thompson. Leroy Duran, 21 green. And then ends up going 505 on the 506. Was just 1 thou under. So Thompson dead 7 after being red by 7,000ths of a second. That'll bring up Ryan O'Connor and Neil Upchurch. O'Connor left side, 456 is the dial. Upchurch right side, dialed 533. 12 thou separate him. Win light goes to Ryan O'Connor. 27 and dead 5. To be 32 thou total, Neil Upchurch was 39 green and runs 532 on a 533. Take nothing. I mean nothing down at the finish line. Got there first by 6/10,000ths of a second. Breaks out by 7 thou. But with Brian O'Connor, 27 dead 5, he's 32 total. Locks out Neil Upchurch, who was 39 up front. And that'll bring up Jansen, Melton, and Sasha Cerny. Sasha, 505 dial. Jansen, Melton, taking a look at it, they get a couple of things squared away. 509. The dial for Sasha over on the right side. Jansen's 427. Again, talking about some of the quicker cars on property. That Molinari car that Jansen is driving, not the quickest. We saw our quickest car win Super Pro last night with a 414. Jansen's got the pre-stage bulbs on. Sasha's got the pre-stage bulbs on. $46 thou separate them. Advantage to Jansen, win light to Jansen. Melton's 003 and 432 on the 427 to be 5 above. Sasha Cerny was 49 green and in trouble. Ends up running 514 on the 509. But Jansen gets the win light, moves on to round number 2 as he's earned his way back into the field. Jose Luis Garcia Cano and Chris Whitfield. Whitfield at a Highlands Ranch, Colorado. That's a 469 dial showing up on the left side scoreboard. Jose's got a 503 dial. As we're in and set one more time. 21 thou the difference in reaction time. Another 003 reaction time going up on the scoreboard. This time it belonged to Whitfield. 470 on a 469. Whitfield takes 17 thou at the stripe, is 15 thou above to be 18 total. Jose was 24 on the tree and ends up getting locked out again. I'll tell you what, Josh Herman got it around for his second entry real quick. Like real quick. Josh, 450. Was just up here moments ago and basically like came right back in. Sammy Franco. The car is for sale. It's dialed at 569. Advantage this time to Herman. 25 green, you can hear the throttle work happening down before the finish line. 452 on a 450 for Josh Herman. 25 green and 26 thou above the dial. Gets him there first by 12 thousandths of a second. To be 51 total, Sammy Franco was 64 green and had no opportunity to win that matchup as Elliot Franco Sr. and Tristan Craig will be next. Once again, pro bracket for round number 2. Pro bracket for round number 2. We have called you into the staging lanes. Again, double entries to lanes 3 and 4. Single entries to lanes 7 and 8 for pro bracket round number 2. So Tristan is 515, Elliot is 515. Tristan coming around real quick as well. He was just down the racetrack. Elliot's 006 red, Tristan 005 green, and 514.3 on the 515. Elliott, after being 006 red, is 13th thou above, but Tristan picks up the win light and will be back for his shot. At $20,000 is Don Toya and Jeff Serra. 800's the difference in the dial. Toya dialed 479, Jeff Serra dialed 471, and Jeff trying to stay alive for 20 grand. Was up here moments ago taking on Anna Contreras. Contreras ended up turning on the win light. Now Jeff has got another tough draw here in Don Toya, the hot rod shop owner from here in Tucson. 479. Toya's leaving first by just 800ths of a second. And then Jeff Serra, who I found out last night is a fourth generation racer. Fourth generation racer. Told me his daughters are now a fifth generation of racers. That is just so cool. We talk about racing being a family thing, man. 4 generations. He says his great-grandfather actually started racing on the beaches in Florida. That's awesome. So we got Tana Taylor up here. We'd like to invite, love to invite, Monty Beagle to come up and join us before we get into round number 2. I'm sure he's floating around down there somewhere. So Monty, come on up and see us. Jeff Serra stays in. 472 on a 471. He was 23 green. Take 36 thou at the stripe to get the win light. Don Toya 51 green and ends up 2 above the dial, 481 on a 475. So Monty Beagle, come on up here, join us in the tower as we get ready to kick things off in round number 2 of Pro. I should have our Pro cars back in the lanes. Again, double entered cars to lanes 3 and 4, single entered cars to lanes 7 and 8. Tyler Murrup, Mitch Marcy. Utah versus New Mexico. Tyler is dialed 477. Mitch is dialed 0.05 of a second slower than that with a 482. So right side gets the head start. Left side will do the chasing. So down to our final pair. Super Pro buyback, and Tyler's going to drop it red by 0.05 of a second to go 475 on a 477. Mitch Marcy, 30 green and 484 on a 482. Ends up 23 thou above to be 53 total. So our buyback rounds are completed. Chad. That is the end of buybacks. Next up on the racetrack is going to be Pro round number 2. We're going to take a quick little look, quick little touch up down there. We should have all of our Pro cars back into the staging lanes for round number 2 by now. Again, doubles in 3 and 4, single entered cars in 7 and 8, please. All right, so race fans, as we said, we've been through first round, we've been through buybacks. It is a Kid Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering combined Sunday. Had a little weather earlier in the weekend. that had us double up today. Our Super Pro drivers are running for $20,000. Our Pro drivers are running for $10,000, and we happen to have two of our Pro drivers up here who are going to help us out with our opening ceremony. We always want to make sure that we start off the day with an invocation and with a national anthem before we get into some serious racing. I know that several folks may have already loaded up and headed their different directions, but before we get into our invocation, just real quick while it's quiet, racers, for every single one of you that are here on property, if you have come in to drive, if you've come in to crew, if you've come in just to hang out with your family, with your friends, we appreciate each and every one of you for choosing to spend your weekend down here with us in Tucson at the 10th year anniversary of the West Coast Bracket Races, the Southwest Showdown, where pretty much it kind of started it all. I can tell you on behalf of Chris Forsyth and his family how deep their appreciation is for the support that each and every one of you have shown for these races over the years. It has grown consistently. You always show up, and he appreciates it more than you know. I'm sure a little bit later on in the day we'll get him up here to talk a little bit about that. He's kind of making sure that everything's running as he always does. And the great thing about it is, as he puts these programs together, the question that he always asks himself is, will the racers like it? And as long as the racers are going to like it, it's good for him. So racers, again, thank you, thank you, thank you. We can't say it enough for the support that you've shown for the West Coast Bracket Races throughout the years, whether it's here, whether it was in Fontana, whether it's in Bakersfield. You guys are awesome. Also, on behalf of all of the racers and all of the crew at West Coast Bracket Races, we want to send a very special shout out to the Tucson Dragway crew. Each and every year that we show up here, you guys give us a fantastic place to race. You run a fantastic program. And this weekend had its challenges. You rose above those challenges. You went above and beyond as you always do. And thank you to each and every one of you that work here at Tucson Dragway for making this a great place to race. We're going to get into it. We're going to start with our invocation. Once again, Monty Beagle has joined us up here in the tower. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please remove your caps for today's invocation from Monty Beagle.
Thank you, Nate. It's such an honor just to be asked to just invite our Creator into this event and to watch out for us. So, Father God, on this final day of racing, we just want to thank you for the privilege and the safety we've enjoyed thus far. Thank you for those who have provided and served us, fellow racers, this weekend. And we ask, Father, for a safe passage for all our racers, their families, and all involved back to their homes as they travel today. And please protect the crews, the fans, the track personnel, as well as the racers and their families. God, again, we just thank you for our country, our freedoms, our families. And we just ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Man, thank you very much, Monty. So for the past couple of years, we've invited Tana Taylor up here to provide our national anthem. Well, I found out today, and she's asked me to give a very special shout out to her husband, Darren. They are celebrating their anniversary today, 13 years. Congratulations to the both of you. That is fantastic. Hopefully it turns into an even better day, and maybe you'll get to celebrate in the winner's circle with your anniversary. That would be awesome. But as we do get underway again, racers, we ask that as we listen to our national anthem, that you remember the men and women of our armed forces, both past and present, who have defended our freedoms and have given us the right to be here racing. It is superb that we get to be here with our racing family, and it's awesome that we get to live in this fantastic country. We welcome those of you from Canada, those of you from Mexico that have come up to hang out with us. It is truly an international affair, and to get things underway, please rise and remove your caps if you haven't done so yet. Miss Tana Taylor provides our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets would glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you so much, Tana. That was beautiful as always. We certainly appreciate that. Good luck to you. Good luck to all of our racers that are still in competition. Again, it is a Kid Performance and Dyno Moser Engineering combined Super Sunday. $20,000 on the line in Super Pro. We've got 10 grand on the line in Pro, and we have got round number 2 of Pro lining up back in the staging lanes. We're going to give our racers just a moment to get into the cars, get strapped in, but it is going to be awesome. Again, we thanked all of our racers, families, crews that have come in here to enjoy the weekend with us. We definitely thanked our Tucson Dragway crew. I want to thank everybody that has been watching online as part of our Holly and Bank Shift live feed. Appreciate that. Holly and Optima Batteries bringing you that live feed. We certainly are glad that everybody's joining us in the chat bleachers. We're going to have a lot of fun today. It's a little bit breezy, but it's definitely a beautiful day. So racers, thank you so much. Race fans, thank you so much. We are going to be back at it momentarily with round number 2, racing for $10,000 on a Kid Performance and Dyno Moser Engineering Super Sunday here at Tucson Dragway. Oh my goodness. While we wait for the drivers to get shit, did I just get delivered a bacon-wrapped burrito? Are these bacon-wrapped burritos for lunch today? Ho, ho, ho. You might have to listen to some announcing that's like, you know, what I shouldn't do, and that's talk with my mouth full. Oh. Dude, we had the tacos yesterday. Those were really good. Today, that seems like an appropriate trophy for Sunday. The bacon wrap burrito for lunch. Those are available, by the way, back at the concession stand. Now, with it being a little chilly out there, here's the other thing. I just kind of put my hands around the tin foil that's holding the burrito together. This would be the perfect hand warmer to accompany you in the grandstands. You could get, a nice little coffee from Coffee to Cones. You could get a bacon-wrapped burrito from the concession stand. And you could settle in to the grandstands to watch Pro round number 2 fight it out for their chance at $10,000. That's right, Stephen Umberger. There's not a lot of things that people would have to be jealous about in the announcer life, but the fact that you get to get some pretty good food every once in a while, that is one thing. That is definitely one thing. So it is going to be good. I do hear the cars coming to life back there, round number 2. Again, with us being through round number 1 and through the buyback round, and with it being the final day, as I've said before and I'll say it again, and I'm so sad that, wasn't it like late last year we lost Carl Weathers, who played Apollo Creed? And what was it in Rocky 3 where he pulls Sylvester Stallone aside and With it being the final day of the race, his words ring true. There is no tomorrow. Today is your chance. Today is your day. But I still think one of the best monologues of the Rocky movies ever was in Rocky Balboa. Was that the one where his kid was like giving him a hard time and he pulls him aside and says, it doesn't matter how hard you can hit. It matters how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. That is just a great monologue from that movie. I have to play that to myself every day that I'm getting ready to go to work.
Burgess Meredith had a bunch of one-liners in
Dude, Burgess Meredith had great lines. Great lines. They was setups, Rock. Oh. Now I got to go have a Rocky movie marathon. They was setups. Oh. So we're going to start things off with the gentleman who provided our invocation, just like we did yesterday. Monty Beagle, coming all the way down out of Alberta, Canada, and Jeff Edwards. Wasn't this our first pair in round number 1, too? I think these two...
pretty good at being first up.
Monty is really good at being first up. Jeff is really good at being first up. And if I'm remembering right, and it was the first pair in round number 1, Jeff is going, that didn't happen. Just erase that from the memory banks. Monty Beagle's like, no, I'll take the exact same outcome if we're willing to do that. Jeff is not. What's up, Steve? Mr. Umberger listening in from the Colorado area. We got a lot of folks rolling up here into the chat bleachers. Oh yeah, it's not going down the way that it did the first time. Might end up with the same result, but it's not going down that way. Nope, it is not. Jeff Edwards had enough. 002 on the tree, 11th thou above to be 13 total. Take 22 thou at the stripe to get the win light. Edwards picks up the win light this time. Monty Beagle was 24 green and 11 thou above. 22 thou the difference in reaction time. 22 thou the difference at the finish line. This time it's Jeff Edwards lighting up the scoreboard. It's Jeremy Plyer and Darren Taylor. Again, happy anniversary, Mr. Darren Taylor. Married to Miss Tana Taylor for 13 years today. Oh, 78 red light is not a happy anniversary. Jeremy Plyler's trying to make it like a happy birthday weekend. I sure hope we get to see it, the Fling Steven. He was 008, 4 above, 596 on a 592. So 008 for Jeremy Plyler, getting him a win light after Darren Taylor went red by 78 thousandths of a second. He was in a hurry to celebrate the anniversary. Now Tana's going to keep him racing here all day. We'll see if that happens. Daniel Schweitzer, the F-150 Putt Cup truck, going up against yesterday's pro winner, A.J. Crater, in the Parasitic Psycho. Win light will belong to A.J. 851 on an 848. I don't know how many total laps A.J. has made down the racetrack because he was double entered. Kept turning on the scoreboards yesterday, stayed doubled for quite some time. But I can tell you, I think the number of rounds that AJ has not won, I think it's like a grand total of 3 or 4. Like the number of times he's brought his car, it's crazy. I know it's like one loss and you're out type thing, but I'm just saying, his percentage this weekend is strong. My beef is strong. Yeah, I get it, Stephen. I think a lot of us get that. The economics currently make it difficult to travel. Jeff Safranik and Dennis Paz. Paz in the El Camino, dial 694. Jeff, dial 711. Red light start for the Colt of Arms 65 Mustang. 26 red, no good. Dennis Paz is 30 green and on a 694 dial. We'll go 691 to be 29 thou under. Getting the win light is John Cazzetti and Caleb Menzel. Caleb, one of the Canadian racers that has popped in here this weekend, coming down out of Edmonton at 500 cubic inch. 68 Dart. 630 is the dial over on the right side. John Cazzetti and the Land Shark dragster. Gotta say it every time, you know it. Candy Graham. Calum with a wheels up charge and has the advantage on the starting line over the shorty dragster. Win line will go to Menziel. 6:32 on a 6:30. Calum was 51 green. John Cazzetti was doing his best to run him down. He ends up 10 thou under, and it comes down to a true margin at the stripe of 3/10,000ths of a second. Win light to the dart. John Cazzetti comes up 3/10 thou short. I mean, Calum had him locked out. Calum had him covered, but still, 3/10 thou. Tony Marconi and Joe Kidd in the pickup truck. Marconi in the Plymouth Arrow, 6:04. The dial over on the right side. Joe Kidd dialed in at 6:33, and 50,000ths of a second is the difference. One was 00, one was not. 004 and 6:06 on a 6:04 for Tony Marconi. Marconi takes 71 thou at the stripe to be 26 thou over after the 004 light. Joe Kidd was 054 and then goes 6:37 on a 6:33. So 4 above after the 054 light. The math adds up to the advantage of Tony Marconi. 004 and 26 thou above to be 30 total. Joe Cox, Carlos Ortiz. Ortiz, the Black Nova, dialed 661. Joe Cox, the little primered Plymouth. I don't know if it's primer, but it's kind of a neat color. 709 for Joe Cox, 661 for Carlos Ortiz. Winner is going to be Ortiz. 16 green, 2 above, 663 on the 661 for the 383 cubic inch powered Nova. Joe Cox was 47 green and ends up locked out as he runs 710 on a 709 dial. We'll bring up Volvo, Denny, and Cazzetti, Joy. Joy in the Joyride Vega. Ended up getting that buy run, I believe, at the end of Pro Buyback. They showed up dialed in at 595 to go up against Volvo. Volvo is red, 23,000ths of a second. Joy Cazzetti, 55 green and 598 on a 595. She's going to get the nod. Will be back. Volvo's 23 red light eliminates the 72 Chevelle as he goes 614 on a 620. Down to the far end of the racetrack is Chris Vels and Sasha Hofer will be up next. Chris Vels, Sasha Hofer. Sasha dialed 745, gets the win light. 009, 19 thou above to be 28 total, taking 16 thou at the stripe. She gets the win light. Chris Vels was 21 green and runs 23 thou above the dial to be 43 total. Vels, who was like deep into the rounds yesterday in 2, loses 1 here as Curtis Inzalita and Jeff Ford. Jeff Ford in the Dodge. 782 the dial on the right side. Curtis Inzalita, 593. Natalie, we did get that figured out. Hopefully, we get to say that name a lot. Right now, it's looking okay. Advantage on the starting line to Ford. Win light goes to Jeff Ford by 0.08 of a second. Curtis was 41 green and 25 thou above to be 66 total. Jeff Ford at 32 green and 26 thou above to get the win light by 0.08 of a second. So the green Mopar will be back. Jeff Ford will return in round number 3 as Jeff Rates and Russ Hines. Jeff on the right side, dialed in at 686. Russ on the left side, dialed in at 688. 200 split in the dial. And a red light start for Russ. By 0.18 of a second, Russ Hines falls to the wayside. goes 689 on a 688. Jeff was 56 green and ends up 8 thou under the dial at the finish line. As that'll bring up Luis Ortiz and Larry Cannon. Luis, 635 dial. Cannon dialed in quicker with a 616. Come on. Larry's in and set. Luis is just bumping the Valiant in. Advantage at this end of the racetrack by 9 thousandths of a second. Going to go to Larry Cannon. He's going to be 27 dead 4. Take 21 thou down at the finish line. To get the win light. Luis is 636 on a 635, was 36 green. To be 21 thou short at the finish line. So we got a lot of like Luis matchup. A lot of Luis matchup. Jose Luis Garcia out of Sonora, Mexico in the Charger. Luis Valenzuela out of Tucson, Arizona in the Camaro. Oh, what happened to the Charger? It went into limp mode. No! He was 10 on the tree and the Charger goes into limp mode. No! That's my best Darth Vader impression. No! Luis, 82 on the tree, 558 on a 554. And that Charger, I mean, today that thing has been like trip zip. I want to say he was like 11 today. Now he's 10, and the limp mode ruined it. Oh my goodness. Thank you for permission to eat my burrito now. NHRA was not happy when the demons came out. Yeah. I don't know if it was the, four-door version that they were all that concerned about. It was probably, the Demon Challenger. But, oh my goodness. Well, wait, he's in 2. He won in both. So we'll get to see him come back if they can figure out. I'm sure they know how to get it out of limp mode. I would not know, but I'm sure they know. That is one of those, certainly for Team Mexico, that no es bueno. Oh, man. C.W. Hofer and Chris Citro. This is a little bit of a matchup that I'm sure these two have seen from time to time. CW 742, the dial for the Firebird on the right side. Chris Citro in that Mustang. Dialed in at 657 on the left side. CW's in and set. Citro bumps it into position. Advantage at this end of the racetrack goes to the Mustang. Win light goes to the Firebird by 8 thousandths of a second. C.W. Hofer was 52 green. Chris Citro was 49 green. It was a 3 thou split. In reaction time, C.W. 743 to be 18 thou above. Chris Citro 659 to be 29 thou above. Win light belongs to C.W. Hofer as Sean Brewster and Ryan Gleghorn. Gleghorn, who survived round number 1 in both entries. Now going to be rolling up against the Fiat out of Suarita, Arizona. Brewster, 609 is the dial. Gleghorn's going to be getting about a 2-second head start with the 808 dial. So Gleghorn out of Texas, running in Tucson, puts the 808 on the car to rep Hawaii. Advantage to Ryan Gleghorn by 35 thousandths of a second. Gleggy, 30 and 2 above. 810 on that 808. Ends up 57 total. Sean Brewster was 65 green and had no chance at turning on the scoreboard. So Gleggy stays in 1. He'll be back around momentarily to take his second entry down the racetrack as Matt Hawk and Henry Roberson. Told you earlier, got the license plate up in the window that says stickers, and with the country music references, Quickers get stickers. He's not nothing but paint, and he is covered in stickers. Matt Hawk, he's got like a couple of stickers. Red light start for Roberson by 12 thousandths of a second. On a 740 dial is going to go 731. Matt Hawk, 48 green. And the Maverick moving into round number 3. As he goes 741 on the 738, so 48 green and 3 above for Matt Hawk. Henry Roberson was 12 red and way under. Like way under. 731 on the 740. There's now Jennifer Kidd and James Gonzalez. I understand that Thursday night, after they had some issues with the weather here and kind of wrapped up shop, that Ryan Gleghorn put together kind of a practice tree race. This guy James rolled in there and like cleaned house. Was able to win the practice tree race. I will not go into the details of how much money was on the line because that's just kind of not what we do here. At least not for that, but he was your winner of the practice tree race on Thursday night. Looking to try and get it done against Jennifer Kidd and the dragster here this morning. Jennifer on a 536 dial will get the win light as she is dead on 6. James was 14 green. So had the better reaction time, but ends up running 4 above the dial, 657 on a 653 to come up 14 thou short. Down at the finish line, Jennifer Kidd, 35 green, dead on 6. To be 41 thou total is Caitlin Tripp and Tana Taylor. So let's find out. Darren Taylor unfortunately bowed out a little bit earlier. Tana, the other half of that couple, celebrating their 13-year anniversary, going up against Miss Caitlin Tripp, that quick trip, 1965 Satellite. That is a cool race car. I mean, both the quick trip cars are cool. But Caitlin's car is dialed in at 611. Tana's dialed in at 664. .17 thousandths of a second separate them in reaction time. Win light to Tana. 002 and 1 above. Tana Taylor gets the win light by 10 thousandths of a second. She runs 665 on a 664 after the 002 reaction time. Caitlin was right there with her. 19 on the tree and 1 above to come up just 10 thousandths of a second short down at the stripe. I'll bring up Eric Daniels and Tyler Sally. Tyler right side. 72 dart out of Arizona, dialed 739. Going to get the head start in this matchup over Eric Daniels. 1976 Chevy Nova. 387 small block Chevrolet. Sitting under the hood of Eric Daniels' car. Dialed in at 675. So Tyler and Eric both trying to find their way into the pre-stage bulbs. I'm telling y'all, this bacon wrap burrito is tempting. Oh, they even brought up like a little bit of the salsa to go on. Oh. 2 thou separate them in reaction time. Tyler Sally was 44 green and 1 above, no good. Eric Daniels was 42 green and 1 above to turn on the win light by 6.5 thousandths of a second. 42 takes 66 10,000ths to be 676 on the 675 and get the win light. Tyler Sally was 44 green and goes 740 on a 739 dial to come up just 6 thou short. Chris Fuller and Vic Sandoval. Sandoval in the Chevelle. Fuller in the Camaro. Green Bay, Wisconsin. That is a long way to drive. Maybe not as far as, I don't know, High River, Alberta, or some of the other ones that have spent like 30 hours driving to get here, but it's a long way. Advantage to Chris Fuller. Win light to Chris Fuller. 21 green and 26 thou above the dial. Ends up 47 total. Vic Sandoval was 60 green and then runs 599 on a 602 dial. So Sandoval was in the hole from the start, could not climb back out of it. He ended up getting to the stripe first by 13 thou, but that wasn't going to make a difference either way, as Kyle Fritz and Baron Barler going to be our next two. Baron over to right side. 662 is the dial. Kyle on the left side. 673 is the dial. So the Pontiac out of Cottonwood taking on the Chevelle out of Peoria. Tree drops, Kyle's green, Barron's green. $38 was the difference in reaction time. Win light goes to Fritz. 27 green and 676 on a 673. Ends up 3 above and ahead by 28 thousandths at the finish line. That Baron Barler was 85 and dead 5 to be 90 total. No good. So as our next two roll out of the water box and up to the starting line, your attention please, Super Pro Door Car, Super Pro Door Car. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes for round number 2, Super Pro Door Car. Need you into the staging lanes. We'll take our double-entered Super Pro Door Cars to lanes 3 and 4. Single-entered Super Pro Door Cars to lanes 5 and 6, please. Winner's going to be strong. 22 on the tree to Tim O'Moore's 048. O'Moore ends up running 6:15 on a 6:13 and ends up 10 thousandths of a second behind at the stripe. Strong at 22 and 5 above. A 6:89 on a 6:84 to get the win light. That'll bring up Dale Schweitzer and Austin Downing. Downing raced his way into the finals last night with the dragster here in the pro category. 6:32 the dial for the racer out of Tempe. For Dale Schweitzer, 6:48. Away goes Dale. Here comes Austin. 52 thou separate him in reaction time. Win light is going to be Dale Schweitzer on a double break out. Dale on a 6:48 dial is 19 thou under. Be 6:46 on the 6:48, taking the stripe by 43 thousandths of a second. Austin Downing is 28 thou under. Running 6:29 on the 6:32 dial is Scott Taylor and Monty Beagle. As we were talking about Taylor, dialed 683. Beagle's dialed 598. Monty, first pair down the racetrack, is down to 1 entry for $20,000. $50 thousandths of a second separate the two in reaction time. Monty Beagle says, I will not go quietly into that silent night. Or whatever it is. I will not go quietly into the night. I can't remember the... Again, thinking about like Independence Day. When he's up there giving his little speech. 598 on a 598. 14 dead 6 is 20 total. Scott Taylor is 64 dead 4. So dead on 4 will not compensate for an 064 reaction time, with Monty going 20 total is A.J. Crater and Tim Arnswald. AJ's dialed 847, Tim's dialed 747. 1 second was the head start to the Mustang. Oh, look at last night's pro winner. 73 on the tree and dead on 1 to be 74 total. Arnswald, who in the newly minted Blind Squirrel Racing team was 67 green and 2 above. 749 on a 747. By 13 thousandths of a second, AJ advances to round number 3 as Dennis Paz and Sarah Kidd are going to be next up. Sarah's dialed 666. I love that dial. I know some people are like, you can't dial that. Oh my gosh, it's scary. No, it's not. It's awesome. 695 for Dennis in the El Camino. In, set, ready, go. 8 thou separate them in reaction time. Ho ho! Look at here. Look at here. Dennis Paz was 53 on the tree, dead on 8. All right. Sarah Kidd was 45 on the tree, dead 0. 666. Feel the power of the 666 dial. So Sarah gets herself a win light, moves into round number 3. Dennis Paz falls by the wayside here in round number 2, as we'll bring out Chris Vels' second entry and Jeff Serra driving Paul Lorton's Vega. Serra dialed 652. Vels dialed 643. Running for 10 grand here today. I mean, why would you not find yourself a little pro-style ride and get after it? Chris Vels goes red by 19 thousandths of a second. Jeff Serra, 18 green and runs 643 on what was a 652 dial. Vels ends up 644 on a 643. He's one above but was 9 thou red. Jeff Serra is your winner, as we'll bring up Darren Taylor and Jeff Ford. Jeff on the right side. Darren Taylor on the left side. Taylor trying to keep hope alive. Going up against Ford. Ford's already 1-1. Trying to win in 2. So far, whoa, Darren Taylor making a little bit of a move towards the center line. Had to yank it back in, goes 561 on a 569, but Ford will win in 2. 783 on a 781. Ford 51 green and 2 above the dial to take 29 thou at the stripe. FTW for the win. As now Luis Ortiz rolls up. Dialed in at 637. And Mr. Volvo rolls up in that 72 Chevelle, dialed in at 625. Volvo and the folk taking a little bit of time to wave at the camera so that everybody on that Facebook live feed would be able to see him. Luis, the 68 Plymouth, trying to hold on. Based out of Tucson, Arizona. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Volvo going to be the first one to find the starting line as he lights that second yellow bulbs atop the Christmas tree. Here at the Dragway. Advantage at this end of the racetrack, big time. Going to Luis Ortiz, gets a 1/8 hundredths of a second put in his pocket and runs 639 on a 637. Volvo goes 629 on the 625, and oh, look at this matchup. C.W. Hofer and Ryan Gleghorn. I'm loving this. Gleghorn coming in out of New Braunfels, Texas. CW coming in out of California. Ryan sticking with the 808 dial. CW going 741. Gleggy's staged and set. CW staged and set. Down we go. 35 thou the split in reaction time, and CW is going to get the job done. 32 green and 744 on a 741, taking 89 thou at the stripe. Ryan Gleghorn was 67 green, and then goes 817 on the 808. CW picking up the win in that. Gleggy will be relegated to just one entry left, as Russ Hines and Henry Roberson will be the next 2. Hines in that silver Firebird out of Albuquerque. A little LS1 motor, dialed in at 688. Henry Robertson, that 302 small block Ford, dialed in at 735. Away we go. Henry, some made him mad. Some made him mad. He just went nasty on Russ Hines. Henry, 006, backs into him to be 741 on that 735 dial. Russ Hines gave him plenty of room with an 095 reaction time, and then runs 2 above his dial, 690 on the 688. We'll bring up our final car in Super Pro door car. Which I'm kind of interested here, in Pro round number 2. Super Pro door cars making their way back into the staging lanes. Again, double entries are in 3 and 4. Single entries are in 5 and 6. But Chuck Hawk Jr., big-time player here in Tucson, racing a home race. 690 is the dial, and on a practice lap, cuts it loose early, 7 thousandths of a second. Will run 694 at 97 miles an hour. So we're going to do a quick little touch-up on the racetrack as we bring Pro round number 2 to a close. Chad, subliminal message. Super Pro's next. Super Pro door car is next. We're going to get things changed out there, but we are going to switch. Uh-oh, helicopter. reason, if I turn off the mic and give it a gentle tap on the counter, it like fixes. I don't know, maybe there's a little short in the mic. But we get that corrected, so we're good. We're good. So we should have Super Pro Door Car getting back there ready to go for round number 2. Again, it is a kid performance and dyno combined with Moser Engineering Super Sunday. All of the payouts have been doubled. All of the round money has been doubled. We are talking about 20 grand to win in Super Pro, 5 grand to runner up, 2,400 in the semis, and then like 1,600 in the quarters. Pro is 10 grand to win, 2 grand to runner up, 1,200 in the semis, and 800 in the quarters. So all of that has been doubled up as we make our way through here. And as I do watch what's happening on the live feed, I mean, it's totally awesome for everybody that's in the chat bleachers. That is one of the things that you look at. I've had a chance to get back to like some of the tracks back east, surrounded by trees. It's beautiful. It's green. That's where we're all at, because we don't get that in the desert. But here, everybody comments, and in Vegas, about how beautiful it is to be able to look down the racetrack and see those glorious mountains. I agree. I agree. The mountains are beautiful. And they make for a gorgeous backdrop. When you hit the sun, you get the sun hitting them just right. It looks like something that Bob Ross painted. Looks better than something that Bob Ross painted. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So Super Pro Door Car getting ready to roll up for round number 2. Super Pro Dragster, we're going to go ahead and put you on standby. Super Pro Dragster, you are on standby. Okay. You got the Stephen Hawking voice still going on? So the helicopter thing didn't fix on the live feed? I'm relying on you, chat bleachers, to tell me if it happens. Because we can't hear it over the PA here. It's something that I'm guessing happens over the FM feed. But you got to help me if it happens. Make some noise. Are we back yet? I don't know. I could do that whole thing and just like press the microphone up to my throat.
I can't understand what you're saying.
All right, that was inappropriate, but kind of funny. First player, we're going to have Fleener rolling in the Nova on the right side. 556 is the dial. And Gabe Hernandez. Hernandez was 009 and 1 above to get around Fleener, who was 54 green. So starting things off in Super Pro Door Car round number 2. Gabe Hernandez, 009, 646 on a 645 after the 099 margin of victory. As our next two out of the water box, it's going to be Tim Wirtz and Brian Thomas. Thomas in the Roadster on the left side out of Tucson. Tim Wirtz in the Roadster on the right side. 524, the dial for the Roadster of Tim Wirtz. 628, the dial for the Roadster of Brian Thomas. Red light start for Thomas by 31 thousandths of a second. Tim Wirtz, 17 green. And then goes 523 on a 524. Wirtz. 7th thou under after Brian Thomas hands him a win light by way of a 31 thou red light. Thomas ends up 632 on the 628. And that is going to bring up Ken Sweo, and Ruben Wilson. Two of the coolest cars. There's a lot of really, really cool cars on property. But you look at Ken's car, with that perfect paint job that Jeff Devey did, all of that kind of stuff, and then you look at Ruben's truck. They're both totally cool. Only one of them gets to come back. And right now it's looking like it'll be Sweo. It will be Ken Sweo. So Sueyo is at 13 green, giving him 0.05 of a second advantage over Ruben, who is 063. He goes 604 on a 603, and last night's $20,000 shootout winner, Ken Sueyo, gets to come back for another shot at $20,000 worth of Kid Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering money. Joe Cox and Hank Pramoff. Pramoff had some issues with the Vega earlier on in the day where it did not want to sit still on the starting line. Got it staged up, and it just kind of crept and crept and crept forward. Said, nope, I'm not going to cooperate. Nope, 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 nope. Hopefully it cooperates this time. Dialed in at 582, going up against Joe Cox in the Plymouth. Dialed in at 709. It cooperated this time. We'll see if it turns out and cooperates some more. Well, it went faster than they thought. Joe Cox, 13 green, goes 711 on a 709 to be 2 above the dial and get the win light, getting there second. Hank Pramoff was 009, takes 37 thou at the stripe, and ends up 13 thou under, 580 on a 582. Pramoff bows out. Joe Cox moves on as Rodney Ward's pickup truck will take on Tom Schola's 83 bodied Mustang. Schola 643 down. Ward 650. 74 thousandths of a second is the difference in reaction time. Rodney Ward will get the win light on that one. Tom Schola was 74 green, goes 2 above. Rodney Ward put up a perfect bulb and goes 660 on the 652. So Ward for the win by way of the perfect reaction time. As John Tripp, Phil Garrison. Phil, who was like done with the whole thing on Friday, has got a brand new setup on the car, like transmission, engine, throttle stuff, the whole deal. Like, why don't we just go back to back with perfect reaction times? That sounds like a good idea. Why don't we, instead of going back to back with perfect reaction times, which we just did, Rodney Ward was perfect, John Tripp was perfect, why don't we also go ahead and make John's trip down the racetrack a 1-pack? Trip, zip, dead on 1 for John Tripp to be 1 total. Phil Garrison was 30 green, 12 thou above to be 42 total. But I mean, we just saw Rodney Ward go trip zip. John Tripp over in the other lane goes trip zip and then dead 1. To just be like, yeah, we'll just lay that out there. Be like, I'm just going to leave this right here and you tell me what you think. Gabe Hernandez, Blue Hay Ball, the battle of the trucks. Somebody's going to get trucked. Blue Hay Ball 007, dead on 0 to be 7 total. So we go from a 1-pack to a 7-pack. Gabe Hernandez was 13 green, dead 7. So Hay Ball 007, dead 0. After John Tripp just went down that lane to be Trip Zip, dead 1. Gabe Hernandez 13 green, dead 7, no good. As John McDaniel and Ryan Wilson will be our next 2. Ryan 544 down. John 589 down. The Lumina going up against the Camaro, and the win light will belong to the Lumina. How about 009 dead 1? Super Pro went back into the pits and ate their Wheaties before coming out here for round number 2, because we go 10 total for John McDaniel. Ryan Wilson was 17 green. The margin is 5 thou, and as our next 2 wait for just a moment before they stage them up. Racers, your attention please. Racers, just want to let you know that Megan is in the Nitro Club, still selling some merchandise and handling payouts from yesterday. So they're handling payouts from yesterday. So if you got money coming to you from yesterday, Megan is available in the Nitro Club to get that money paid out. And if you'd like to pick up some merchandise while you're there, she'll be happy to take care of that as well. 20 thou separate the Nova and the topless one, Rodney Snyder. Win light will belong to the Nova. 008 and 3 above. Take 2 thou at the stripe to get the win light. Rodney Snyder was 28 green and 12 thou above. To come up a little bit short. As Caesar Bustamante and Chance Parker. Are going to get after it. Chance is dialed in at 624. Bustamante is $563. 10 thou the difference in reaction time. 564 and a 563. Bustamante lights up the scoreboard at the big end of the racetrack. He was 25 green. 10 thou in arrears, leaving the starting line. But Chance Parker, 15 green and 4 above, will not work. So we were talking about it earlier. We got Scott Taylor on the right side. And Justin Beaver, not Bieber. Gleghorn looked it up and said, okay, you know, back in the day, the Justin Bieber fan club were called Believers. They were the Believers. So if we have a Justin Beaver fan club, are they Beavleavers? I don't know if you'd call them Beavleavers. I'm not sure. 686 is the dial on the left side for Justin. 683 is the dial on the right side for Scott Taylor. Seven thousandths of a second separate them in reaction time. Justin, dead 4. Scott Taylor, 2 above. Win light goes to Justin. 59 green and 686 on a 686 for Justin. Scott Taylor was 66 green and 2 above and is no good. Just no good. So we've got Bill Bollock and Darren Taylor. We're going to try to get after it. Bollock in that 67 Camaro dialed in at 591. Darren Taylor, the 69 Firebird, dialed in at 561. 40 thou the difference in reaction time. Win light's going to belong to Darren Taylor. Darren was 4 hun behind at the hit and goes 464 on a 461 to get the win light. Bill Bollock actually awarded him a win light down at that end, as Bollock was 29 to Darren's 69. Bollock takes 73 thou at the stripe to break out by 1,000th of a second. 5909 on the 591. Bollock hands it back a thou, and Darren Taylor will happily take that, as Nathan Bradford, Mark Lalonde. Lalonde dialed in at 549 in the red Camaro. Nathan Bradford dialed in at 607 in the white Camaro. 7 thou again, separate them in reaction time. Bradford's going to be dead on 9. Take 9 thou at the stripe. 607 on a 607 for Bradford. Mark Lalonde 1 above after being 21 green. And that's going to bring up Drake Herman and Faustino Zaragoza. And as they make their way up there, again, we're talking about it is like 1 o'clock. Is your stomach grumbling? Is your tummy grumbling a little bit? Well, we talked about the folks at Tapas Tacos back there. The tacos we had yesterday, so good. Really good. You could have them today if you stop by the concession stand. Or the bacon wrap burritos that we're having for lunch today, so good. You could have one of those too if you stop by the concession stand. Drake dialed 699. Faustino dialed 663. Advantage to Drake, win light to Faustino. Drake was 41 to Faustino's 62 reaction time. Faustino gets there second, breaks out by less with a 659 on the 663. Drake Herman was 689 on a 699 to be under by a tenth, taking 77 thou at the stripe. Win light to Zaragoza. Ron Wenger down, Brad Pierce. It's the Corvette duel. 523 the dial on the left side for Wenger, 649 the dial for Brad Pierce. Out of the right lane. Again, we should have all of our door cars. You should be back in the staging lanes, all of you. If you are a double up enter door car, we need to make sure that you get back into the lanes to take your second hit. Wenger. That was just 13 different ways of wrong. Got the car staged up. It didn't want to go. Jumped, went red. Brad Pierce is 58 green and goes 648 on a 649. But for Wenger, that is just one of those like, come on, really? You got to do this in round number 2 when there's no opportunity to go for a buyback. He's going to be headed home with like the thought that a lot of people head home with. Racing is stupid. And he'll think about it like that for, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes or so down the road and be like, man, this is dumb. I don't like this. He'll be like, I don't want to do this anymore. And then about 20 minutes later, he'll be like, on his phone looking to be like, okay, where's the next race? Where's the next race? I'm going to the next race. Chris Fuller, Tony Marconi, pre-staged. Hey, Super Pro Dragsters, Super Pro Dragsters. Round number 2, it's your turn. Double enter dragsters 3 and 4. Single enter dragsters lane 7 and 8. Come on down. Tony dialed 604. Chris dialed 590. Finish line says Marconi is going to be 16 green and dead on 6. To be 22 total. Chris Fuller was 30 plus total. So with that 43 total for Fuller, 35 dead on 8. Tony Marconi gets the win light. And we'll come back. Rick Sugahara and Joe Kidd. Joe dialed 633, Sugahara dialed 660. Win light to Rick on a double breakout. Rick was 45 green, Joe Kidd was 5 thou slower than that with an 050 reaction time. Joe gets there first by 5 thou to break out by 11 thou. Sugahara gets there second to break out by 1 thou. And the win light to the Camaro out of the right side. Chuck Hawk Jr. in his truck. Danny Nolan in his Mustang. And again, Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragster round number 2. Super Pro Dragster round number 2. Go ahead and come on down. Nolan in that yellow Mustang. Gonna take a swing at it. Like so. Well, swing and a miss is what we'll say there for Danny Nolan. Chuck Hawk swings and sends it over the fence. 008 on the reaction time. Danny Nolan was not. Danny was like 7 plus in reaction time. And it just wasn't going to work out. It was not going to end well no matter what for the yellow Mustang. Chuck's 008, Danny is not. Chuck moves on, goes 526 on a 506 because he had all of that room to do so. As Gabe Hernandez and Jose Luis Garcia will be up next. Garcia in the right side. Hernandez in the left lane. 9 thou was the difference in reaction time. Win light to Gabe. 645 on a 645. He's 16 dead 4. Taking a 3 thou stripe. Garcia was 007, 16 thou above. And no good. All right. Gleggy, have you been to Pueblo Motorsports Park? Should be close enough to your part of the world.
It's like
Pueblo, New Mexico, right?
Colorado.
Oh, Pueblo, Colorado.
Yeah.
Maybe I was just thinking of the style of house Pueblo in New Mexico.
No, it's like 10 hours, 12 hours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, hi, Larry. Kyle Fritz and Ariel Zavala. 6 thousandths is the difference in reaction time. Zavala trying to hold on and will against the bomb pop. Zavala, 638 on to 636. He's 2 above the dial. Kyle was 22 green and 2 above as well. Comes down to 11th thou margin of victory. Winlight to Zavala as we'll bring out Sammy Franco the third and Ken Swale. Ken trying to stay alive in 2. Was able to get around to the 51 Ford pickup truck of Reuben Wilson earlier. Now has to try and get around the 67 Camaro with 610 cubic inches of big block of Sammy Franco. Franco was 35, Ken was 11 on the tree, and Ken is going to go 2 above, 604 on a 602. That Swale car. Talk about a nice little consistent piece of machinery. It's constantly putting up the 604s. I don't know why Ken continues to dial 602, because it's consistently running 604s. I'm not the driver. I'm not saying what you should or should not do, but I'm just saying that car is like dead on 604 all the time. Karen Snyder, Rodney Ward. Ward's pickup truck dialed 655. Snyder's topless Corvette dialed 540. And a 63 thou split between them in reaction time will result in a win light for Karen. 22 dead 6. Karen takes 76 thou at the stripe to get the win light. Rodney Ward was 85 on the tree and then 1 above on the loss. Skylar Barichko in the pickup truck waiting for the mops to finish doing what they need to do in front of him on the right side of the racetrack. That pickup truck going to be dialed in at 658, and John Tripp, who has rolled back into the staging lanes fresh off of a 1-pack. Last time down the racetrack, he was trip zip dead 1. He's got that 593 showing up on the left lane scoreboard. Trying to turn on another win light against Barichko. Wasn't like Baryshnikov was like some famous ballet guy or something, wasn't he? The Russian ballet guy. I keep thinking that when I say Barichko, and I know it's totally not the same thing. Barichko goes red by 14 thousandths of a second to go 660 on a 658. John Tripp was 15 green and then 2 under, 591. Gabriel Hernandez and Tony Pescaria. Tony is dialed 618 and goes red by 13 thousandths of a second. So the multicolored Camaro will foul it away as Gabe Hernandez is going to be 20 green and go 622 on a 621. Is that Port Aransas? Aransas? Port Aransas? All right. I didn't know if it would be like Arkansas and you were supposed to like keep something silent, you know. Port Aransas, Texas. Got Larry. We got Lynette checking in from Albuquerque. We've got Rob Strong and Don Toya on the starting line. Strong coming in from California. Toya made the long trip from Tucson. All of about 10 minutes. I don't know which side of town he lives on. If he's like down by Barana, then yeah, it's like closer than an hour, but whatever it is. Don Toya trying to make it pay off. He's dialed in at 538. Rob was dialed in at 684. Win line to Toya, 002 and 542 on a 538. Don's going to get the win light, and as we continue through Super Pro Door Cars, round number 2, I'm going to toss it out there to the chat bleachers. We got to find out where you're from. Where in the world, and not is Carmen San Diego, but it's just where in the world. I know yesterday we had folks checking in from South Africa, from Poland, Denmark, Finland. Trying to check in and see. I know we've already got like Albuquerque. We've got Pueblo, Colorado checking in. Port Aransas, Texas. Take a boat to get where? What? Oh, is it down like...
You literally have to drive onto a ferry. And they take you to Port Aransas.
Oh, I was not aware of that. Dennis Paz dialed in at 692. Tim Wirtz dialed in at 523. Tim will get the win light on the double breakout. 5227 on that 523. Under by 3 thou getting there second. Dennis Paz is under by 7 thousandths of a second. Taking 23 at the stripe. So Cliff checking in from Brighton, Colorado. Niles, Ohio for Mr. Barn. Pismo Beach, California for Miss Natalie, who's on here supporting Jeff Ford. Like, go Jeff, go. Brandy McKim from Surprise, Arizona. 002 red for Rodney Snyder. Caesar Bustamante going to get the win light. 566 on a 563 for Caesar. The 002 red light. Going to be not good. Not good. Donnie's 25 miles from the track. We got another one out of Brighton, Colorado. Got Daniel O'Connor out of Edmonton, Alberta. We got Ryan Wilson rolling up on the left side, and Hank Pramov, who's also from Colorado, dialed in at 580. Wilson's dialed in at 543. So we'll have to ask. Gleghorn came back up here. Was able to get the win over the Fiat in the first one. Had a tough draw with C.W. Hofer in the second one. But he has taken a couple of bites of the bacon wrap burrito and will give us a fair estimation of just how good it was. 001 red for Pramov. Oh, Hank Pramov may be challenging. No, he's not. He was 001 red. We'll just leave it at that. 006 and then 546 on a 543. Win light that time going to go to the right lane, 16 green and 1 above. Darren Taylor was 99 green and then dead on 4. Now we're continuing to get things back around here. Let's see here. So we've got Lynette with a shout out from Albuquerque. Jana Tripp out of Golden, Colorado. Neil's checking in from Geneva, Ohio. So we got a couple of Ohioans. We got Super Pro Dragster rolling in here. And I'm going to, at least before round number 3 and Ryan Gleghorn has to come back, I'm going to turn the mic over to him for a couple of pair, take a couple of bites of the burrito, and then we'll get things switched back when it's time for him to go get his Race car ready for round number 3.
Nate, I'm going to have a score in my head. Actually, I'm going to write it down on a piece of paper that you can't see. Out of 10.
For what?
For the burrito.
Oh, okay.
My first pair back. Dustin Wirtz, left side, dial 445 in. Let me tell you about my best friend, Greg Christensen, dial 463. I love it. Oh, Greggy. Wirtz 45 in 3 above, gets there a thou. Christensen 73 and at 6. Typical lap for Greg. No, my loss doesn't feel so bad now because I got to watch him lose. Orlando Galvez, left side, Phoenix, Arizona. The Worm, front engine dragster, dialed 567. Take on Matt Larson, dialed 470. It's 00 a pair, 3,000, separate them up front. Win light, give it 2. Larson 4, 1 above 2. Lays down 16 total. Galvez 7 and 2 above, no good. Matt Larson moves on. Darren O'Connor, dial 476. Take on KJ Desaw, dial 492. Seventh thou, separate them. Win light O'Connor 34, dead 9. Turns on the win light Desaw 27, take 19 to be 3 thou under. Had to take 16 or less. Michael Collins, left side, dial 484. Take on Dave Mazier, dial 489. Collins is red. Mazier 003. 6 thou under. Dave Mazier will be back for round number 3. Jason Pad, left side. Chestermer, Alberta. I believe is what that says. Pad dial 465. Take on Kyoki Desa. Kyoki dial 452. Win like Keoki 15, take 2 to be dead at 2, 17 total. Pad was also 15. Put it dead 4, 19 total, no good. Keoki will advance. Judge Shoop dial 477, take on David Meyer. Meyer dial 483. Shoop 10, take 2 to be 5 thou under. Meyer 19 and 12 thou under, no good. Shoop will advance. Mark Barnhart dial 473, take on Rick Marcy dial 481. Thou separate them up front. Wind light will shine for Barnhart. 1 above 5, lays down 16 total. Marcy 15, 1 above 6, no good. Mark Barnhart moves on. Shane Thompson, the left, dial 464. Take on Ryan Stifler. Stifler dial 475. Winlight Thompson 21 and 2 above, gets there 5 thou. Stifler 44, dead 9, no good. Paul Lorton left side, dial 483, take on Mitch Marcy, dial 485. Lorton 2 thou red, Marcy 009, dead 8. 17 total for Marcy will move him along. Amber Escobedo left side, out 498, going to take on Miss Victoria Christensen. Victoria down 471. Amber 14 takes 7 to be 1 above. Tori 21, 1 above 0, no good. Amber will move on. Jerry Hall, dial 524 left side, take on Lane Ingo. Lane dial 477. Speaking of Pueblo, that's where Lane's from. As people are still rolling some places through there. Chat bleachers. See Golden, Colorado, Geneva, Ohio, San Francisco Bay Area. Wenlight, give it to Lane, 33, takes 6 to be 2 above. Hall, 12, puts it 5 over, might have got behind there. Lane will move on. Tina Arend left side. Pueblo West, Colorado, down 475, taking on Kevin Johnson. Draper, Utah, down 466. Johnson 7th hour red, or Rend 14 and 2 above. Will advance. Ryan O'Connor left side, dial 457, take on Travis Keys. Keys dial 479. O'Connor 7th hour red, Keys 17 and 200 under. We'll move on. Leroy Duran to left side, out 506. We'll take on Shane Carr. Sugar dial 449. Got another racer out of Littleton, Colorado. Winlight will go to Sugar, 15 and 4 above. Leroy missed it and put it 2 above. Chris Whitfield left side, dial 470. Take on Miss Alexis Thompson, dial 462. One foul separate them. Winlight, Alexis, 18 dead 0 gets their first 31 thou. Whitfield 17 bailed out to be 3 above. No good. Alexis brings it up 18 total and will advance. Jansen Melton down 428. Gleason, Tennessee, taking on Riley Learcamp. Learcamp out of Olympia, Washington, now 465. Winlight Melton 4 and 3 above gets their 8th foul. Learcamp 29 and 1 above, no good. Melton moves on. Brad Hawk left side down 480. Take on Terry Markley. Markley down 558. Foul, separate them. Give the win light to Hawk, 20, dead 8, gets there a foul. Markley 8 and 2 above, and a foul behind. Brad Hawk will advance. Vic Blay, left side, dialed 540, take on Tristan Craig. Tristan dialed 516. It is nasty. 3 foul, separate them. Win light, give it to Vic. 008 dead 3. Lays down 11 total. Craig 5 dead 8. Lays down 13 total to stay 2 foul behind. Vic Blay moves on. Neil Pressmo on left side, down 452. Take on Josh Herman, down 451. Got another one saying Oglesby, Texas. If I remember correctly. That's like west of Waco. If my Texas geography is correct. I have to look it up. Winlight Neal 002 and 1 above gets behind 7th foul. Herman 39 get their first 7. To be 26th thou under. Neal will move on. Tim O'More left side, dialed 504, gonna take on Jeff Taylor. Jeff dialed 470. Win light goes to Taylor, 19, one above, gets the win. O'More, 14, take 33 to be 10 thou under. Jeff Taylor will move on. Anna Luca Contreras left side, dial 499, take on Miss Kendra Larson, dial 454. Win light, give it to Contreras, 43 and 3 thou under. Larson, very late and 2 hun under. Contreras moves on. Jimmy Winger dialed 467, take on Pat Marback, dialed 515. I nailed it. Thought I was right. So Oglesby, Texas is just west of Waco. I'm just a couple hours from there myself. Wind light Marback 11 and 1 above, gets there 18 thou. Winger 29 and 1 above, no good. GR Lear camped out 476, take on Marco Pervalaris. Marco, last night's runner-up, down 463. JR was the runner-up in the 20K Shootout that was completed last night as well. So a couple of guys that have already made final rounds, trying to find one more here on the weekend. Lear Camp 2 thou red gives a win to Marco, who's 10 and 1 above. So Marco will move on. Elliot Franco Sr. left side, dial 511, take on Alonzo Sanchez. Alonzo dial 488. Correction, Franco 517 the dial in. Winlight Franco 27, dead 8, gets there 10 thou. Sanchez 24, 2 above, no good. Kevin Burnett down 435, take on Jeff Serra down 469. Three thou, separate them. Winlight give it to Burnett, 17 and 4 over. Sarah 20, take a bunch to be 12 thou under. Burnett will advance. Jim Calloway down 511, take on Daryl Contreras down 491. Callaway's a thou red, Contreras is 5 and 1 above. Mark Lalonde, Gabe Torres. Winlight, Mark 9 and 1 above, gets there 7 thou. Torres 12 and 2 over. No good. Mark moves on. Dustin Hinch's left side out 486. Take on Jose Luis Garcia Cano. Out 503. Dustin 8 thou red. Jose is very late. And 13 thou under, but Jose will move on. Shea Molinari out 448. We'll take on Dustin Works out 446. 2 thou separate them. Winlight Molinari 18, one above, gets there 11 thou, Wirt 16, 2 over, no good. And with that, Nate Hershey putting on his official West Coast Bracket Races shirt. Nate, you don't have to try. You just are. He's going to take over, and I'm going to go get my hot rod ready.
Well, thank you very much, Ryan. Appreciate you taking care of that. And we are ready for Pro round number 3. Pro round number 3. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Pro round number 3. We're going to get you headed into 3 and 4 for our double entered cars, 5 and 6 for our single entered cars. Come on down. Win light left side, 008 and 475 on a 477 dial. The machine, Mr. Meyer, was 36 green and 12 thou under, running 480 on that 482. So the machine comes up 28 thousandths of a second short, as we will bring up Jason Pad and Ryan Stifler. Stifler's got a 475 dial on the left side. Jason has got a 465 dial on the right side. And kind of looking at where we were at earlier when I turned things over to Mr. Ryan, kind of checking in, seeing where everybody is coming in from. I got what? Oglesby, Texas checks in. Littleton, Colorado. Jason Pad drops it red 1,000th of a second. 001 red hands the win light over to Ryan Stifler. And Jason's going to take a slow lap once he gets past the finish line. It was 5:48 at just 87 miles an hour. Stifler 34 green and 1 above to be 475 on the 474. So Mark Barnhart going to get the win, 009 and dead on 1 to be 10 total down that left lane. Right side was 19 green and dead 8 to come up short as Paul Lorton. Victoria Christensen going to be next up. Victoria 471 is the dial. For Miss Christensen, Paul Lorton dialed in at 483. Yep. Natalie's got the right idea in the chat bleachers. Keep the likes rolling. Keep them rolling. If you are watching online on that Bank Shift Live video via YouTube, hit that thumbs up button. Make some noise. Let them know you like the broadcast. 009 and dead 8. 17 thou total package for Paul Lorton. 009 take a thou at the stripe to be dead on 8. Victoria was 23 green and had no chance. Nothing doing. Ends up running 470 with a 5 on the 471 dial. But Lorton is 10 total. Take a thou at the stripe to get the win light. We'll bring out Brad Hawk and Dave Mazier. 800ths of a second, the difference in the dial. Dave dialed with a 489. Brad dialed with a 481. Once again, we are quickly working our way towards the end of Super Pro round number 2, racing for $20,000 today on a kit performance and Moser Engineering Super Sunday. As we're in stage set, Brad is red. Brad by 0.03 of a second. And then goes dead on 2. Oh. Dave Moser, 15 green, dead 4. Ends up 19 thou total. But for Brad, it's a 003 red light. And then goes down to go 481.2 on a 481. So Moser grabs himself a win as Ryan O'Connor and Trevor Larson. There's several racers that have come in from New Mexico. I'm probably still going to mess it up, Randy. I always thought it was Kuna, Idaho. But you're saying is it K as in like K? Park K? I'm not sure. Trevor's 10 green and dead 1. Or excuse me, 11 above. So 21 total for Trevor Larson. Take 13 thou at the stripe to get the win light. 10 and 1 above for Trevor. Ryan O'Connor is 32 green. So is it like Kana? Q-U-E? Or maybe you're trying to say it's Kuna. Kuna. I'm not sure. I'm not really good at that phonetic thing. Not really good at the phonetic thing. Got Winnemucca, Nevada checking in. Ah, home means Nevada. Home means the hills. Home means the sage and the pine. It's really sad we all had to learn that as kids in elementary school. Going to school in Nevada. Chase Lear Camp 463. Sugar. Mr. Carr dialed in at 448, 0.04 of a second. Separate him in reaction time, and the win light belongs to Shane Carr. 12, take 8 thou. To be dead on 7. Chase Learcamp was 16 green and goes 464 on a 463, ends up 1 above, and bows out here in round number 2. Again, pro bracket. Round number 3, you have been invited to join us in the staging lanes. We'll take our double entered pro cars to 3 and 4, our single entered pro cars to 5 and 6. So come on down, kids. Look, we got Neil Pressimoni driving Trad's car. He's got the blow-a car. Going up against Jerry Hall. 454 the dial for Neil. 528 the dial for Jerry. Jerry gets to the stripe first by 0.04 of a second and breaks out by 0.04 of a second after he was 29 green. Neil was 29 total, 006 and 23 thou above the dial. So as Neil Pressimoni gets the win light, that's going to bring up Chris Whitfield and Tristan Craig. Nice little matchup here. Got it. So it is Kuna, Idaho. That's what I thought. It's Kuna. Tristan 514. Chris Whitfield 472, and we were going to sit for a minute, but Chris is starting to bump into the stage beam. Tristan, slowly but surely, makes his way there as well. 0.03 of a second, the difference in reaction time. Win light is going to belong to Whitfield. Tristan was 21 green, takes 6 thou at the stripe to break out by 0.09 of a second. Whitfield was 18 total. 18 dead 0 for Chris Whitfield. It is a blow-a-car. Blow-a-car. That was Neil was driving. Jet, I don't know where you grew up, but that is not what we sang about as kids. I don't know, maybe you did grow up in Vegas. Pat Marbeck and Anna Contreras. Marbeck for the win. 003 and 3 above. Gets him to the stripe first by 18 thousandths of a second. Anna was 14 green and ends up 3 above as well. Australia. Oh, okay. That makes sense. If that's what you sang about in Australia. You sing about the Outback. We like your steakhouses. Jason Dawson, Marco Paravalaris. Marco, who was in our final last night, up against Chad Axford for that $20,000. It was really cool. I mean, Marco's first race back, kind of obviously not missing a step, made it all the way to the final, which was a rematch of last year's Sunday night final. Going up against Jason Dawson here this time. Dawson dialed 471, is 29 green, and runs 5 thou under. Marco Paravalaris locked him out. Marco was 18 dead 3 to be 21 total. So Marco gets the win light over Jason Dawson. And while we have a quiet minute, once again, pro round number 3, you've been invited into the staging lanes. Hey racers, hey race fans, hey anybody that's on property. Want to remind everybody that yes, the wind is blowing. Yes, it's been cool all weekend long, but it is warming up out there. And one of the things to keep in mind is that especially as it changes from like springtime into summertime or it gets warmer, remember to grab a bottle of water or 2 or 3, a nice ice cold glass of something to help keep yourselves hydrated. Now, yes, the bar is open. But when you're talking about trying to remain hydrated, the bar is, it is liquid, it is tasty, it is wonderful, but you're going to want to drink some water with that as well. So it is one of those things where hydration is important, especially here in the desert. It will sneak up on you. You may feel like you're okay, especially if the wind's blowing, feels like, this ain't so bad. But it will sneak up on you. I want to just send out kind of this public service announcement from those of us here at Tucson Dragway. Please remain hydrated. Again, almost kind of like that, remain seated, please. Remain hydrated, please. Grab a bottle of water. Get yourself a nice little sip of the ice cold goodness. I mean, you could swing down by Coffee and Cones and get a coffee. That'd help a little bit. But whatever it is, you got Emmett, Idaho. That's all right. Idaho is close enough to like the Washington border where they've got some really odd pronunciations of things. You know, it's like some people say Boise, others say Boise. You have to like really enunciate the S. I don't know. I'm not an Idahoan. I would love to like pronounce all of it right. Fernley, Nevada. How did you lose an hour of your life, Natalie? Other than time change today, right? Robert Hall and Alonso Sanchez going to be our final pair of cars in Super Pro. Round number 2. We haven't quite, unless I lost an hour or so of my life. So that is our last pair of Super Pro in round number 2. Robert Hall, 22 on the tree. Alonso Sanchez was 23 on the tree. Sanchez gets to the stripe first by 26 thousandths of a second and needed to get there first by 25 thousandths of a second or less. Breaks out a thou. Robert Hall, 583 on a 581. Round number 2 is in the books. We've got Pro round number 3. Hint, hint, Chad. Subliminal message, man. Pro coming up next for round number 3. What's up, Mr. Bill Hurd from Portland, Oregon? I know every time you come down and race in Vegas, I get confused because we used to have a Bill Hurd Chevrolet and you drive a Pinto, a Ford. It's just a little different. I like the car. It's that cool little black car. I like the car. But it's just kind of fun. We got folks checking in again, you know, Australia, 10,000 miles away, watching along. But with our pro cars getting paired up back in the staging lanes, we're getting ready to race again, one step closer to receiving a $10,000 payout here on our Kid Performance and Dyno Moser Engineering Super Sunday. It is Super Sunday. And it has been a Super Sunday. The breeze is dying down just a little bit. Life is good when you are in Tucson and you've got Mr. Kid leaning up against your wall, inspecting your brooms, making sure everything's okay. We're getting ready to go into round number 3. Again, racers, just a reminder, Miss Megan is in the Nitro Club. Got a few of those apparel items still yet to go. Some of the merchandise is still available. And if you have not yet been by to see her to collect up your payouts from yesterday, now would be a great time to do that. That is, if you're not sitting in the staging lanes getting ready to go racing or something. But she's available with yesterday's payout. Also available with a few more things that... maybe some hats, some sweatshirts, some t-shirts, whatever it is that they've got left back there. We're going to continue to push our way through to hand out our final 2 trophies of the 2024 edition of the West Coast Bracket Races. Again, celebrating 10 years now that we've been doing this down here in Tucson. So it may be a little bit of a, contradiction in things, but hey, remember to stay hydrated, and by the way, the bar is open. For those of you that are no longer in competition, or those of you that are joining us in the grandstands to kind of watch along and see how this race for $20,000 in Super Pro or $10,000 in Pro plays out. The concession stand's open. They've got those awesome tacos. They've got the bacon-wrapped burrito, which, let's just say, if you are like, I'm going to go to the concession stand and order a bacon-wrapped burrito, take a friend. Because it's huge. Yeah, it's huge. The thing is massive. It's delicious, but you will need a friend or 2 to help you finish it off. I think Ryan Gleghorn got through about 3 bites of his. I powered through about half of mine. And I'll probably save the other half for the drive home tonight. But they are delicious. So they got the tacos. You got that. You got hot dogs, hamburgers, chicken finger sandwiches. Coffee to cones is back there. And with the weather getting warmer and nicer today, it is a perfect day for ice cream. You know why? Because the ice cream's going to taste really good. The wind will keep it from melting on you too quickly, the little breeze. You're going to be like set up. You can swing by the bar, grab yourself a beverage and a water to stay hydrated. Somebody in the chat bleachers the other day said something about you've heard about like root beer floats. You put root beer and ice cream together, you get a really good root beer float. But I think somebody in the chat bleachers yesterday mentioned a hillbilly float. It sounded like the most terrible thing. It was like ice cream and beer. You ever heard of that, Chad? A hillbilly float? Somebody, have you heard of it? And you're just saying no, you've never heard of it. Dude, it just sounds wrong. They said putting ice cream and beer and like hot dogs. That sounds like a West Virginia thing. No offense to the folks in West Virginia. So round number 3 of Pro has arrived. Again, going to cut the field down one more time. Starting things off with yesterday's winner, A.J. Crater. And Miss Sarah Kidd. Sarah has spent a lot of time behind the wheel of race cars. Like, hasn't even made it out of high school yet. Has already got almost like double-digit years worth of racing under her belt. Running in juniors, running in big cars. Rolls up, dialed in at 666, taking on A.J. Crater. Advantage at this end of the racetrack goes to Sarah. Win light goes to Sarah. 46 green, take 18 thou at the stripe to be one above. At 667 on a 666 for Sarah Kidd. A.J. Crater was 57 green and 2 above. Ends up with an 849 on an 847. Oh, I had Whataburger, Nick. I definitely stopped and had Whataburger on the way down here. I found out there's one like right off of an exit on the 202 up there in Phoenix. So like as soon as you get into town and make the swing, you can't go to down and around. They built a brand new Whataburger up there. Tony Marconi dialed in 604. Chris Fuller dialed in at 591. Win light's going to go to, surprise, Arizona. Tony Marconi, 27, 1 above. Take 30 thou at the stripe to get the win light. Chris Fuller was 43 green and goes 594 on a 591. And that was it. It'll now be Jeff Ford and Chuck Hawk Jr. So Jeff dialed in at 694. 10 thou separate him in reaction time, and Jeff Ford is coming back in round number 4. Ford at 36 green, Chuck Hawk was 46 green. Hawk goes 696 on a 694. Jeff Ford is 1 above the dial, 783 on a 782. He is coming back for another shot at $10,000. Matt Hawk, C.W. Hofer. Matt left side, trying to avoid the fate that Chuck just experienced. You got CW dialed 741. You got Matt dialed 742. CW in control of this pair. He was 005 and goes 4 above to get the win line. 745 on a 741 for CW Hofer. Take 24 thou at the stripe for the win. Matt Hawk was 24 green and 4 above. On the loss, ends up running 746 on a 742. That'll bring up Joy Cazzetti and Caleb Menzel. Caleb, 630 dial in the dart. Joy, 598 dial in the Vega wagon. Joy, left side. Caleb, right side. 16 thousandths of a second separated them in reaction time, and Caleb's going to get the win light. 19 green. And then goes 633 on a 630 to get the win light. Joy was 35 green and 2 above, 600 on that 598 dial. Let's get you rolling back this direction, please. Super Pro door car. Doubles to 3 and 4, single enters to 7 and 8, please. 3,000 separate Carlos Ortiz and Monty Beagle. Win lights going to Beagle. Good dog. 599 on a 598 for Monty. 14 green, take 3,000 at the stripe. Carlos was 17 green to be one above. And couldn't quite seal the deal as Monty will sneak by in the coupe. We'll bring up Dennis Paz and Ryan Glenmore. So Gleghorn down 808, Dennis down 692. The chase is on. Can the El Camino reel in Gleghorn? He will. Gleghorn's going to get there first by 22 thousandths of a second to break out by 2 thousandths of a second. 29 green breaks out 2 thou. Gleghorn bows out. Dennis Paz 11 green, 3 above. Gets himself the win light. Paz is moving on to round number 4. Gleghorn will call it a day. That's Jennifer Kidd. I believe that's Luis Garcia, I think. Can't remember exactly right now. Yeah, there's so many Luises and Jose's and Hernandez's and those guys like roll in force. It's awesome. 636. Uh-oh, helicopter nade again. Hang on. Did it fix it? Did it fix it? Win light's going to go to Garcia. 637 on the 636 after an 034 reaction time. Nope. Okay. Pause. We'll try it again. Jennifer Kidd was 44 red. And then goes 536 on a 536. You guys let me know if it's still doing it. Rob Strong, Jeremy Plyler. Plyler in the Nova. Rob Strong, 6. Jed, I don't think we can get to 1.9 gigawatts, but we can do 1.21 gigawatts. You got to do 1.21 gigawatts. Sasha Hofer? Red goes 615 on a 617. Sasha Hofer 15 dead 8. To get the win light is Jeff Rates and Kyle Fritz. Jeff is red by 24 thousandths of a second. Kyle Fritz is green by 24 thousandths of a second. How about now? Better now? Not better now? So rate 684 on a 686. Great now. Okay. We'll see how long this lasts. Kyle Fritz goes 674 and a 676. After the 024 reaction time, Eric Daniels, Henry Roberson. Henry's dialed 736. Daniels is dialed 672. Henry's going to win that one. 59 thousandths of a second was the difference in reaction time. Eric Daniels ends up running dead on 9, but was 60 on the tree. Henry was 001, 4 above, and gets there first by 21 thousandths of a second. We'll bring out Dale Schweitzer and Luis Valenzuela. What's this negative Ghost Rider, D? What do we mean negative? It's not better or it is better? Chad says it's great now. Dale gets the win line. He's 105 on the tree, and Luis hands him the victory. By 20 thousandths of a second, Valenzuela is red in the blue-black Camaro. Left early and ends up closing himself out. Dale is dead on 6. Paul Warden's Vega. Jeff Ford has got Jeff Ford's Dodge. I wonder if they would ever let Jeff Ford own a Dodge dealership. Red light start for Sarah by 6 thousandths of a second. And they go 6:39 down the racetrack. Jeff Ford is 67 green and dead on 7. So win light to Jeff Ford. As I say, Super Pro. Door car. Do a little bit more. Gabriel, Super Pro Hernandez, going up against Fausto, round 3. Zaragoza. Fausto in the Vega out of Tucson, round 3. Going up against the S10 out of Hermosillo, Super Pro Sonora, Mexico. So the dials are 646 for Gabriel, 659 for Faustino. They've come out of the water box. They've completed the burnouts. And that is a little odd. .007 red for Gabriel Hernandez. Faustino Zaragoza's 53 green in the Vega is going to go 662 on a 659 dial to get the win light. Gabriel, after being 7 thou early, ends up with a 647 on a 646. We go from Gabriel Hernandez to Gabriel Hernandez Jr. We also go from that beautiful cranberry, perfectly polished S10, which is gorgeous, to Gabriel's nice white S10. It's still a very nice race car, but it's not, I mean, if you got, you know, dads driving the super clean, super shiny, Gabriel's kind of in the apprentice model. Tim Wirtz over on the other side. Right lane dialed in at 523. Gabe Hernandez Jr. red by 10 thousandths of a second. Tim Wirtz is going to go 7 total. 001 and dead on 6. So with Hernandez, 10 red and dead 0. Tim Wirtz with 7 total. We'll take Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragster. Let's get our double innards to 3 and 4. Single innards to 5 and 6, please. Super Pro Dragster. Double innards to 3 and 4. Single innards 2, 5, and 6, please. Ken Swale, Scott Taylor, 685 on a 685, 26 dead 9 for Scott Taylor to get the win light. Ken Swale was 14 green and ends up 5 above the dial this time. 608 on a 603 for the Mercury Capri. Win light goes to Scott Taylor. That's going to bring up John Tripp, Rodney Ward. Tripp has had quite a nice little string of laps over the past couple of days. Actually, couple of runs. And had like a 1-pack earlier, came back and was able to light up the scoreboard almost immediately after that. This time it's going to be 15 thou red for the quick trip ride of John Tripp. He goes 596 on a 594 after being 015 red. Rodney Ward at 007 and 1 thou under. 655 on a 656. Rodney will take the truck back into the pits and get it ready to go for round number 4. John Tripp going to take it back and probably come back on that double. Chuck Hawk Jr. in the truck. Cesar Bustamante in the Nova. The Nova on the right side down 563. Chuck Hawk down 507. So with Hawk And Bustamante fully in stage set. Lights turn green. Bustamante's 19 green and goes 565 on a 563. Chuck Hawk got there first, was 44 green. Got there first by 6 thousandths of a second. Breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second. Needed to take a thou or less at the stripe to turn on the scoreboard on his side of the racetrack and could not. So it's going to be Bustamante in the Camaro moving on as Nathan Bradford and Joe Cox. Bradford, white car right side, dialed at 6.08 seconds. Joe Cox, Plymouth on the left side, dialed in at 7.11 seconds. Head start went to the Plymouth. Here comes the Camaro. Finish line, it's going to be a win light for Joe. 18 and dead on 4 to be 22 thou total. Nathan Bradford is dead on 5, but had an 0.76 reaction time and is unable to overcome the deficit. Just the same as somehow our country is unable to overcome its deficit. I shouldn't have said, I don't mean to start like some kind of political con. That's not where I'm going with that. Leave it alone. Not where I'm going with that. Just saying. Darren Taylor gets the win light. 003 and 562 on a 559. Left lane was 10 red. And they're at 621 on a 618. That is going to bring out Brad Pierce and the Lumina of John McDaniel. Yeah, not the world's best idea. To go walking behind a race car or to turn your back on a race car. Just saying. Just saying. If you happen to be hanging out like down there on the starting line, you don't walk out on the starting line and turn your back on a race car. John McDaniel, something went funky with a burnout. The Lumina's not looking like super great, but 1 thou separate him in reaction time. Trying to hang on with Brad Pierce, gets to the finish line, goes 599 on a 589, ends up a tenth above the dial. Brad Pierce is 15 green and goes 652 on a 648 dial after being 15 green. That's going to bring up Justin Beaver and Ryan Wilson. Justin had a 21 thou advantage leaving the starting line as he was 002 and goes 688 on the 687 to get the win light by 19 thousandths of a second. Ryan Wilson 23 green and goes 544 on the 543. Justin Beaver will be coming back in Super Pro door car. It will, it will. If Justin ends up winning this thing, just because we're kind of like teasing about the whole Justin Bieber similarity thing, I'm going to go find that song from the Monkees about I'm a Believer. Actually, who was it that redid that song? They redid it for Shrek, right? Monkees originally did it of I'm a Believer. Man, who was it that redid the I'm a Believer for the Shrek movie? I know somebody out there in the online world in the chat bleachers is going to know it like right off the bat. Because I asked the question yesterday about the whole something about a Mercury song, and walking back through the staging lanes today, and John Cazzetti catches me and goes, "Did you ever get your answer on that?" I'm like, "No, I can't remember." He said, "It was Alan Jackson." I didn't know that. I mean, I knew that, but I didn't remember that.
find me a Mercury, cruise it up and down the road.
Mm-hmm. I am going to find me a Mercury and cruise it up and down the road. Thank you, Chad. It was Smash Mouth.
So if we want, we can just, if we got nothing but cars in lane 8, we can close 7 there and just put all door cars in lane 8.
That'd be good.
Radio ad paid off.
So those lane 7 there, I'm going to start flipping them.
What did the radio cost?
So it's Don Toya and Gabriel Hernandez. You gotta love Davy Jones. The original Monkees. That TV series was fantastic. Like, talk about the early days of TV you could watch and didn't have to think about anything. Because it was just, like, didn't mean anything. But the Monkees were awesome. The I'm a Believer. Last Train to Clarksville. Daydream Believer. I love those. But yeah, Smash Mouth redid the song for the Shrek movie. Don Toyo's dialed in at 538. Gabriel Hernandez Sr.'s dialed in at 647. Head start going to go to that cranberry-colored pickup truck. And then Don Toya, who owns the Hot Rod Shop here in town. Don's Hot Rod Shop right here in Tucson. 33 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time, and the win light's going to belong to Toya. 539 on a 538, 004 1/100th of a second above the dial. For Don Toya, we'll take the Hot Rod Shop ride into round number 4 of Super Pro. Again, Super Pro Dragster, you have been invited to join us back in the staging lanes for round number 4. 3 and 4 for our double-entered dragsters. 5 and 6 for our single-entered dragsters. We got Karen Snyder and Blue Hayball. Blue's got the right lane in the S10 pickup truck, dialed in at 6.09 seconds. Karen Snyder has got the left lane in the Topless 63 Corvette out of Grand Junction, Colorado, dialed in at 5.40 seconds. Head start to Blue. Karen Snyder doing the chase, and Karen with the advantage on the tree, and the win light's going to go to Karen. 17 green at 12 thou above the dial. Ends up 29 total. Blue Hayball was 52 on the tree, and that's no good for Blue. He will be singing songs sung at Blue all the way back to Idaho. Rick Sugahara and Ariel Zavala. Thirteen thousandths of a second is the difference in reaction time. Advantage to Rick Sugahara, who is 006 and 17 thousandths of a second above the dial. Ends up running a 662 on the 661 after the 006 reaction time. Ariel Zavala was 19 green and goes 640 on a 636. So, guess what, race fans? Things have wrapped up at the first national event of the year down there in Florida. And while it is quiet, we've been waiting to do this. If you do not want to know what happened in Top Fuel, plug your ears. If you're like recording it or whatever. Most of us kind of pay attention on the phone anyway and kind of know what happened. But y'all know that Chris Forsyth had his business partner, Sean Langdon, has been down here helping us run the events for quite a while. Sean has not exactly found the success that they've really wanted as of late, but they have started off the 2024 season with a win at the Gator Nationals. So congratulations. Sean Langdon picking up the win in Top Fuel down there, was able to get around Billy Torrance in the final round. Chad Axford is happy for Sean. Thinks it's great. We're all actually happy for Sean. Congratulations, man. Sean Langdon picking up the win. with the team down there at the Gator Nationals to kick off the 2024 season. We're happy for you, Sean, man. Everybody down here is really excited. Really, really excited to get the news that you were able to take home that Wally.
And then
Tim Wirtz dialed in at 523. Tony Marconi's taking with a 604 dial. Advantage to Marconi. 22 green, 1 above. Tony is headed into round number 4 of Super Pro Door Car. He was 22 green. Tim Wirtz was 70 green. And then goes 522 on a 523. And I believe that might do it for our Super Pro Door Cars. Just trying to make sure that we get all of our doubles taken care of before we get into our Super Pro Dragsters, round number 3. Again, racing for $20,000 to win here today on a combined Kid Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering Super Sunday. It is just super. You know what would make it even better? I think from what I heard, Sally went down and was like grabbing a soda for us up here, and I absolutely love Sally for that. All the racers love Sally for how she helps get everybody parked, and you know, she's brought us lunch every day. She's taken really good care of us every day. But she went down there and was talking to the guys at the concession stand. They looked at her and go, "Hey, have you heard them talking about your bacon wrap burritos?" He goes, "I don't know. I can't hear anything. All I know is everybody in line's ordering bacon wrap burritos because they're good. They're really good." Hopefully everybody that did go down there and order a bacon-wrapped burrito agrees with us and found that their purchase was worth it. Hopefully you get by coffee to go. Look at it. I mean, the wind's dying down. The sun is shining. And I think what's going to happen is as soon as I get off the mic again, I'm going to head over to Coffee to Cones and I'm going to get ice cream. Because the temperature right now is perfect for ice cream. Ken Swale and Caesar Bustamante. Bustamante on the right side. Dialed in with that 564. Ken Swale's got the 603. Dial in over to the left side. The racer coming down out of Oregon. Capturing himself a very nice little payout last night as our $20,000 winner is going to go red by a thou. 001 red for Ken, and then goes dead on 3. Uh-oh. Ken gets to join the Camp Commiseration Club. I know earlier in the day, Ryan Gleghorn was replaced as president of Camp Commiseration by Tristan Craig. Because I guess he said Tristan was like 004 Red Dead 0 earlier today. So yeah, he gets to be president, and Ryan Gleghorn is relegated to vice president. But Ken Sweo can join the club, 001 red and dead on 3. I mean, don't get me wrong. It is not a prestigious club. It is not one you want to belong to. But once you're in, it's just kind of like, man, I don't want to be part of this. John Tripp, Darren O'Connor, the transition pair. Final door car. Trying to get it done against the dragster, and John goes red by 13 thousandths of a second. And he goes 591 on the 5 at 93. So a 13 thou red light for John. Darren O'Connor is 12 green and goes 477 on the 477. And that makes me sad for multiple reasons. Makes me sad. But I'm happy for Darren O'Connor getting the win light, moving on to round number 4. We got the rest of our Super Pro dragsters getting paired up back in the staging lanes. Super Pro Dragster round number 3 underway. Travis Keys goes red by 13 thousandths of a second. Mark Barnhart's 32 green and goes 476 on the 473 after the 032 reaction time. So Keys fouls away his shot at $20,000 in that entry. As Shane Thompson and Matt Larson. Mr. Matt. Now calling Yuma, Arizona home. And Shane Thompson, who has got that 465 at dial. In, set, go. 9 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Win light's going to belong to Larson. 11 and dead on 3 beats 20 and dead on 7. Larson gets to the finish line by 13 thousandths of a second to light up the scoreboard. Shane Thompson was 20 on the tree, so left 9 thousandths of a second after Matt Larson did. And then them running dead on 7. We'll bring up Vic Blea and Dave Mazier. The Mazier Enterprises car, right side, dialed in at 489. Dave down there in Escondido, California makes some of the like nicest, neatest, prettiest specialty accessories for the race car, like starters and things like that. They're just like awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. He's got the 489 dial. Vic Blea is dialed in at 540. And it's a 13 thousandths of a second advantage to Dave Moser. How about Moser? Let's be 8 total. 005 and go dead on 3. 18 thou was the reaction time for Vic Blea. 8 thou total was the run for Dave Moser. That's going to bring up Judge Shoup, Chad Axe, or excuse me, Neil Pressimo. Neil driving Chad's car. Is it out? Hang on. They swapped? Never mind. It is Chad. Neil had double entered with Chad. Neil is no longer entered. Is he? Oh, okay. We'll go with that. I like that. 12 and 3 above. Chad wins by 7 thousandths of a second. Judge Shoup is 21 green. Hey, Pro! Your attention, please. Pro bracket. Need to get you into the back of the staging lanes for your pairings, please. Pro bracket. Let's bring you to the back of the staging lanes for your pairings, please. Come on down. Problems for Shane Carr. That's not good. Shane ends up going 11:61 after a 9+ reaction time. Anna Contreras was 26 green, goes 5:01 on a 498. I'll bring out Marco Peravalaris with a 464 dial. And Chris Whitfield with a 472 dial. Chris Whitfield going to get the win by 2 thousandths of a second. 12 green, and then goes 473 on a 472 to get the nod. Marco was uncharacteristically late compared to what he's been just about all weekend long. Marco was 40 on the tree. Giving up 28 thou advantage in reaction time. Whitfield by 2 thousandths of a second picks up the win light as Tina Arend and Pat Marbeck. Marbeck, 516 is the dial. For the short dragster on the right side, Tina Arend, 477 is the dial. For the Mullis built car, on the left, win light's going to go to Marbeck, 002, and dead to 3 to be 5 thou total. Tina Arend, 17 thousandths of a second is when she left behind, or left the starting line after the green light turned on. But Pat Marbeck with a 5-pack gets the win light as Brad Hawk and Daryl Contreras. Coming up now. 493 is the dial for Daryl. 480 is the dial for Brad. Uh-oh. I missed a text message. Brad Hawk, 501 on a 480 dial, was 12 green. Del Contreras ends up going 531 on a 493 dial. That is a little bit of an odd matchup there. It was both one of those like, no, after you, no, after you, no, you go ahead. Brad Hawk gets the win light. After he was 12 green to get the win. I think Darrell had some issues with the race car as he is very slowly making his way down off the big end as Mitch Marcy and Paul Lorton. Again, racers, I should miss this, but fuel sales is going to be closing at 3 o'clock. So that's a few minutes from now. Again, if you are having that last minute need for fuel, they're going to be wrapping up shop here in just a couple of minutes. So if you're going to need fuel, you need to get out there and get it taken care of. As Marcy's down 485, Lorton's down 483, 200ths of a second, the difference in the dial. 2,000ths of a second, the difference in reaction time, and Marcy is 27 green and dead on 9 to take 7 thou at the stripe. Gets the win light, so 27 dead 9 for Mitch Marcy. Paul Lorton had a 25,000ths of a second reaction time and goes dead on 8. To be 33,000ths of a second. Lorton checks out. Zamber Escobedo and Keoki Desa. Keoki's down 452. Out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Amber Escobedo's down in 498. Coming in out of Peoria, Arizona. On the starting line, the difference was 11,000ths of a second. Amber left 33,000ths of a second after the green light. Keoki left 12,000ths of a second after the green light. Keoki was better leaving the starting line, but Amber Escobedo runs 2 above to be closer to her dial and get to the finish line first by 4,000ths of a second. To get the win, Keoki goes 456 on the 452. And we'll check out as Jansen, Melton, and Lane Ingo. Jansen coming all the way in out of Gleason, Tennessee to drive one of Shane Molinari's cars that is very, very quick. 4.30 seconds is the dial in. Up on the scoreboard for Jansen is Lane Ingo. Out of Pueblo, Colorado. We know we got some folks from Pueblo listening in online as part of the Bang Shift live feed. He's dialed in at 4.78 seconds. Head start goes to Lane. They are separated by 1,000th of a second, and the win light will turn on for Jansen. 004 and 28,000ths of a second above the dial is Jansen Melton. Lane Ingo is 003, take 32 thou at the stripe to be 3,000ths of a second under the dial on the breakout loss. There's now Jeff Taylor and Mark Lalonde. Lalonde with that 503 dial, Taylor with a 470 dial. Head start going to the yellow dragster on the left side of the racetrack. Based on the difference in the dial-ins. Lalonde is staged, set, and ready. Jeff Taylor is staged, set, and ready. And Mark Lalonde will turn it loose early by 1,000th of a second. Jeff Taylor had the 026 reaction time to be dead on 6, 470 on a 470. Win light belongs to Taylor after Lalonde turned it red by 1,000th of a second. That'll bring out Elliot Franco and Brian Stifler. Stifler with a 476 dial. Elliot Franco with a 518 dial. It's going to go to Ryan Stifler, 28 green, 477 on a 476 by 54 ten-thousandths of a second. Ryan Stifler is able to get out of round number 3 and move on to round number 2. Elliot Franco was 33 thousandths of a second behind the green line, runs 519 on a 518 to come up a little bit short. I'm kind of catching up on some text messages. I appreciate it. KJ has confirmed that the bacon-wrapped burrito does make you feel better, and he says not only does it make you feel better, it makes you feel better after a devastating loss. See? It's like a happy pill. Just a really, really big happy pill. Again, if you're thinking about getting one, take a friend. Kevin Burnett in that Hemi-powered dragster goes red by 2 thousandths of a second. Then runs 447. Shane Molinari, 28 green, 450. On the 449. Will be amazing. It'll be amazing. So Jose Cano, that red and black dragster out of Mexico. Avocados from Mexico. Whatever it is. Jose is going to get the win line, 009, and then goes 502 on a 501. .478 on a 477 out of the left lane. Leaving early by 3 thousandths of a second to take themselves out of the competition. Will bring Mark Barnhart and Alexis Thompson. And so Alexis with that 463, Mark with that 474. And I do appreciate the confirmation there, KJ, that yes, the bacon wrap burritos are as good as it is. Win line on the double breakout belongs to Barnhart. Mark was 21 green. Alexis was 31 green. Mark take 10 thou at the stripe to be 6 thou under. Alexis behind 10 thou at the stripe to be 6 thou under. Win line goes to Mark. We've got a little bit left to go here in our Super Pro. Round number 3, we should have our pro drivers already staged up, set, and ready to go, and I understand that we've still got a couple of pro cars that are double entered. They're each going to have to, like, if I overheard the radio chatter right, they're each going to have to come up and run their first lap in their first entry, and then come back and race each other in their second entries. It'll kind of be fun to watch that play out when we get into our pro category. But it is good, it is fun, and as soon as we get through these doubles, And we'll make our way out of round number 3 and into round number 4. As we are waiting for some of our double-entered cars to make their way back around into the staging lanes to get back together with their second pair. You obviously got to give them a little bit of time after they make the run to get out there and cool them down a little bit, throw a little more fuel in them before they get down here to take their second hit. Man, looking like Shane Carr's had a little round of bad luck. Last round, things went goofy with the car. This round, the car is not able to make it to the starting line. Got it up there in the staging lanes, and it's going to be Dustin Wirtz going on a solo. 70 on the tree. And then goes 449 on a 449. So 70 green. That's going to bring up Neil Pressimone and Trevor Larson. That's just like 2 in a row. Super bad luck for Shane Carr. That's going to bring up Neil Plasimone and Trevor Larson. And dealing with some of those double-entered cars. We'll wrap things up in Super Pro round number 3. We got Pro round number 4 on a ladder. Back in the staging lanes, getting all paired up. Win line's going to go to Neil. 455 on a 455. 21 green for both Trevor and Neil. Identical reaction times. Trevor, 21 and 2 above. Neil, 21 and dead on, 8. Gets the win by 20 thousandths of a second. That'll bring up Marco Perabolaris and Pat Marbeck. Marbeck, 516 dial out of the right lane. Marco with a 463 dial out of the left lane. Thousandths of a second separate him in reaction time. Win light to Marco Perabolaris. Pat Marbeck, 48 green. Gets to the finish line first by 4 thousandths of a second. Breaks out by 12 thou. Marco was 20 and 2 above to be 40 thou total. So Marco gets the win light on that. Once again, just kind of working our way through all of the double-entered cars that we have here in Super Pro round number 3. Once again, Super Pro door car, you're on standby. Just kind of get them ready. Don't start bringing them up just yet. But Super Pro door car, we've got you on standby. Not asking you to bring them to the lanes yet, so please hold off. But again, thanks very much to the folks at Holley, Optima Batteries, bringing you that live feed on Bang Shift. We've got a little over 400 folks that continuously watch online to pay attention to what's going on here at the Southwest Showdown from all over the world, all over the country. It's been a whole lot of fun. Big thanks to Kid Performance and Dyno, as well as Moser Engineering on what is a combined, like double up money day. So thank you so much for them being a part of this. Thank you very much to Hughes Performance for being our day sponsor yesterday when we handed out $20,000 to win in Super Pro and $7,500 to win in Pro. Today it's another 20 grand on the line in Super Pro and $10,000 on the line in Pro. And in Pro, we are coming back on a ladder, so within 4 rounds of crowning our Pro winner for the day. I believe our last pair of Super Pro dragsters. So I hear them fired up. We're just waiting on them to make their way up this direction. So we got Dave Moser, we got Robert Hall. Hall was our provisional buy from the last round that got carried over to this round because we ended up with an even number. Hall picked up the win. Gonna see if maybe he can carry it through with him to another round. Dave Moser and the Dragsters got that 489. Robert Hall's got the 582. So the pre-stage bulbs are lit for the Nova. From right here in Tucson, and Dave Moser rolls up. Rolls in to the starting line, and away we go. Advantage to the Dragster. Win light to the Dragster. 492 on a 489 for Dave Moser. 17 green. Robert Hall was 51 thousandths of a second behind with an 068 line. Goes 581 on a 582. So that is going to wrap things up in Super Pro round number 3. We are going to get into round number 4. In our Pro category. So with Monty Beagle and Jeff Ford going to be our first pair in Pro. We've got a couple of these guys who are trying to make it through for a shot at $10,000. $782 is the dial for Jeff Ford, and a red light for Monty Beagle. Beagle dial 598 goes red by 1,000th of a second. Ford will roll on through 780 on a 782 for Jeff. He'll bring up C.W. Hofer and Kyle Fritz. Fritz on the left side out of Arizona, dialed in at 675. Hofer on the right side. Dialed in at 740. Advantage at this end of the racetrack goes to the Firebird on the left side. Win line belongs to Fritz. 676 on a 675. He was 18 green. CW was 045 and goes 739 on that 740 dial. Tony Marconi with a 604, Plyler with a 592, a Super Pro door car, for round number 4. Let's get you headed back this direction, please. Super Pro door car, round number 4. Let's get you coming back. 3 and 4 for double enter door cars, 5 and 6 for single enter door cars. Jeremy Plyer, 593 out of 592. There was 20 thousandths of a second between them in reaction time. Tony was 38 green and goes 606. Plyer, 593 on the 592. After the 018 reaction time to take 27th thou at the stripe, and again, Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car. Go ahead and come on back. We'll take you to 3 and 4 for doubles, 5 and 6 for single entered cars. As we got Jose Garcia, or I think it's Jose Garcia, and Kayla Menzel. Caleb's dial 633 in the dart out of Edmonton. The Valiant on the left side getting the advantage and gets the win light. 638 on a 638, 005 and dead on 4. Take 4th thou at the stripe to get around Caleb. Caleb was 12, dead 1 to be 13 total. So a 9-pack, taking out a 13-pack here in the pro category. Wow, wow, wow. Oof. AJ Crater. Sasha Hofer. Sasha out of the right lane, dial 746. AJ dialed 849. $31,000 was the difference in reaction time, and AJ Crater continues to roll through again. Won it all last night. Ends up with an 853 on an 849 after the 026 reaction time. Sasha Hofer, 57 green, and then goes 749 on a 746. I'll bring up Dennis Paz and Sarah Kidd. Sarah on the right side, 666. That dial has been good to her. Dennis Paz dialed into 694. That dial has been good to him. The Elko going up against the Chevy 2 as we're in, set, and gone. Win light's going to belong to Dennis Paz. 19 green. Take 22 thou at the stripe, winning it on a double breakout. Dennis goes 692 on a 694 to be 14 thou under. Sarah goes 664 on a 666 to be 16 thou under. Win light belongs to the El Camino.
Okay, Marissa, we're just waiting for our other double card to finish off the pro ladder and come around, and let's do this.
And that will bring up Henry Roberson and Dale Schweitzer. Schweitzer with a 738. Dale with a 648. Win light's going to go to Henry Roberson. 24 green. Schweitzer was 25 red. Then it goes 649 on a 648. So a red light start for Schweitzer by 25 thousandths of a second ends the day. Henry was 24 green and 735 on a 738 for Mr. Roberson. Once again, Super Pro door car for round number 4. Racing for $20,000. You've been called into the staging lanes. Let's get our double entered door cars in 3 and 4, please. Double entered door cars in 3 and 4. Single entered door cars in 5 and 6. If you wouldn't mind, we would appreciate you being there. We're just waiting on our doubles from the pro ladder to make their way back into the staging lanes. We'll get them paired up, send them down the track, and then we'll get our door cars paired up. We are at that point, racers. We're kind of looking at that 20-minute turnaround time. We'll be keeping track of that up here in the tower. Start getting you back in and set before we hand out our final 2 trophies of the day, of the weekend, I should say, of the 2024 West Coast bracket races. Again, thank you, Kid Performance and Dyno. Thanks, Moser Engineering. Thanks to Hughes Performance for making all of this possible, and a big thanks to the folks at Tucson Dragway. Jim and his team have done a lot already here at this facility. They've got big plans to do more, and It's always awesome to be able to come out and hang out with these guys and gals and everything that they do. Just absolutely love being out here in the desert. I mean, the desert's home, right? I live in Vegas. It's still a desert, but this is like a really, really, really nice part of the desert, too.
Mike said when it starts to get dark, they're going to do a spray and that's it.
So we are going to get the rest of our race cars stacked back up. Again, for the fans that are sitting out there, remember the bar is open. Remember to stay hydrated. I mean, absolutely go over there and grab yourself a beverage or two to enjoy your afternoon. Concession stand is open. They got the tacos, the burritos, burgers. They got hot dogs. They got everything. Coffee to cones is down there. I'm still looking for that opportunity to sneak out and go grab a little ice cream, but I will. I'm still trying to decide what flavor I want to go grab. That's what I'm still trying to decide. Eventually we'll figure that out. Sounds like we got our last couple of pro cars made their way back into the staging lanes for their second entry, and they'll be up here momentarily. So in pro, got a couple of cars that are still double entered. And after their first trips down the racetrack, they're going to attempt to still be double entered. However, only one of them are going to get the opportunity to do so. C.W. Hofer and Jeff Ford. C.W.'s got that 740 number showing on the right side scoreboard. Jeff Ford is getting the head start with the 781 number. Staged, set, go. Red light start for C.W. Hofer. By 17 thousandths of a second, CW hands the win light over to Jeff Ford. Ford goes 779 on a 781 dial after he was 016 green to get the win light. CW was 17 red and goes 737 on a 740. So pro round number 4 comes to a close. We make the swap to Super Pro door car. Round number 4. Chad. Subliminal message. Super Pro door car in the water box. Closed captioning. Those of you who are listening in, pay no attention to this part. This is a private interaction between myself and Chad so that he knows to change the banner on the live feed. Nobody else can hear this, right? Caesar Bustamante and Karen Schneider. I'm looking at kind of comments. Mr. Ronnie K. Pete, let me know that you were going to be coming to hang out with us in Vegas. I look forward to meeting you in person, sir. I don't know if I've ever had the opportunity to do that, but he gave me a little sneak peek that you might be headed down there. I think that would be great. And I certainly look forward to it. That'll be cool. That'll be really cool. Caesar's dialed in at 564. Karen's dialed in at 540. Advantage to Caesar. Win light to Caesar. Hail Caesar. 564 on a 564. He's dead on at 7 after the 033 reaction time. Karen Snyder was 28 thou behind with an 061 light. Goes dead on 4. And couldn't quite get the win light. Yeah, I don't know if I'd go that far, Ronnie. I certainly would not go that far. I'm just looking forward to being able to work with you as well. Yeah, I certainly wouldn't call it that. Joe Cox and Scott Taylor. Taylor's dialed in at 685. Joe's dialed in at 710. The race is on. Plymouth trying to hold off the charge of the Chevelle, and at the finish line, it's going to be a win light for the Plymouth. 23 green, dead on 6, has Joe 29 total. Scott Taylor was 66 on the tree, wasn't going to be able to do anything with that. And that's going to be a no-go for Scott Taylor. So Joe Cox continues to roll through the rounds here as we make our way deeper and deeper into the field for $20,000. Darren Taylor, Rodney Ward. Darren down 561, Rodney down 656. Can Darren keep the anniversary stuff happy? No. 14th thou was the difference in reaction time. Rodney's 24 and dead on 3 to be 27 total. Darren Taylor was 10 green, so had the advantage when they left the starting line, but dialed a 561 and ends up running 0.05 of a second over the dial to come up 33 thou behind where he wanted to be at the finish line. Rodney Ward takes the C10 one round deeper into the Super Pro door car field as Rick Sugihara and Faustino Zaragoza, 661 dial. Rick, 661 dial. Sugihara dead on 7, 661 on a 661. He was 27, dead 7. Sugihara was 34 and 17 thou above. So Rick's chase in the Camaro is cut short as Faustino will light up the scoreboard. Super Pro Dragster. I'm just going to put you on standby here real quick. Super Pro Dragster. Be ready. We're not too far away from calling you back in for round number 4. Super Pro Dragster, you are on standby. Justin Beaver, 007, gets to the stripe first by 29 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 9 thousandths of a second. Brad Pierce was 25 green, dead 2 to be 27 total. Justin definitely had him where he wanted him. Just took a chunk too much down at the finish line. So Don Toya now rolling up against Tony Marconi, a couple of regulars that race here at Tucson. Tony's dialed 605. Don is dialed in at 539. Once again, Super Pro Dragster, you're on standby. We're just a couple of minutes away from inviting you to join us in the staging lanes for round number 4. Super Pro Dragster, be ready, please. We're going to be calling you in momentarily. Don is pre-staged. Tony is pre-staged. Tony now stages. Don joins him on the line. 1,000th of a second separate him. As Gleggy says, it's nasty. Yep. It was nasty. Tony Marconi was 003. Don was 004. Toya lets Tony have the stripe. Tony gets there first by 38 thousandths, breaks out by 8 thou. Don Toya goes 541 on a 539 to get the win light. And that was mean. That was mean. Very, very mean. So we are waiting on one double-up Super Pro door car that's going to be coming back. Again, Super Pro Dragsters, the time has come. Super Pro Dragsters, Super Pro Dragster, let's get you headed back into the staging lanes for round number 4, please. Super Pro Dragster, let's get you headed back into the lanes for round number 4, please. Let's get our double-enter dragsters to 3 and 4, single-enter dragsters to 5 and 6, double-enter dragsters to 3 and 4, single-entered dragsters to lanes 5 and 6, please. Again, Super Pro Dragster, we are ready for you for round number 4. Lane, I'm excited, man. And I think it's going to be awesome. I've heard that. I've heard really good things about working with Ronnie and being able to spend a little bit of time and share the mic with him, so I am stoked as well. I'm looking forward to being there at Vegas for the spring fling. That's going to be fun. Chad's going to be there. We can yell at Chad over the microphone, because that's fun. We'll make sure that Ronnie knows that it's plenty okay to yell at Chad over the microphone. He can take it. He's a big boy. So we're just getting that last double-entered door car back there. Single-entered dragsters are in 5 and 6. I will make note of that, Colby. I will make note of that. We'll keep that. We'll keep that in the back pocket to make sure that it happens. So once again, Super Pro Dragster, double-entered cars to 3 and 4, single-entered cars to 5 and 6. Super Pro Dragster, double-entered cars to 3 and 4, single-entered cars. We'll get you headed into lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro bracket, we're about 8 minutes or so away from getting you back in. The ladder has already been generated. It is in the back of the staging lanes with Dale. So we got about 8 more minutes before we call you back into the staging lanes. But for our Super Pro Dragsters, you have been invited. We got one double coming back in our Super Pro door car. We'll get that taken care of. As soon as that's taken care of, we'll be getting into dragsters for round number 4. Again, for those of you watching along online, thank you very much for being part of the Bang Shift live feed. Thanks to Holly. Thanks to Optima Batteries. Of course, thanks to Kid Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering, our day sponsors, for a Super Sunday where we're racing for 20 grand into Super Pro and 10 grand in Pro. We will be right back. What was that whole thing? After these messages, we'll be right back.
I'm Evan Perkins with Holley, and we're at West Tech Performance, where we just made 902 horsepower on this Holley Super Sniper equipped Pro Charge small block Chevy. The mule for this test is a Pro Charger F1A 94 equipped Blueprint Engines small block Chevy block that's got a fully forged rotating assembly. It's about 9.5 to 1 compression, aluminum heads, a hydraulic roller camshaft, a Holley strip dominator intake, and it's topped with an 8-injector Super Sniper EFI system. The Super Sniper is really cool because it's got 8 100-pound injectors and a 2.5 bar map sensor, which means it can support 21.5 psi of boost or 1,250 horsepower. Like the base Sniper, the Holley Super Sniper is completely self-learning capable, which means it can tune the engine while you drive. However, if you're running really big boost or making a lot of power, the best practice is to always have a good calibrator tune the engine on the chassis dyno or the engine dyno using a laptop. For this test, we used 3 different pulleys: a large pulley, a medium pulley, and a small pulley. The large pulley spun the supercharger a little bit slower, and it gave us some time to make sure that the tune was finessed and that everything was working well. Then we dropped down to a medium pulley, and then finally to a small pulley, which upped the blower speed to the fastest that we were able to achieve today. The first pulley made 777 horsepower, the second made 840, and once we had the small pulley on the engine, we made 902 horsepower. Holley's top-tier EFI system is always going to be a multi-port style system, but what the Super Sniper does really well is it's self-contained, easy to tune, laptop tunable, and it can support really big horsepower by just bolting it onto a 4-barrel flange with a supercharger or a turbo. Learn more about the Super Sniper at holley.com.
So our door car has made its way back. And we have got one door car that's going to get paired up with one dragster as we make our way into Super Pro Dragster round number 4. The door cars have all gone down the track. And looking at the time, Pro, we're going to put you on standby. Pro, you're on standby. We're going to be calling you in a couple of minutes. The ladder has been generated. They are ready to pair you up. So Pro, get them ready. You got a couple of minutes before we call you into the staging lanes to get you paired up and ready to roll for $10,000. Caesar Bustamante and Mark Barnhart. Mark's in the dragster. Caesar is in the Camaro. Caesar's had himself quite a day so far. And trying to keep that momentum going on his side of the racetrack. Mark Barnhart on the opposite side has been, let's just say, deadly when it comes to reaction time. The guy has been chopping the tree down. And that would be awesome. Thank you, Barn. Thank you, RTC. Appreciate that. I will certainly pass the word on to Ryan as well. He's an awesome, awesome announcing partner. Just a ton of fun to work up here with him throughout the day. Well, advantage is going to go to the dragster. Mark Barnhart wasn't quite where he is normally, but he was better than Caesar. Caesar was 77 on the tree and goes 564 on a 564. 77 and dead on 8. Going to be no good. Mark Barnhart was 24 green and 4 above, taking 18 thou stripe to get the win light. So Barnhart moves on. Caesar loses an entry. Here in round number 4 is Jansen Melton and Dave Mazier. Mazier's got a 490 dial. Jansen Melton in that really fast Shane Molinari-owned car that's typically piloted by Megan. Rolling up here on the left side. Away goes Mazier, and Mazier goes red by 0.03 of a second. Mazier joins the red and dead on club. 003 red, dead on at 9 for Dave Mazier to take the loss here in round number 4. Jansen Melton, 431.8 on a 432 after he was 64 green. So 64 green in the left side to a 003 red in the right side. Melton gets to come back and bring back that Molinari car as Ryan Stifler and Neil Pressimone are going to be our next two. Neil driving Chad Axford's Blow-A-Ka, 455 the dial in the left side, to Ryan Stifler's dragster, dialed in at 476. Red light start for Stifler. 0.09 of a second is going to end his day. Neil Pressimone is going to get out of the throttle and go 473 on a 455. He was 003. Leaving this end of the racetrack. Stifler ends up with a 478 on the 476, but was 009 red and eliminates himself from a chance at the $20,000 is now Jeff Taylor and Dustin Wirtz. Sweet matchup here. We continue to roll through our Super Pro dragsters. Dustin dialed in at 451. Jeff getting the head start with the 470 dial. As Dustin's already got the car staged up, Jeff Taylor joins him, and another red light start. Dustin Wirtz is going to run 450 on a 451. It's Mitchell Marcy and Marco Peravalaris. Marcy with a 485. And then American walk inside of the racetrack. Marco with a 464, 8 thousandths of a second separate them. We're green on both sides, and Mitchell Marcy is going to put up 9 total against Marco Paravalaris. Marco, 12 green and 12 thou above to be 24 total. Taking the loss here in round number 4. Mitch Marcy was 004 and dead on 5 to get the win light. Pro bracket, it is time. Let's get you headed back for your pairings, please. Pro, come on back. Pro, come on back. So, pro bracket, round number 5, it is time. Let's get you back into the staging lanes, please. Pro bracket. The ladder is ready. Let's get you headed this direction, please. Matt Larson, Brad Hawk. Hawk dialed 480. Larson dialed 470. Win light goes to Matt by 3 10 thousandths of a second. Larson was 33 on the tree. Brad Hawk was 19 green. Brad had the advantage at this end of the racetrack, but runs 25 thousandths of a second above the dial to come up 3 10 thousandths of a second short. 0.0003, the true margin of victory for Matt Larson. He's 33 and 11 above to be 44 total and get the win light. As Chris Whitfield and Pat Marbeck are going to square off. Marbeck dialed in at 5:15. Whitfield dialed in a little bit quicker with a 4:72. Red light start for Marbeck. 008 is not so great for Pat Marbeck. Whitfield, 24 green, goes 4:73 on the 4:72. As Pat Marbeck was 5:17 on a 5:15, but was 8 thousandths of a second early, leaving the starting line, and that'll bring out Shane Molinari and Jose Luis Garcia. Mr. Cano coming in out of Sonora, Mexico, 501 the dial on the right side of the racetrack. For the car based in Mexico, going up against Molinari, coming in out of Battleground, Washington, and another red light by 9 thousandths of a second. Jose leaves early and runs 5:02 on the 5:01. Molinari 40 and then 4:50 on the 4:50 for Molinari. Once again, pro bracket. We'll get you headed back into the staging lanes, please, for round number 5. Pro bracket, round number 5. Come on down. They are going to get you paired up and ready to go. Cut the field in half again and get closer to a $10,000 winner today. Darren O'Connor going up against Amber Escobedo. Escobedo, 5 flat is the dial. Darren, 477. 9 thou the difference, and the win light's going to belong. Oof. Darren O'Connor is 001 and dead 7 to be 8 total. Amber is 10 on the tree and dead 2 to be 12 total. A 12 pack gets beat out by an 8 pack. Wow. 12 total and no good. Here in round number 5, Darren O'Connor is 8 total. And that is going to be painful to accept as we're loading up that car. Ouch. Ouch. So we should have our pro cars rolling back, if not already back in the staging lanes. Got just a couple of double-enter dragsters. Understand one of them is back already. The other one will be back soon. To put a period on round number 4 on the Kit Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering Super Sunday. Again, it is the Southwest Showdown. Brought to you by the folks at West Coast Bracket Races here at Tucson Dragway. And seeing how the competition is heating up. Again, we just saw 12 be no good to an 8-pack. We've seen the 3 10,000ths of a second margins of victory. It's crazy. We got a lot of racers that are done for the weekend. I'm sorry to hear that. Not something that definitely you wanted to have happen, but for those of you that are rolling out, wherever your next destination may be, we wish you safe travels. We wish you the best of luck at your next race, and hopefully if you are coming to hang out with us in Vegas in a few weeks to race at the Fling, maybe you're coming up to race with us next weekend at the Muscle Cars at the Strip. Again, wherever your next stop may be, certainly hope that you have the safest of travels and make it to your next destination without issue. Also hope that you find your way back here next year for the Southwest Showdown when we get all that squared away and get dates announced and all that fun stuff. Of course, we got the next West Coast Bracket race coming up in Bakersfield, Memorial Day weekend. We are certainly looking forward to that. That's going to be a whole lot of fun. So hopefully you've already got that on your calendar and are going to be part of that show as well, as Chris will put on another awesome event. This time it'll be a little bit up more towards the middle of California in Bakersfield. That'll be fun. That'll be good. So as we continue, we'll get that other double dragster back in here. We'll get that finished up. Again, pro, we should have all of you back at this point.
Yes, Pro is complete, and they're talking shop.
Ah. That's good. We got all the pro guys back there, and they are, as Dale said, talking shop. That's what you need to do. Starting to look at the money that's left in the pot and deciding how they want to divvy it up. As racers say, they're back there talking split. If they decide to do that. And we are going to be back at it very, very soon. Again, should have that last dragster back in here. I'm hoping that the sound of engines firing up back there is the remainder of our Super Pro dragsters. That's what I'm hoping. Still missing one? No. False alarm. Got my hopes up and crushed them.
They're here now. I'm going to be sending one pair up shortly, and then the next pair might need a minute.
Oh.
Copy.
So the word is they're here now. That's exciting. I'll take that. So our next pair in Super Pro Dragster is a double-entered dragster being shared by a couple of drivers. Neil again, Neil has been piloting that car along with Chad here this weekend. Chad dialed in at 455. Anna Contreras dialed in at 5 flat. 3/1000ths was the difference in reaction time. 5/1000ths was the margin of victory at the finish line. Chad Axford will be back. 29 green and then goes 457. On a 455. Anna was 32 green and also 2 above the dial. Comes down to that 52 ten-thousandths of a second margin of victory. Win light goes to Axford. Super Pro Door Car, you are on standby. Super Pro Door Car, we're putting you on standby. For your next go-round, Super Pro Door Car, you are going to be on standby for your next go-round. We're going to be calling you in here in just a couple of minutes. So Super Pro Door Car, it is almost time to start bringing them back. Super Pro Door Car, it's close, like really close. So it sounds like our final pair of Super Pro Dragsters are ready to go. Dave Moser. Lost an entry a little bit earlier on, is down to his last hope. I don't want to say hanging by a thread, but it's kind of down to his last hope. And Mark Barnhart still has 2 to work with. He's still got 2 to work with. So Barnhart in the purple dragster, the New Mexico-based Soren-built car. Dialed in with a 474. Moser's got 491. If Moser doesn't light up the scoreboard, his day comes to a close. If Barnhart doesn't light up the scoreboard, he's still got one. I think Moser knew that. Yep. Moser, 492 on a 491. Dave is 12 green and one above. Barnhart was 44 and no good. Down at the big end of the racetrack. So our final car in Super Pro round number 4 going to be a door car, which means we got to give our Super Pro door cars a little bit of time, a little bit more time. Because we got to give Tim Wirtz the opportunity to get back and get that car cooled and fueled. But we've got Pro round number 5 paired up and ready to go. Tim, 522. The dial-in for the car that says Rhino Rush Energy on the side. 041 the reaction time for Tim Wirtz. And then one above, 523 on a 522. So we're getting into Pro. Pro. So Henry Roberson and Jeff Ford. Henry's dialed in at 738. The Mustang will be giving up the head start to the Challenger over on the right side. Jeff Ford is still alive in both entries. So in Pro, regardless of what happens here, he's going to be bringing that car back around to take another swing at the tree. Henry going to be giving up the head start to Jeff over on the right side. So in, set, bye. Uh-oh. Henry has got the advantage on the starting line. Ford is in trouble, and Henry will dispatch by 1,000th of a second Jeff Ford in one entry. Jeff was 780 on a dial-in, 103 the reaction time for Ford. As Henry Roberson had the 059 light, Ford gave up 44 thousandths of a second. Henry goes 741 on a 738 to get the win light. And we'll be back in round number 6 of Pro. Dennis Paz now going up against Jeremy Plyler. What is the quarterfinals of our Pro category? Plyler's dialed in at 592. Paz dialed in at 692. The Nova catching up quick, and it's going to be a 594 with a 1 for Jeremy Plyler after the 013 reaction time to get him to the stripe first by 55 thousandths of a second. 13 and 21 thousandths of a second above the dial to get the win for Jeremy. Dennis Paz was 85 green, dead on 4, and no good in the El Camino. It's going to bring up AJ Crater. Crater, who is trying really hard to go back-to-back here at the Southwest Showdown in the Pro category. He's Garcia over on the other side. Dialed in at 638. AJ is in trouble. Win light. Going to go to the Valiant. 638 on a 638 was 11 green, dead on 8 to be 19 total. AJ 48 green and 10 thou under. So we got one double. That's Jeff Ford. Going to be making his way back into the staging lanes. And with our final car in Super Pro having been a door car, we're essentially going to need to give them a little extra time to get the door car turned around so that Tim kind of gets a fair shot at it. We're going to make sure that Wirtz gets that time, so we've got to wait just a couple more minutes before we get our Super Pro door cars back this way. So Super Pro door cars, you are on standby. Again, wanting to make sure that Tim's got the time that he needs to get the car back and get it ready. We've got the one double up. Jeff Ford is going to be headed back into the staging lanes to decide our final four in Pro. So I know it seems like it is early in the evening, which it is. I mean, it's only like 4 o'clock here. And we are at that point where, you know, we're going to have a little bit of downtime in between rounds, a little bit of downtime as we wait on some of the doubles to come back. But pretty much, we are down to essentially just like one double left. Jeff Ford, who was racing in the pro category, just lost one. It was our last double in our pro category, so he's down to the one. Still has a chance to go even a little bit deeper as he's still got one left. That's what we're waiting on. He'll be coming back around to take his second chance at it. Getting down to really narrowing the field down in our Super Pro cars, and with that, we're going to go ahead and call Super Pro. Now, 1 minute, we've got one double left in Super Pro, in which we've got Chad Axford and Neil Presimoni sharing the seat. So our final pair in Pro finds their way into the water box, and that is Kyle Fritz and Jeff Ford. Jeff takes over the right lane. Kyle takes over the left lane. Jeff has been pretty comfortable over in that right lane throughout the weekend. Kyle has been really comfortable in that left lane throughout the weekend. This really is going to be anybody's game. Here in round number 5 of Pro. Pro will be coming back as a semi. There's 4 cars left in Pro, and Super Pro, we got 18 of them coming back. So we are one round before the ladder. It'll be the last round. But the door cars and the dragsters go side by side. Jeff Ford gets the advantage off the starting line. The win light will belong to Kyle Fritz. Jeff was 21 green, which was 33 thousandths of a second better than Kyle Fritz's 054 light, but Jeff Ford runs 783 on a 778 to come up 20 thousandths of a second short. Kyle Fritz, 674 on a 674. 54 and dead on 4 to make it into the semis of Pro. So we got 4 left in Pro, 18 left in Super Pro. Again, Super Pro door car, Super Pro dragster. Just a little heads up, this is going to be your last round before the ladder. When we come back next round, we'll be coming back at 9, and we'll be on the ladder. But for this one, Super Pro door car, it's time. So Super Pro door car, let's get you headed back in this direction, please. We're going to have you go into 5 and 6, lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro door car, go ahead and make your way into lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro door car, make your way into lanes 5 and 6, please. It is time. Come on down, Super Pro door car. And we got one that will probably be coming in a little bit behind, still needs a minute or two, but the rest of us should be well ready to roll. Again, we are coming back with 18 total in Super Pro between the door cars and the dragsters. Still running them separate. After this round, we will be coming back on the ladder at 9. So Super Pro, keep that in mind. Keep it in mind. Door cars, come on down. Lanes 5 and 6, please. For everybody that's kind of listening in or hanging out here on the property, we are going to be going quiet for just a couple of minutes while we get all of our Super Pro door cars into the lanes. Again, Super Pro dragster. We got a few minutes or so before we start calling you back. But dragsters, you're on standby. Super Pro door car, we have called you into the lanes, please. So Super Pro Dragster, you are going to be on standby. Super Pro Dragster, we're putting you on standby. We got a couple of minutes left before we start calling you into the staging lanes. We got Super Pro Door Car rolling up here. Because again, we're coming back with 18 total between our door cars and our dragsters in this go-round, and it is going to be the last round before the ladder. They will be coming back with 9 left once we get through this session. So at the completion of round number 5, we'll be coming back with 9, and it's going to be basically up to these door cars to decide amongst themselves who will get to come back as part of that 9. Faustino Zaragoza, Joe Cox, first 2 door cars that are going to take to the racetrack. The Plymouth is dialed 709. The Vega is dialed 660. So the multicolored primer paint job. I like that. Joe's car is just cool. It's just cool. Oh, you got a Vega. You got the Plymouth. We got the C10 truck. Still rolling strong. 27 thousandths of a second. The difference in reaction time between Joe and Faustino. Winlight's going to go to the Plymouth. Faustino was 37 green, 12 thou above, ends up 49 total. And 17 thousandths of a second behind at the stripe. Joe Cox is 10 green. And then goes 711 on the 709 to be 22 thou above the dial. Excuse me, to be 3 thou above the dial. It's Rodney Ward now and Brad Pierce. It's been a long day. It's been a little bit of a long day. Rodney is dialed 656. Brad is dialed in at 650. Red light start for Pierce. And Rodney Ward going to be rolling through in the truck. 656.2 on a 656. 27 dead 2 is 29 total. Brad Pierce 003 red. And then 1 above. So Pierce checks out. Rodney Ward will come back along with Joe Cox.
Chris, you got a copy?
Yes, I do.
So I have the losers list for, but I don't know what the total. Say again?
It's Tim Wirtz and Cesar Bustamante. Wirtz in the Corvette, Bustamante in the Copper Camaro, trying to stay alive here. Bustamante lost one of his entries in the last trip down at the racetrack, and he looks like he's on his way to lose another one. Unfortunately, Bustamante let go late. Goes 565 on a 564, but the reaction time started with a 1. Oof. Ended up giving 14 hundredths of a second advantage to Tim Wirtz. Tim was 54 green. And then goes 530 on a 523. And the answer to Alicia, who's now listening in live on the live stream, is absolutely not. No way. We are too close to getting this thing all wrapped up. That is just not going to happen. Not going to happen. So again, we are making our way through Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragster. The time has come It has been long enough. We're going to go ahead and get you back in here. Again, it'll be the last time that we call our Super Pro door cars and Super Pro dragsters separately. So Super Pro dragster, let's get you on your way back to the lanes. Super Pro dragster, let's get you on your way back to the lanes. Follow the instructions of your friendly staging lane officials. They will direct you where to go. They will direct you where they want you. But what we want right now is for you headed into the staging lanes. Once you get there, they'll help you find the right spot. They'll help you find a date for our speed dating as we get closer to handing out $20,000 here on a Kid Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering combined Super Sunday. But we'll get you headed back in here. So Super Pro dragster, Super Pro dragster. Last time you get called up all by yourselves. Let's get you headed this way, please. That's the last time you get the spotlight. After that, you're going to share it with the door cars, because you will be coming back on the ladder. So we're giving our dragsters a little bit of time to get back into the staging lanes. Pro, kind of about halfway through their turnaround at time. We'll be calling them up here in a little bit, but Super Pro dragsters are coming back. We'll whittle the rest of our field down. The next time we'll set that ladder and we'll roll from there. So our last of the Super Pro door cars, Don Toya. At least the last for this round. Kind of waited it out until we got the Super Pro dragsters back up in and set. And Don Toya, by way of waiting it out, is going to end up pairing up with Chad Axford, his driving partner, who's sharing the wheel duties, and the other entry on that car stands alongside the wall down there. Mr. Neal watching to see what happens here as Don Toya in the Roadster. He's got that 537 dial. Chad Axford's got the 458 dial. Chad, in his other car, the Pro Charged car, was last night's winner in Super Pro. Gives a little whomp down at the finish line as Axford had the advantage coming off the starting line. Don was 28 green, Chad was 15 green. Toya ends up running 23 thou above the dial. Chad Axford goes 14 thou above the dial and gets to the stripe by 22 thousandths of a second to light up that left lane scoreboard. So Axford keeps one of the two entries associated with that car alive. Again, last night Axford ended up winning it all in his Pro Charged car. Running 414, has got the blower car out here now. And is going to be making his way into the latter rounds today. Has just punched his spot as one of the final 9 in Super Pro that will be coming back. Speaking of the word pro, it's time. We're down to 4 in pro. And since we are down to 4 in pro, we're going to get our semifinals in pro headed back. So Pro, go ahead and come on back. Pro, come on back. Let's get you into the staging lanes. 4 of you left. Getting down to the semis in Pro. 2-round wins is all you need to go home with the trophy. Just 2. With the cars that are left, it's going to be hard to come by. I guarantee you it's going to be hard to come by. Mark Barnhart, Mitch Marcy. Barnhart's completed the burnout, and the car is not coming back. Barnhart is sitting out there just past the 60-foot cone and cannot get the car to roll back this direction. Marcy's back from the burnout, waiting as the crew runs out there and takes a look. Marcy's turned the car off. They're going to go ahead and start pushing him back this way. I'm going to see if he decides, once he gets it back past the starting line, to try and fire it up. No. Oh. Mark Barnhart climbs out of the cockpit 1 round short of the ladder. Oh, man. Mitch Marcy takes the solo shot. 486 on a 484 and let go 8 thou early. Mark, I got to tell you something, man. My heart goes out to you right now. That is gut-wrenching. Hate to see that happen to anybody. Hate to see that happen to you. You get down to where you're 1 round before the ladder, and especially after the performance that you've had today, man. That was quite a show. Mark, I'm so sorry. He's looking at the car down here trying to figure out what's going on, but, oh, that's just terrible. Just terrible. Hate that. So our next couple of Super Pro dragsters. It's going to be Dustin Wirtz and Matt Larson. Matt coming in out of Yuma, dialed in at 465. Dustin coming in out of Idaho. Dialed in at 451. So a 469 corrected dial in for Matt Larson. A 451 dial in for Dustin Wirtz. 18 on will be the difference in the dials. And then we got another good matchup sitting back here in the water box. That's going to be fun to watch. Advantage goes to Dustin Wirtz. Win light goes to Wirtz. Dustin was 15th thou ahead of Matt Larson at the let-go. Matt was 34 green. Dustin was 19 green. As Dustin will run 2 above, 453 on a 451, taking an 11th thou stripe. Oh, Mark Barnhart's firing it up and driving it. Really? Oh my gosh. Matt Larson, 34 green, goes 471 on a 469. Win light to Wirtz. Wirtz coming back at 9. That's Chris Whitfield and Dave Mazier are going to be our next two. So with David, a 490 dial. Chris Whitfield at a 472 dial. Win light's going to go to Whitfield. Dave Mazier was 009 red and goes dead on 9. Hate the number 9. Just hate it. Dave Mazier, 009 red, to call 1 round short of coming back at 9. Win light will belong to Chris Whitfield, as he is 15 green and 3 above to go 475 on the 472, and the Molinari cars are going to have to race each other. Ended up paired up here in this one. Shane on the right side, Jansen Melton on the left side. Jansen's dialed 431, Shane's dialed in at 450. Again, good news, bad news. One of you gets to go into the next round, and it's going to be Jansen Melton. Jansen goes 432 on the 431, was 49 green. Shane Molinari is dead on 1, but was 28 thousandths of a second early on the let-go. Turns on the red light and will now become like crew chief extraordinaire for Jansen Melton when he comes back at 9 in that really quick car. I think it's kind of interesting, right? Last night in Super Pro, the quickest car in the field ended up making its way into the final to get the win. The quickest car in the field today is still alive. I don't know if that's, going to come to fruition, but who knows? Who knows? We should have our pro semifinals sitting back in the staging lanes, getting ready to come out as we'll decide our final 2. Our winner from yesterday got knocked out a couple rounds ago, but I got to tell you, the performance that AJ Crater put on here this weekend in pro was no less than spectacular. He put on quite a show, went a whole bunch of rounds. I know we've still got a double that we're going to take care of here in Super Pro Dragster. Chad Axford had made his way down the racetrack in that first pair. Was able to turn on the scoreboard for the blower car, and he's headed back into the staging lanes to jump out of the seat, put Neil in the seat, and let Neil take his swing at things to see if he can stay alive. So Neil Presimoni and Darren O'Connor going to be our final pair in Super Pro round number 5. Then we're going to get into our Pro semifinals. They are already sitting back in the staging lanes. Hopefully they have had the conversations that they need to have as they are down to 4, racing for $10,000. But 8 have already been decided that will get to come back on the ladder in Super Pro. There's one spot left. There's 2 drivers that want it. And Darren O'Connor is going to go all the way back through the water and do the burnout again. So Neil's on the left side running Chad Axford's car. Darren O'Connor's on the right side running his own car. It is a Vegas driver versus an Alberta, Canada driver for that last spot in the round of 9. 2/10 the difference in the dial. 477 for Darren, 457 for Neil. Advantage to Neil by 0.04 of a second. Win light to Darren O'Connor. Wow. Wow. Darren O'Connor was 35 green, Neil was 31 green. So Neil beat him by 0.04 of a second off the starting line, but Darren goes dead 1. Neil is 11th thou above. And Darren O'Connor will claim the last spot. The final double of the day has been dispatched. We done dispatched the doubles. So Super Pro Dragster. The clock begins. Keep in mind, Super Pro, door cars, and dragsters. Those 9 of you that are still in competition, when you come back, you are going to be on a ladder. 9 will become 5. Will become 3. There's going to be a bye all the way, every round, to the final. Reaction time matters to win a race, and having the best reaction time of the bunch is going to be a big deal the rest of the way through. How about Kyle Fritz and Henry Roberson going to be our first 2 in the Pro semifinal round? Winner goes to race for the trophy and the 10 grand. Henry's dialed 739. Kyle's dialed 673. Kyle's in and set. Henry flickers those bulbs. And a red light will send Henry Roberson to the final. Kyle Fritz, 7th thou red. It goes 675 on a 673. Henry's 20 green and goes 738 on a 739. Kyle left the line 0.07 of a second before he wanted to, and Henry's headed to race for 10 grand and the trophy. here at the Southwest Showdown. That is going to bring up the next two. So Henry, 20 green, 738. On a 739, it's going to bring up Jeremy Plyler and Luis Ortiz. Ortiz dialed in at 638. Plyler dialed in at 592. Red light start for Jeremy. So our finals in pro decided by a couple of red lights. Fritz went red by 7 thou. Jeremy Plyler goes red by 22 thousandths of a second. And it's going to be Luis Ortiz and Henry Roberson racing for the trophy, the champion's hat, the big check, in what will be the last pair of pro of the Southwest Showdown for 2024. So Henry Roberson going to have the lane choice in the pro final. And really at this point, with what we've seen happening here, it doesn't matter. The guys here at Tucson have kept this track so racy and in such great condition that really it just comes down to which angle do you prefer looking at the tree at. I mean, which lane do you want? They'll take it. Because both of these lanes are really, really, really good. Like, really good. So we've got our pro is down to a final. Super pro is down to 9. We got our super pro guys on the clock. They need a couple of minutes more. And rather than me sit up here and you listen to me babble on about nothing for 15 minutes. So we are going to go silent un momento. Super Pro, just kind of be ready. The clock is ticking. I can tell. Like a lot of the Super Pro guys are also ready to kind of speed things up a little bit. So pretty much Super Pro. We do have you on a clock, but if you are ready and want to start heading this way a little bit early, we will absolutely take you. We'll happily take you, but it's not yet. You still got time. We understand that, and we'll give you that time. So Super Pro, get them ready. We'll call you up here when it's time. Thank you. For everybody else, pick up your phone. Hang tight for a minute. It's not going to be long. We're talking 10 minutes tops, 15 minutes or so, before we get into 9 cars left in Super Pro. And then we'll call Pro back up and crown a champion. All right, Super Pro, we are about halfway through that turnaround time. Super Pro, we are about halfway through that turnaround time. But if you are ready, we'll absolutely take you into the staging lanes. We got one of you back here already. Whenever you are ready, go ahead and start heading up here. We're about halfway through our turnaround time. Again, coming back at 9, there will be a ladder down in the staging lanes. We'll get everybody paired up. And if there are any discussions to be had, we'll get those taken care of back in the lanes before we get things underway. So again, kind of keeping that in mind and knowing that there are going to be discussions to be had. If you are ready, we'll absolutely take you up here now. But again, we're about halfway through that turnaround time, Super Pro. We're getting ready to roll into round number 6. So just kind of keep that in mind, Super Pro. As you get ready to go, time to start getting them put back together, get the fuel in them, and we're just about halfway there. A little more than halfway there, actually. We'll put that correction out there. A little more than halfway there on Super Pro. And racers, remember, as you are kind of wrapping up your program, closing up your day, if you are looking for that payout or need to settle up on anything that may have been purchased throughout the weekend, Megan is up here in the Nitro Club, getting things taken care of round by round as far as payout is concerned. So as you close up your day and are looking to collect up your winnings, just head on up there to the Nitro Club, which is right up alongside of that Coffee to Cones booth. You can go in between the gray and black motorhome, go right up the stairs and find her there in the Nitro Club. She'll get you all taken care of. So as each round is completed, the paperwork is sent down to her and she goes ahead and gets that payment taken care of right then and there. So just remember that as you are closing up. And again, wherever your next stop may be, we're certainly glad that you came by and raced with us here at the Southwest Showdown. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. And the next time we send pro cars down the racetrack, we're going to be crowning our winner for the combined Kid Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering Super Sunday, 10 grand to the winner here today in pro. That's going to be kind of a big deal. We got Luis Ortiz, we got Henry Roberson that are back in the pits getting their cars ready to roll, to come out here and decide who gets to go home with the trophy and the hat. And all of the honors, they go with being crowned as pro champion. Again, it was A.J. Crater who won it all yesterday in the pro category. It was Chad Axford who won it all yesterday in Super Pro in his other car, who is also still alive at 9 on the ladder round here today. Our $20,000 shootout winner was Ken Swale in that little Mercury, and our $5,000 pro shootout winner yesterday was Mark Johns in that beautiful white Mustang, which he said was his backup car. So that was certainly interesting. With that, we'll go ahead and put out the call. Super Pro, the 9 that remain. Super Pro, the 9 that remain. Let's go ahead and get you into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro, our final 9. Let's get you making your way into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro, we'll take our 9 back into the staging lanes, please. All right, so with our 9 Super Pro headed back into the staging lanes, we're going to whittle that field down to 5. Our Pro finalists. I'm going to give you a little bit more time before we call you, as you're about halfway through your turnaround time. Again, we'll be coming back to crown a winner in Pro. We'll cut our field down to 5 in Super Pro, but we start to see the scooters and the golf carts and everybody that's still hanging around in the pit area making their way up towards the starting line, meaning that we are seeing more and more of those cars filter their way into the staging lanes to get it close and ready to go. So Super Pro, we have made it official. We do need you back into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro need 9 cars back into the staging lanes ready to go. Because while it is very entertaining to watch Stacy do laps around the golf cart, it would be more entertaining to watch our Super Pro cars making their way down the racetrack. The door cars, the dragsters, going to be combined this go around. And again, remember, before you head out, stop on up to the Nitro Club, pick up your payout. I'm kind of looking at it. I'm watching Chad as well, wondering what he's doing up there inside of his penthouse suite, because Chad is not going to be headed home like the rest of us. If I remember right, he has told me that he's going to be spending at least a week down here. Got some other events that are going to be going on, and I think he's just like moving in to that little tower stand that he's got. We'll take the stuff out of the hotel and put a blow-up mattress in there. Just call it home for the next week. Start hanging some pictures on the walls. I think he's picking out like a wallpaper color or a texture that he likes, a wallpaper design. You might even be able to drive around town and find an old couch that somebody's throwing out. Put that in there as well. I think it's pretty cool. By far the best setup that I think he's ever had anywhere. You're going to like it. Heard from staging that the decision has been made. Our solo will be out first. Then we'll run our other 4 pair. And we are getting closer to making it official, to calling in our Pro Finals. So Pro Finals, if you're ready early, Luis, Henry, there's nothing stopping you guys from headed up this way either. You still have a couple of minutes if you need it. But Luis and Henry, we are certainly excited to see which one of you two ends up picking up the win here in Pro today for that 10 grand prize. That's going to be fun. That's going to be real fun. We'll find out who, just who, will get to be crowned king of the pros and Join AJ Crater on the winners list. So the Super Pro has finalized their discussions. They're getting into the cars, getting suited up, and I can see that folks are already, a couple of folks anyway, already starting to chime in on the chat bleachers as far as who they are rooting for in our 9 that are left, and even who they're rooting for in the final of Pro. Got some Henry Roberson fans that have voiced their support in the chat bleachers, and if you are rooting for a specific one, by all means, put it in there. Put it in there. Let these drivers know who you are pulling for. Got some folks from north of the border hoping to see the trophy. Head back up that way with O'Connor. We'll see exactly who everybody's pulling for, as we're going to cut our field down to just 5. And again, will it be in just 5 that are coming back?
Copy. Super Pro?
We'll see.
Yes, this is the next round of Super Pro, correct.
Copy that.
Water's going down in the box, round number 6, or the round of 9 in Super Pro, about to get underway. KJ's rooting for Ricky Bobby. We'll do that. So Darren O'Connor, who's got Dan Golby rooting for him to take the trophy back to Canada, is going to be our bye run at the round of 9. So he will get a free lap down the racetrack. Got some folks pulling for Mitch Marcy. Hoping to see him be able to wrap his hands around the trophy before it's all said and done. But O'Connor puts 477 up on the scoreboard. We'll get, essentially get a time run here. Get a chance to take a practice swing at the tree. As he's in, stage, set, go. 42 green for O'Connor. And then goes 478 on the 477. So O'Connor will be one of the 5 that is coming back. He's 042 green and 1 above to be 478 on the 477. The next 2 going to be our one of the door card dragster matchups. And it's actually the door truck. The door truck of Rodney Ward. They started off their morning on a parts hunt. Said, we need a water pump. Somebody got them their water pump, and it is paid off big time. 656, the dial for Rodney out of Wilcox, Arizona. 450 is the dial for Dustin Wirtz. Dustin, who has that tendency to linger around a lot, ended up actually racing himself in a final at one of the West Coast bracket races. Identical on the tree between Dustin and Rodney Ward, and the pickup truck will light up the scoreboard to move into the next round. Ward is 019 on the tree. Dustin is 019 on the tree. Dustin gets there first by 41 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 13 thousandths of a second. Runs 4:48 on the 4:47. Rodney Ward is 28th thou above, 19 green, and gets the win light to dispatch the dragster. Another door car dragster matchup. Joe Cox in the Plymouth, Mitch Marcy. Who's got folks cheering for him? Back at home as well, the New Mexico-based kid-powered car. Dialed in at 485. Joe Cox running out of Peoria, Arizona. Dialed in at 709. Head start to the Plymouth is off and away. Red light start for Mitch Marcy by 0.03 of a second. Oh, man. 38th thou, the reaction time for Joe Cox as he goes full 705 on the 709. And the door cars have gone 2 for 2 against the dragsters here in the round of 9. Wow. O'Connor was 42 green, picks up the win on the solo. Rodney Ward was 19 green, picking up the win over the dragster. Joe Cox was 38 green, picking up the win over Mitch Marcy. It's Chad Axford. It's Tim Wirtz. The dragsters got the advantage this time. Win light to Chad Axford. Wow. Tim Wirtz, 21 green to Chad Axford's 007, and Axford threw out the anchor. 007 on the tree and goes 476 on a 457 at just 122 miles an hour. Tim Wirtz goes 523.4, gets fed a lot, and breaks out by 0.06 of a second. So last night's winner will be back at 5. With a 007 reaction time, and that is going to bring up Chris Whitfield and Jansen Melton. Melton on the right side, coming all the way in out of Tennessee. 0.03 of a second, the difference in reaction time. Win light to Jansen Melton. Jansen, 21 green, and goes 21 thou above to be 42 total. Chris Whitfield was 19 green and 46 thou above. So Jansen Melton with that 0:21 reaction time, going to be coming back, the 5 that made it through. Darren O'Connor out of Canada. Rodney Ward in the pickup truck, Joe Cox in the Plymouth, Chad Axford in the dragster, and Jansen Melton in the dragster are going to be coming back. Pro finals. We got one of you. We need one more to hand out a trophy here today. But we are down to 5 in the Super Pro final. Or in the Super Pro, final event of the weekend. It's O'Connor, Darren. It's Ward, Rodney, it's Cox, Joe, it's Axford, Chad, it's Melton, Jansen are the 5 that will return when we come back for the quarterfinals. Again, our pro final, making their way into the staging lanes, that's going to be Luis Ortiz and Henry Roberson. They are on their way back into the staging lanes. And when we decide the winner of that pair, we'll be headed down in front of the tower to hand out a trophy. So as we wait on our pro finals, it's going to be a good one. We'll get them back into the staging lanes. We'll be back at it in just a moment. But yeah, one winner from yesterday is still in the field. Has a chance at sweeping the weekend in the main events. But he's still got 3 scoreboards to light up before it's done. So again, we're going to go a little quiet here. We're going to get the ladder generated. As soon as I have the ladder, I'll get a copy of it this time and let you know who the pairs will be, who will be returning on the bye. And again, just taking a look at it like, let's see. Axford was 007. I wonder. But we're just going to wait and make it official as soon as they get the paperwork generated. So our final pair in pro are back there in the staging lanes. I'm going to open the door to the back of the tower and glare at them while they start to get in their cars. We got Luis, we got Henry. They're sitting under one of the loudest speakers on property, so I know they can hear me. They're racing for $10,000. No pressure, kids. No pressure at all. So our pro final fires up. They are rolling this direction. The ladder has been decided in Super Pro. Yesterday's winner in Super Pro is coming back on the bye at 5. So he's going to be getting a spot in the semifinals because he'll be running the solo. It'll be Rodney Ward with lane choice over Darren O'Connor in the dragster, and it'll be Jansen Melton with lane choice over Joe Cox in the Plymouth. So it's going to be Axford, and then Ward versus O'Connor, and Melton versus Cox. All right. Beep, 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 beep. Newsflash. This just in. Stan Essery, our buddies at Chemco up in Canada, who is a major lover and supporter of what is happening here at the Southwest Shootout, or Southwest Showdown, has just said that he is going to give a $500 bonus to the first perfect reaction time between now and the end of the day, should one appear. He'll do it in Pro, he'll do it in Super Pro. So guys at Chemco, Stan Essery, said, look, if we see a perfect reaction time in this Pro Final, I'm going to drop a $500 bonus. If we see a perfect reaction time, the first one in the next 3 rounds, to wrap up Super Pro, I'll toss $500 out there. Luis Ortiz and Henry Roberson, it comes down to this. For the trophy, for the check, for the hat, and for the honor of being crowned champion at the West Coast Bracket Races Southwest Showdown on a Kit Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering Super Sunday. 739 was the dial for Henry Roberson. He's 36 green. 637 was the dial for Luis Ortiz, and he is 33 red. And wow, what a race. Roberson wins it and will be crowned your champion. Luis dialed 637, goes 637-4, but was 33 thou red. Henry Roberson dialed 739, was 36 green, and runs 739-0. Henry Roberson, stickers. Quickers get stickers. You know what else quickers get? Great big checks with their name on it, trophies and hats. How about Henry? Getting the win light in our final pair of Pro today. So since the perfect reaction time didn't happen, again, thank you very much, Stan Essery, for tossing that bonus out there. It's still alive in Super Pro. The Chemco folks, you look at this, like Chad Axford, he's going on a solo. What better opportunity would you have to pick up an extra $500? I mean, you got a free shot at the tree. Go out there and drop it, trip, zip. Again, we've got 3 rounds of racing left in the Southwest Showdown. We're going to head down trackside and be ready to hand out a trophy while our Super Pro cars continue their turnaround time. They're about halfway through it. So our Super Pro cars are about halfway through their turnaround. We'll give them an opportunity to come back. In the meantime, we're going to head down to in front of the tower and meet up with our winner in Pro. So Henry Roberson made his way back down here in front of the tower. We had to give him direction because he acts like it's the first time that he's made it to the winner's circle here at a Southwest Showdown race. It's definitely not the first time that he's made it to a final round. And here's kind of the cool news about this, Henry. Before we start talking to you about your program, you did it on a weekend where it was a double-up day. That means you get not only one, so here's your hat. I'm going to trade you your hat for this one that says Event Champion. So you get to put that one on, and you're going to get a second hat that you choose to share with a friend or keep for yourself and put in a nice case. That way you get to wear one and keep one for display, whatever you decide.
I'll give it to the wife.
You're going to give it to the wife. That's a good friend. That's a good friend to put it to. And for your second time in like a final round appearance, not only do you get one check for $5,000, you get two checks for $5,000. So you get a double up on that. And what's even better, we'll do this in a minute when we do pictures, you get a double fisted with the trophies, man. That is pretty freaking cool. So tell me about your day, dude. Things started off a little bit rough, a little bit rocky. You found your groove, and ever since then, it looks like from the outside that it's been smooth, but I'm sure there's a lot more that goes into it than that.
Absolutely. First of all, I just want to give all thanks to God. He's the reason why we're able to do what we love and our passion. And yeah, it's definitely been a trying week, problem after problem, but we persevered. And today the car finally started doing what it's supposed to do, what I know she's capable of doing. And I strung together some lights, had my one lucky round, and that's usually what it takes to put it in the winner's circle.
So you were talking about bald tires, lots of crazy problems with valve springs. What exactly were you fighting back there?
Well, two weekends ago, final round in Super Pro, I broke a valve spring in the burnout. So I fixed that, ordered new valve springs, and they showed up to my house the day I showed up here in Tucson. So I went to my storage, grabbed some spare valve springs, and said I'll fix it when I get there. And we've been changing them ever since. I had two break on me 2 days ago, and the car just wasn't acting right. When got new sticky Mickeys on the back and started acting a little better, but I mean, my game plan for the day was really just to crush the tree and drive the stripe. I wasn't really trusting the car until the later rounds when it started really proving that it was going to run the number, and it just worked out.
It did work out. You were crushing the tree, and obviously looking at some of the different dials and the runs, you were having to do a lot of work down there at the finish line, man. Well done. Congratulations. But, dude, 2 trophies, 2 checks, 2 hats, $10,000. It's got to be one of the best days ever.
It definitely is, man. Like I said, all thanks to God, my wife, my beautiful wife, my friends and family, my dad that's sitting at home, my mom, man. I love all you guys. Thank you to Steph and Dennis for sticking around and watching the boy, man, my mentor right here. And, man, I give all thanks to everybody around me. It makes my job easy.
Well, congratulations to you. Let's give a big round of applause for our winner in pro, none other than Henry Roberson. Congratulations, brother. Nicely done.
Thanks.
racers, we are. Let's get here. Racers, let me get up front. Okay. Racer in need, racer in need. Again, we are trying to get things turned around here in Super Pro. We need an 8/600 push rod back at Chad Axford's pit if you happen to have one. We need an 8/600 push rod if you got one. You'll just cruised up here. We are trying to, they are let's just say, really, when we talk about scrambling back there, trying to get that turnaround done, we need an 8/600 push rod. If somebody's still around, has got that back there, can get it back to Axford's pit right now. We got a racer in need. Again, down in our final 5, he is on the buy, but we need an 8/600 push rod. If you've got one, we need one badly. Thank you. Dennis Paz, paging Dennis Paz. You are wanted by the large West Coast bracket race banner next to the staging lanes. Dennis Paz, you are wanted by the large West Coast bracket banner for picture time. Be ready for your close-up. So we've got 5 left. Taking a look at what I saw as I headed up the stairs to come back in the tower, it looks like we've got 3, maybe 4 of our Super Pro Final 5 back into the staging lanes. We are looking at what else we need. I know they are thrashing big time on Chad Axford's car, trying to get that done. Looking for a push rod. Hopefully somebody has found one. Hopefully they are able to get things turned around there. But they are working really hard.
at trying to get this done. And Stephanie Mott, I don't know if you are still listening in. I know you were listening yesterday. Kind of taking care of some recovery stuff. I hope everything gets recovered quick if you are still listening in. You may have kind of turned it off, but again, we've got Chad Axford on the bye. We've got Ward versus O'Connor, Melton versus Cox. And we are looking to get our final 5 back into the staging lanes. And Stan Essery, the folks at Chemco, just called in and added another little bonus. Again, if we see a perfect reaction time, the first perfect reaction time between now and the end of the day is going to get a $500 bonus. When we get down to our Super Pro final, we could see potentially a $500 bonus if they are 00 in the final. Now, Stan, I think you're obviously listening in. And I'm going to ask the hard questions, and Chris will call you back, right? It's like, okay. So if we see a perfect reaction time between now and the end of the day, great, that's $500. And then you're saying 00 in the final gets 500. Is that like available for both? What if they're both 00? Do they both get $500? That's the question. That's the question. Well, we'll find out. We'll get that before we get there. We've still got 2 rounds to go before we get to the final. So Super Pro, I wish I had like a camera right now to see what's going on back in Axford's pit. If we had a mobile cam back there just to see, yeah, Brandon, that would be exactly why he hasn't texted you back yet. So apparently with them thrashing back there, that explains why that car just essentially disappeared. In his last round, just basically like fell off the face of the earth and ended up with like a 76 on a 50-something dial. But they are trying to get it put together. We are going to give the rest of our Super Pro cars a chance to get back there, have whatever conversations they need to have, and then we will go from there. Brandon, you're absolutely right. The audio would have to be muted, otherwise the audio that you would hear back there would just be essentially one steady beep. And we'd have to like put the little censored sign so people couldn't do the lip reading thing. That would be a lot of work. You're right. That'd be a lot of work. All right, we've got 3 of our 4 that are going to be paired up. Our bye run is going to be up shortly after that. We're missing one. We need Melton. We need Mr. Melton. Paging Mr. Melton. We need you into the staging lanes, please. We've got Ward. We've got O'Connor. We've got Cox. Axford is on the way. We need Jansen Melton to the staging lanes, please. All right. So what would a Super Sunday be without a little drama? A little extra drama. Chad Axford, as you could see in that last run, ended up with a broken race car. They were able to get it fixed enough to get up here and take the solo that they earned by being 007 on the tree. He rolls it up, stages the car, and is going to get back into the pits to start trying to fix the car for the semifinals. Again, last night's winner still in competition, trying to stay in the game and potentially get a double up. Again, they thrashed just long enough to get it up here, stage it, take the green as is by rule, and are now headed back into the pits to try and get it fixed the rest of the way. They still need that 8600 push rod. So again, if there is anybody on property who's got one of those, they need it, and they need it badly. Again, racer in big time need. So Chad Axford will be back at 3, and we're going to decide who the other 2 are that get to come back and play along with him. Oh, man. So Axford has had a bye. Darren O'Connor has had a bye. If Rodney Ward wins, he could potentially end up with that bye into the final. But he's got to turn on a win light. And he has got to cut a good light. They are separated by 1,000th of a second. The dragster dialed 478 and goes 477 on a 478. Rodney Ward was dialed in at 657, was 36 green, gets there first by 8 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 9 thousandths of a second. Darren O'Connor out of Canada is 37 green and breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second. So what does that mean? That means that Chad Axford and Rodney Ward are going to be paired up. Why? Well, Axford's had a bye.
Rodney Ward lost.
I'm sorry, O'Connor. Axford and O'Connor, that's what I meant. Because O'Connor's had a bye, Axford's had a bye. The 2 rolling into the water box have not. So whoever wins this matchup is going to be coming back with a bye to the final, and Axford and O'Connor are going to battle it out to see who gets to take them on. It is Joe Cox, it is Jansen Melton. Joe, who holds the last hope for the door cars. Inside that pretty little Plymouth is dialed in at 708. And is going to be getting a 3.7 second head start. Make that a 2.7 second head start. That's what I'm going to fix. He's going to get a significant head start. A lot. So 2.7 second head start going to Joe Cox in the Plymouth. Away he goes. And here comes Jansen. Check it out. Jansen Melton on a 430 dial goes 431 on the 430. Had an 057 reaction time. Joe Cox in the Plymouth, 004 on the tree and dead on 7 to get the win light. Wow. Wow. So cutting it from 5 down to 3. Joe Cox in the Plymouth is coming back with a bye to the final. Was 004. And the powerhouse Plymouth is trying to become the prime super pro on property. So you got the dragsters, Axford and O'Connor, going to be going head-to-head. You got the Plymouth that's going to be rolling out all by itself, and we'll be racing for the trophy. And we're going to watch the two kind of fight it out. So we're going to start our turnaround clock. Axford's back there thrashing. I'm sure they could, if you've got that part. We'll see. I'll just let like all the really smart people in the chat bleachers talk amongst themselves on what they think Axford should be doing. Okay. So, listen to this. Check this out. How many of you remember 2 years ago on Sunday, as we were, again, I believe, coming into it was either quarterfinals or semifinals of Super Pro. Tom Bayer, a couple of years ago, was still in competition, broke his car. Now let's compare that to what's happening now. Chad Axford is still in competition, broke his car. 2 years ago, Tom Bayer, now the rule here at West Coast bracket races is you can switch cars in competition if, and the if being that the car has not been down the track this weekend. It hasn't been in competition. So you would have to be able to find a car that has not been in competition that you can swap to. Tom Bayer had multiple cars on property, had a car in the trailer that had not been out of the trailer, had not been down the racetrack, had not been in competition, and was able to swap to that car just before we got into that round. Pulled his car out of the trailer and ends up laying down 5 total with a car that hadn't even fired up that weekend, and then ends up going on to win the race. We're in the same position right here. We're coming into the semifinals. There are 3 cars left. Chad Axford's car is no longer functional, and if he can find a car that works and has not been in competition, he can run it. Well, he has found a car that has not been down the racetrack this week at all. He has found Shane Molinari's Pro-Charged car. So now let's look at some of the other fun facts around that. Chad's back there with Shane. They're getting the car ready. We've got Darren O'Connor, who's going to be coming up to race Chad in a car that Chad has never been down the track in. The car has not been down the track. There's no data on it, nothing. Joe Cox is going to be coming back on the solo. He will take on the winner of the Axford and O'Connor matchup. So Chad is back there getting the car ready to go, to come up here blind and take a lap down the racetrack, hoping he can light up the scoreboard. So add a little bit more on top of that. Last night, Chad Axford was our winner in his Pro-Charged car, which he wouldn't have had the option to switch to because that car had been down the racetrack. So he had to find a car that hadn't been. So he wins it last night, going 4:14, quickest car on property to win Super Pro. If he is able to get into Molinari's car and, no, we won't even worry about all that. But Molinari's car, let's just say if, it hooks up and goes, that's going to be one of the other quicker cars on property. Like, it's fast. It's like really fast. So we'll see what happens. They are back there getting things ready. We are just moments away from calling up our semifinal in Super Pro. So for those of you that are listening in on the chat bleachers, just kind of run that through your heads. Again, there's a lot of very, very tight ties to what happened a couple of years ago. It's going to be interesting. Tom Bayer did it. Can Chad Axford do it? Thank you very much, Mr. Boo Boo. I appreciate that, sir. Getting a little text message from my boys down in the Bayou. Mr. Boo Boo's down there watching along online of the Bang Shift live feed, along with over 350 other folks. So remember, before this broadcast ends, Make sure you hit that thumbs up on that YouTube live feed. So it's going to be super interesting. I hear cars rolling around back behind the tower. Well, see, Chris, that's kind of the whole point of, who has that luxury. Like, who has a spare car that's just kind of sitting around? For those that don't, but for those that do, you definitely don't want to give them the opportunity to jump over into something that they've already got a whole lot of data in. It kind of puts those with a single car at a disadvantage. So if you have to find a car that you have no data on for the weekend, it kind of helps level the field a little bit. Oh, look at that. I saw it say hello from the beach in San Diego pop in. I was like, hey, my wife's at the beach in San Diego. It is my wife. She's checking in on me. Gonna be like, why haven't you left yet? Well, if you just heard that whole story, you know exactly why I have not left yet. The drama. The drama. See, now that's the only thing that would be better, right? They were down there in San Diego for the hockey tournament. Been playing down in Southern California. We've been up here in Tucson, and that would be the thing that would make it better, is if I could be watching this unfold from a beach somewhere. Since we are doing kind of the country music song references. I would love the whole, can I say that lyric? With the whole thing, I got my toes in my water, or got my toes in the water, and does he use that other word, in the sand? I'm not sure. What are you worried about, Chad? You got like a 10-minute drive back to the hotel. My hotel tonight is 6 hours and, 6 hours and 30 minutes away? Something like that. Ooh, that's bright. Lila, that is smart, right? If Chad's trying to, the other Chad, staging lane Chad, is trying to make sure that the plane doesn't take off before we run this semifinal, and just don't do it yourself, but hope that somebody gets up and gets like all kinds of crazy on the plane, and then they have to like go back to the gate, and you got plenty of time to watch the rest of the race. Nobody else on the plane would like it, but it might work. It might work. So we are at 189 likes with 376 people watching. We need more likes. We need more likes. Hit that thumbs up. Let's get the likes up before the day is done. Especially when we're bringing you this kind of drama. I mean, what, they got like Real Housewives? I don't know all the ones they do. Real Housewives of Orange County. And I don't pay that close attention to it. They got like Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. We need like Real Racers of Tucson Dragway. Uh-oh. Troy, you're down to 8%. Are you somewhere where you can plug in? Because I don't know if 8% is going to get you through the rest of it. We need to get you through 8% of the rest of it. Chad is... Ronnie, you're right. How many Chads are here? It's kind of like Florida. There's so many hanging Chads. They're everywhere. How do we know which one's which? The whole thing there, Ronnie, is Chad thrashing on the car and Chad racing. That's the same Chad. So we can eliminate one there. Chad on video, he's the guy that gets to live in the little penthouse suite alongside of the racetrack. And then Chad on the plane is the one that's hoping that somebody at least makes a little bit of noise to delay the takeoff. Chattapalooza. Oh. Don't be a Chad. Oh, this is awesome. This is really good. So I know our Super Pro cars are kind of starting to filter back in back there. I don't know if we've got all of them or how many are back there, but Super Pro, man, the time has come. So Darren O'Connor is paying close attention, I'm sure, to the drama that is unfolding, because he's the one that has to race Chad. Joe Cox is coming back on the solo and gets to watch all of this play out in front of him, so I wouldn't be surprised if right now Joe Cox looks like that meme that keeps getting passed around, the little video. He's got a bowl of popcorn and is just shoveling in his face watching all of this play out. He's in there just munching on popcorn going, this is awesome. Let me see the rest of the show. I mean, why would it not be anything better than that? Again, it is a double-up day. Kid Performance and Dyno, Moser Engineering, Super Sunday, $20,000 is on the line because we doubled up all the round money, doubled up all the winner money, handing out 2 trophies, handing out 2 hats. Henry Roberson's already collected all of that in Pro. And we're still going to decide who gets to collect all of that up in Super Pro. Joe Cox, like you said, Ronnie, that Plymouth's probably been ready for about 30 minutes. He went back through some fueling and said, okay, let's go. And then listening to all the rest of this unfold, he had time not only to go back into the trailer, but to find the bag of popcorn, throw it in the microwave, pop it, find a special bowl that he could take with him to the staging lane so that he can sit there and eat his popcorn watching the drama unfold. With the ice chest in the trunk. I would agree. I would agree. If you were on property and you haven't got your phone out and joined the live feed to watch all of this unfold in the chat bleachers, you need to do that. You need to do that. Because this is going to be fun to see what happens. Really fun. So here's where I wish Chad's camera had a view of the staging lanes. We've got our dragsters back there. Like I said, Joe Cox has been ready for about 30 minutes. He is chilling on the hood of his race car. Like, as soon as you guys figure all this out, I'm ready to take on the winner and race for 20 grand. My man looks calm, cool, and collected. Like, I got this. Save the drama for your mama and let's just go racing. I'm just out here watching because I can. We've been given the word to go ahead and put the drivers in the cars. They're going to be headed up this direction very, very soon. cars are fired up. Joe Cox put down his popcorn. Everybody else grab yours. Look at what we have here. All right. Darren O'Connor, Doc, coming in out of Ponca, Alberta, Canada. North of the border, trying to secure a spot in the final round of Super Pro on a Super Sunday. Racing for $20,000, $478, the dial-in up on the scoreboard. And Chad Axford, it is not heads up. Chad, yesterday, dialed 414 in the final round in his Pro Charge car. The dial-in on the scoreboard is 409. Can he pull a Tom Bayer? Or is Darren O'Connor going to put that car right back on the trailer after it makes one run down the racetrack? What happened? What happened? Darren O'Connor didn't move. The tree fires and O'Connor's car sat on the starting line. You want to talk about extra drama added into what was already a crazy finish to this race. Okay. Darren O'Connor's car never... I got to go find out. Chris is down there right now. I'm going to get the information from him, what happened to O'Connor's car. Oh, by the way, you remember where we said, like, Tom Bayer, when he did it a couple years ago, came out and went 5 total? Well, Chad wasn't 5 total because he got out of the throttle and just cruised it on through. But he was 003 on the tree. So in a car he hadn't sat in, like probably in almost ever, he ends up 003 on the tree and is going to get lane choice in the final round over Joe Cox, who on a 708 dial goes 710. Joe was 005 red. Chad Axford was 003 green. Are you kidding me right now? If anybody were to have told me that the last 3 rounds of this race were going to go down anything like this, I would have told them they're out of their mind. Given what we've seen with all of the cars and everything that's been going on, I would have said you are out of your mind. There's just no way that this would happen. But just like 2 years ago, where Tom Bayer rolled a car off the trailer, went 5 total to advance, Chad Axford rolls a car off the trailer that was dialed in at 409, goes 003 on the tree, gets out of the throttle down at the finish line, and ends up with a win. To go down and turn it around and come back to take on Joe Cox in the Plymouth in the final of Super Pro. I get it. Folks have got to be on the road. I see folks rolling out right now. I'm supposed to be on the road. But with what is happening right now, there is no way I am turning this channel. There's no way I'm turning this TV off. I am going to see this thing through to the finish. This has been one of the wildest and most entertaining, from a spectator standpoint, most entertaining finishes to a race that I've been at in a long time. Hell, even that 3-wide finish at Atlanta in NASCAR a few weeks ago hasn't been quite as entertaining as this has been. And I certainly hope I really, really hope that for those of you that are watching online, that I'm not just like spouting off. I really hope it's helping to share what is unfolding here, because it's exciting for me. It's super exciting for me, and I hope it's exciting for you. And unfortunately for Darren O'Connor, man, my heart breaks. My heart breaks for you. To get all the way down here, I am definitely going to be interested to see what we can find out about what happened to Darren's car and why it didn't leave. But, I'm going to see if I can go find out some information, and I'll let you know what I find out. But, oh, man. So if you're just joining in, I know most people aren't, but we're getting ready to come back for the final round, the final day of the Southwest Showdown here at Tucson Dragway. Again, it is a double-up day because of weather that happened earlier in the weekend. Kid Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering. We crowned Henry Roberson as our pro champ a little while ago. And in Super Pro, we've still got Chad Axford, who won last night in the quickest car on property, which was his Pro Charged car. They ended up breaking in the final and running 4:14 down the racetrack. It was a rematch of last year's Sunday final between him and Marco, and it came down to a superb race between the two of them. Today, Axford is still in competition. He and Neil Presimoni were swapping spots in the seat, had the car double entered. When it came down to, I believe, the round of 9, Neil ended up bowing out. Chad advances. They come back after that with a broken race car. They go back and start thrashing, like totally thrashing, to try and get the car running. They knew that they had to be up here, as our other 4 cars were going to race it out to see who got to make their way into the final. They were able to get the car started, brought it up here to the line, staged it under its own power in order to meet the rules, got it staged, went back into the pits, and started thrashing on it again. Realized they were not able to get the car fixed, and we're going to utilize the rule here that, yes, you can switch cars during the competition if you can find a car that has not been in competition this weekend. Shane Molinari had a car in the trailer that had not been in competition this weekend. Happened to be his Pro-Charged car. That is easily the fastest car on property. You saw it dialed in at 409. So now we're in this situation. Chad Axford is once again, he comes out here in the semifinals in a car that had not been down the track, that Chad was totally blind to. Lines up against Darren O'Connor. For some reason, O'Connor's car doesn't move. Chad Axford is 003, gets down by the finish line, knows that O'Connor is not there. Backs out of the throttle, goes 436, picks up the win light, now finds himself in the final round. So last night he won in the quickest car on property. He's coming back to take on Joe Cox in the Plymouth that has been just flat out deadly. This is going to be a great final round. I don't know if we can see you, Chad. I'm in the tower. I got a roof over my head. I don't know if I can see you. I'll take a look and see if we can see you. If we are, we're waving at you. Hello. So I'll let those of you in the chat bleachers just kind of digest that for a moment, and as we are waiting on our final round to come back, I'll take the moment that I usually take before we get into the final. Once again,
coming out here and putting on the show that you did. For your crew, for your families, for everybody that was here supporting you. One of the whole reasons that I love coming out. Oh, helicopter Nate, really? Okay, are we better again? Helicopter Nate gone? Or is it still there? Let me know. That's been one of those weird things. Just happens occasionally. When I'm waiting for somebody to tell me if the audio's back okay. Okay. So it says the audio is good again. So, what I was saying is, watching all of you guys race, one of the big reasons, no? Still not good? I don't know. That's weird. Hang on. I'll try this. How about now? Is helicopter Nate gone? Go ahead and switch to the, if I switch mics completely over to the wireless mic, there's something else going on here. I think I heard cars rolling around back behind the tower. So we'll get our Super Pro Finals. Come on back. Well, I guess we're just going to have to live with this for a minute. Because I'm telling you, I've set that other mic down completely and picked up this one. So then with all of that playing out, even if all of that hadn't played out, I'll start again. Racers, it's awesome to be able to come out here and watch you do what you do. For those of us that love this sport, for those of us that are fans of the sport of drag racing and understand a little bit, or a lot of it, about what it takes to put these cars down the racetrack, to come out here and cut a light, run a number, drive the stripe, the way that you guys do time and time and time again. It is amazing to be able to be a part of it, and I am truly grateful that Chris allows me to come out here and be a part of these West Coast bracket races. I'd love to be out to more of them if I can, but if and when I can, I will. Schedules have changed, and I'll just take what I can get. But I want to say thank you to all of the racers. I want to say thank you to all of you in the chat bleachers who kind of help keep us entertained throughout the day. Most importantly, I want to say thank you to the sponsors who make these races possible. Thank you so much to the folks at Hughes Performance for sponsoring our $20,000 to win and $7,500 to win Pro Saturday. It was very, very cool to be able to get all of that done, and especially with all of the activity that we had going on yesterday. And if it's still up choppy, I don't know what's causing that here. But definitely appreciate all that happened yesterday with crowning a $20,000 shootout winner in Genslow. I'll try this one more time. I don't know where else to go. I've checked the wires. I've checked the connections. We got what we got. Appreciate everybody letting me know. But again, with the sponsors making it possible, and it's weird. I mean, it's not breaking up here at the track, so we got what we got.
Again, talking about Hughes Performance. Kid Performance and Dyno, and Moser Engineering, thank you so much for your continued partnership with us here at the West Coast Bracket Races. Definitely appreciate all that you do to keep our racers going down the racetrack and to keep these events possible. Again, we are looking at a next one in Bakersfield, Memorial Day weekend, for the next stop of the West Coast Bracket Races. But again, since it was choppy, racers, thank you for doing what you do. Thank you for keeping us entertained. Thank you for all of that talent that you share with all of us drag race fans. I'm a fanboy. I love drag racing. It's something that I can sit and watch for a long, long time, especially when I'm at the racetrack. And so I appreciate Chris letting me be a part of the West Coast Bracket Races and continuing to allow me to come back. I'm looking forward to the next races that we're going to do. I love being out at the track at home, but I definitely am going to focus more on spending time at home with the family. So when I get a chance to get out here, it's awesome. For all of you in the chat bleachers, I said this before, but it might have been breaking up, I appreciate each and every one of you for chiming in from time to time, adding into the chat, helping to add a little entertainment value to what we got going on here as well, and it's just great. So racers, travel safe wherever you're going. To my announcing partner this weekend, Ryan Gleghorn, thank you so much for allowing me to share the microphone with you. You are a true talent and a true master on the mic, and I look forward to any opportunity that I get to work with you. It's pretty awesome to be able to talk with a guy who lives, breathes, eats, sleeps, and I'm sure sometimes, all the time, dreams about drag racing. The man is like fully involved in this sport and absolutely 100% lives and thrives. Lives and thrives with it. So unfortunately, it sounds like Doc may have had some issues with what was in the delay box. At least that's what I'm being told. I'll wait until I get a 100% answer on that. So as we do get ready to go, it has been another great event barn here at Tucson Dragway. So for all, I've said it before, said it yesterday, but now as this event comes to a close and we've got one final pair, I know there's nobody left in the grandstands to cheer and yell and scream, but there are a whole bunch of people on the chat bleachers and a whole bunch of racers that are headed home, and a whole bunch of us who are sitting up here in the tower that still admire what the Tucson Dragway crew did this weekend. You were thrown challenges left and right with the weather. It was cold, it was warm, it was windy, it was not, it was wet. And you guys overcame every single one of those challenges. So my hat is off. I tip my cap to all of you at Tucson Dragway. You guys busted your butts to make this happen for these racers. And I promise you that each and every one of them appreciate what you did. Again, another great event. That's why we keep coming back here. Jim, your crew is top-notch. Your facility is top-notch. And we are so happy to be here. Last but not least, Chad, I appreciate you standing atop the perch for that Bang Shift live feed, swinging the camera back and forth for every pair that went down the racetrack, so that those who are online who could not be here, those who left early, who are following along, can hear what's happening. And I certainly, again, hope that I've at least played my part, done my job, and shared the story with you as it unfolded, because that's what I'm here to do. And I'm just glad that I get to be part of the family. So thank you all. I believe we should have both cars back there. Do we just have Joe still? There they are. Chad's pulling up right now. The last pair of the day is in the staging lanes. A door car dragster final, a fitting end to what has been a very superb story on how the day finished out. Mo, to answer your question, the hockey tournament went very well. The team played hard, and I had a very proud papa moment getting a video and hearing the news that my son was able to score his first goal. You know, it's one of those moments where it's like you feel yourself almost tearing up, but not quite, just because you're so proud. So we'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. We got one pair left to go. They are back there. Conversations are done? Oh, they're still talking? I was going to say, okay. So they're done talking. And with that, I'm going to say this in kind of a nice way. The mouths are no longer moving. That part of the discussion, that part of the decision has been made. They will now suit up, strap in, and will allow the cars and their talent to do the talking.
We're just trying to give money away.
All right. So, just got word that Stan Essery has called in one more time. The folks at Chemco have said, here's the deal. They've been trying to give away $500 for like the last 3 rounds. Here in the final, if one of them is perfect, they're going to get a $1,000 bonus. If one of them is 00, they'll get a $500 bonus, which Chad was just 00 last round, and Joe was just 00 the round before that. If they're both 00, they both get a $500 bonus, thanks to the folks at Chemco, to go along with $20,000 worth of Kid Performance and Dyno money and the Moser Engineering money, 2 big checks, 2 trophies, 2 hats, and a partridge in a pear tree. I don't know where we're going to find the partridge in the pear tree. How about instead of like a partridge in a pear tree, we'll give away 2 trophies, 2 hats, 2 checks, and a beer in a cooler. You don't get to keep the cooler. And maybe we'll take the beer out of the cooler. I don't know. You're already getting potentially a grand bonus, 2 checks. Who needs the... We can't give away the house. How about what's left of a bacon wrap burrito? It took him all day. I called it quits. I threw in the towel a while ago. But Ryan Gleghorn, who is, I'm no quitter. It took him all day to get through it, but he is finishing off the last bites of the bacon wrap burrito. That is an accomplishment. That is an accomplishment. Throw in some tacos. Guess what? They're here. Joe Cox. The door car out of Peoria, Arizona. Has rolled up into the right lane water box with a 7.09 second dial-in on his car. Chad Axford has rolled through the water box, completed the burnout with a 4.09 second dial-in on his car. The entire race for Chad Axford is going to be just over 4 seconds long, and he is giving up a 3-second head start. What else can we add to the drama with? What else? I don't want to ask that question. But a 3-second head start for one of the cars, and the other car is going to traversed the entire 8th mile in 4 seconds. Chad Axford, left side, pre-staged, now staged. Joe Cox, right side, pre-staged, now staged. Game on. Advantage, Chad Axford. He's double O, getting a $500 bonus, but the win light is going to go to Joe Cox. Cox was dialed at 709, is 16 on the tree, and will get the win light. Goes 712 on that 709 dial. Chad Axford was 009. Will get $500 from the folks at Chemco for being 00 in the final, and runs 421 on the 409. The little door car that could is your winner. Wow. Again, with a 3-second head start. Runs 3 above the dial after he was 16 green to get the win. Chad Axford comes up 1 round short of the double up, but you cannot deny the performance that Chad Axford has put on here this weekend. To take a car, first of all, to take it all the way to the final last night, go home with the win. Get in his other car, doubled up with Neil, go all the way into the round of 5, jump into a different car that he'd never been in, be 003, and then turn around and go 009 in the final.
Thank you so much, everybody. We really appreciate it. We're going to be still live for the interviews, okay? But for everybody that's done, I know you've been waiting for a while to get to that final. Really appreciate you guys tuning in. It means a lot to us. Big thanks to Nate, all the track staff here at Tucson Raceway Park, of course, West Coast Bracket Races. These guys are amazing. You know, I'm really vocal about the crews that I like working with, and I love this racetrack. Great group of people. Love the West Coast Bracket Races team. Like, they're so much fun to work with. Nate is the dude. I love listening to Nate all the time, and I love working with him as well. In a couple of weeks, we will be live from the Spring Fling Million in Las Vegas, doing that one with Warren Evans. So it's a partnership between me and Drag Racer TV. That will be on bangshift.com, so you guys can watch all of that. Really do appreciate everybody tuning in. Means a lot to us. As soon as the cars get back down here, we'll do the interviews and then call it a night. A great day of great weekend of racing. I'm actually going to be here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then go back home on Friday, right here at the racetrack again for a really cool project that I can't tell you about, but I'm doing it. Not yet, but I'm doing it with some wacky people that you love and you know, and it's going to be cool. So you'll find out about it sooner than later, but it's going to be fun for sure. But again, everybody, really appreciate it. And just so that we're clear on my allegiances in the world, door car for the win, baby, right there. Even a Mopar. I mean, come on. Yeah, it's got doors and primer. It's kind of my speed. Who's going to lie? So here he comes, the winner right here. But Chad and the gang, dude, big battle. And I know they thrashed and ended up going to a backup car, but it was pretty cool. So here we go. As our winner is coming down, we will do the interview here in just a second.
right, Joe. Come here. Dude, just for me, my stomach was turning with what was going on down here, watching the final 5 and the drama play out. And you're just kind of sitting on the side. Did you grab the popcorn? Because you should have. Just watch this thing play out. But, dude, first of all, congratulations on picking up the huge win here on a double-up day. It is Kid Performance and Dyno and Moser Engineering double-up day, which means 2 hats, 2 checks, 2 trophies, and in a minute you're going to be double-fisting it in the winner's circle. That is amazing, my friend, and $20,000. How do you feel right now?
Feel pretty amazing. I mean, I've got to thank my wife. She's been helping me, and Stacy, putting me in the water box all day. Definitely got to thank my pops. He's taught me everything I know, but not everything he knows. But, you know, we just like come out here and race. This is my first time around Super Pro at a big money event, so worked out pretty good.
I would say it worked out pretty good. First time running Super Pro at a big money event, and so basically what you can say is you are definitely in the black as far as win lights and as far as money earned at a Super Pro event. That is awesome. I want to know what your thought process was coming back at 3, knowing that you've got a free ride into the final. You're watching what's going on between the 2 dragsters, knowing that Chad's coming back in a car he hasn't been in. Darren's been in his car all day long. What's going through your mind right there? Because I looked out the back and saw you you was chilling on the hood of the car. What were you thinking?
Not to get too excited. Just try to keep my nerves calm and just get up here, cut a good light, get data, and let the cards fall where they fall.
So coming back into the final now, it's not that simple. How does your mindset change for that?
It's a little nerve-wracking. I mean, just same thing. Cut a light, get down there.
Well, you did just that. You got a 3-second head start in the final. He comes blowing by at 172. The win light turns on. Congratulations, my friend. You are our Super Pro champion on a Super Sunday. Make a whole lot of noise for Joe Cox in the Plymouth. This thing is bad to the bone. We're going to take some pictures. We're going to get this done.
It's a Valiant, my friend.
I'm sorry.
I know you've been calling it Plymouth all week.
That's what was on the tech card. So it is beautiful. It is awesome. And you have got 20 grand worth of checks, trophies. That is going to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking at you up there. We're going to hand them trophies. Here, we got to do this because you got to hold these up for the camera down there. Double fist this, babe. Double fist it. Hold them up for the camera down there. That's your winner. Congratulations. So, racers, that does it from us here at Tucson Dragway. Don't go away yet. I'm Nate Hershey. This is
Ryan Gleichhorn.
He's my announcing partner. We're done, but we look forward to seeing you at the next one, which is going to be in Bakersfield Memorial Day. Again, wherever you are traveling to, wherever your next stop is, we hope that you have a safe trip there. For everybody on Bang Shift, it's awesome to have you. Thank you so much to Bang Shift. That's it. We're out. Good night and goodbye.